You have a trigger finger or something? What's going on?
No electric in the unit.
Don't know.
You need to smoke a spliff, bro.
Oh, Danny, I love the new selfie.
Pardon me?
What is this guy? Is he Punjabi? What the fuck is
Danny, actually,
No, I'm a ganja smoker, dude. I don't know about you, but I like tripping.
I like this. I
Have
think you
you
should
tried LSD and give me a review?
That's too much, man. This is too much.
Lysergic acid, diethylamide, or something. That's very Jewish. It's Israeli.
I want to hear Danny speaking. Mute everybody. Only Danny speak now. I haven't heard her tonight.
Hey, Amos.
Danny, speak.
Peace, Amos.
Danny,
Shalom, Amos. Go on.
shalom. I want to hear Danny. Danny, speak.
Welcome, Daniel. Honored Daniel, welcome.
No,
Hi,
Daniel.
I'm Daniel.
I mean, Daniel is in the... Oh, Danny, the lady. I see. Hey, Danny. Peace. How's it going? Welcome. How's your evening going? It's, Frankie, you gotta keep an eye on Frankie. He's a bit tricky.
Right.
Amos is chill.
Right. Take a break, right. Take a break.
No, I'm chilling, man. I mean, I didn't even speak for a minute. Frankie kicked me out twice already.
I let you speak. I want to hear Danny and then I let you speak. Danny.
I'm just welcoming Danny. I'm just greeting her, Amos. I'm welcoming her.
Okay.
I'm the doorman.
Now mute yourself and let Danny speak. Mute yourself, right? Enough.
I did.
No, you don't. Danny.
I think there's someone in the audience that wants to speak.
You speak, Danny. We want to hear your thoughts.
Right, I'm speaking with Danny. I don't need your help. Danny, what do you think?
There's someone who wants you to bring them up and has something to say.
You have such a nice smile, Danny. And Amos,
Wait.
Now I understand why I remove you.
Did you understand now, Amos? Did you now understand? Did you understand?
Yes, now I understand that I like to speak a lot. But he's the young guy. You must be patient with young guys.
Sabr in the Arabic Quran.
Right. Try to mute yourself now. Danny, who you think? Danny, who you think?
Everybody's saying Danny, not letting her speak, dude. What is it? Give her a
Okay, now I remove you, right?
No, please don't.
Wait, Amos, can you bring Igal back up? He keeps being kicked out.
Yes, I bring him up, yes.
What a pleasant smile she has. What a pleasant smile.
Enough.
Amos, I told you.
Amos, why can't you just move him?
What?
Why can't you just move him?
Because I like young people who try to talk, you know. It's the same like you.
At least I say something.
But I'm soon going to sleep and I want to hear some new people that I haven't heard.
Amos. Bro.
Lord.
Amos.
I'm gonna block this guy.
Can I say something? Yo, can I say something?
Yes.
Yo, my little bro, Amos, how you doing, bro? Love you, bro. Remember when one time we were in a room together, like with 15 people, they were all attacking you? Bro, I protected you, bro. Remember that. You might have forgotten.
Every day.
So noble of you, Fatima. So noble of you.
Bro, I don't give a shit that nobody loves me.
I love you. I'll kiss you, Fatima. Don't worry.
Bro, calm down, like.
Oh my God.
Tender kisses.
Little Rabbi.
Louis, you're really Salman. You're horny.
Little Rabbi.
Have you read the Song of Solomon, Amos, recently? Song of Solomon.
How you doing, little Rabbi?
I'm doing amazing, boo boo. I love you, Fatima, and I do think you've got a sweet ass, but I think you saying bro.
Yo, that's vulgar, Rabbi. Just be
You
careful.
go from hero
Come
to
on, I'm joking.
you
Like,
go from hero to hero.
Listen, Rabbi. Listen, Rabbi. If a girl wants to
I'm talking about
Fatima,
smiles
listen.
and kisses. This guy's going to asses and stuff.
I'm saying the truth. I mean, it's so tragic. It's
the only one
bro.
it's
listen.
funny to say.
Listen,
Come on.
Fatima.
Yeah.
I'm a dictator. You know. Look, the only one who can clap Fatima is me. Please, Rabbi, behave.
That would be Netanyahu, Frankie. Are you Netanyahu?
No, I don't want to clap you.
Worse.
That's how she speaks. I don't
I am Ben Gavir. I am Ben Gavir.
The bro thing is just joking. Come on, like, seriously. It's
Listen,
funny
If
joke.
you prove that, then I'm willing to clap. So
Show
I'm
us.
willing to
Show us.
Show you what, bro.
That's
Show
not
us according to
that you are able to stop speaking like that, because I do think you're hot, boo boo, but I mean, with that type of
She's not hot.
That's a turn off.
She's
I
smoldering.
think she's attractive.
She's cold, motherfucker.
Little
Fatima,
Rambo.
what I'm trying to tell you is
She's like a giraffe.
Fatima, a well-rounded character is much sexier than a well-rounded ass. And that's what I'm telling you.
Come on, like, seriously. Like,
Frankie, get your finger off the trigger, okay? First step. Step 2 is let Amos just... Let me just check in with Danny and Fatima, man. What's wrong?
I want to move him down.
yeah,
I
what's
wanna
wrong
move
with
it.
Almost, bro? Like, how you doing, Almost?
My
Almost,
God,
I protected you, bro. I felt so sorry for you, Almost. I genuinely did feel so sorry for you that they attacked you for being Israeli citizen.
That's rude. That's rude, Fatima. Why would they attack him?
Fatima, are you forgetting all of the hate you've spewed in the comments at this moment against Israelis and Israel and Jews?
Did I? Like, Al, did I?
You did.
No, I
Do you get
didn't.
weed in Israel? Do you get weed in Israel?
I just gave history facts. That's it.
You're like kissing up to Amos.
Elle is
I want to
entitled.
be
She feels,
mean, man.
if you
Like,
disagree
come on.
with her, that means you're anti-Semitic. That's
Rabbi, do you
Not
have
disagreeing
Telegram?
with me. It's what she wrote herself with
Yes,
her own
I
fingers.
have Telegram. But
Our
Me or
reviews,
Telegram?
Arabs and yeah, new by ethnicity are Semitic people.
Can I say
Yeah,
something
they
to
call
Rabbi?
you anti-Semite.
You want to change
Stupid,
the
right?
card, then I support that girl.
yeah, send it to me.
Rabbi, maybe I will delete Clubhouse.
Send
That's why I
me
send you.
Telegram.
Yes.
Oh, you want my Telegram? I'll give you
Yeah.
Telegram.
Frankie,
Give me a second.
do you know Noam Chomsky
Shut up,
and Evan
one second.
Moblin? I subscribe to their
Rabbi,
ideas.
for 1 second. Rabbi, maybe I will delete it.
I just sent it to you.
Maybe thank you.
No, you can talk to me anytime.
Oh, my bro, Amos, come on now. You made him leave. Come on.
Maybe I come.
The truth,
You went
I'm
to
gonna
sleep.
separate between you two. But the truth is, Fatima, you didn't say anything wrong. I agree with you. You're beautiful.
Fatima
The way
looks
you
like a
speak,
journalist.
you
She looks like one of those hot journalists.
Al, the way you speak is hot, but your brain, so you have a nice ass, but you have an ass for a brain.
Yo, don't talk about
Fatima
asses and
doesn't
stuff.
have an ass for a brain.
Rabbi, wait a
Okay,
minute.
can you take this
Bro, I
vagina?
have a
Have you
brain.
seen her on TV or something? What
I
are you
have
talking
a
about?
brain. I have
Can you move this vagina, please?
Right.
Can you move the
Right, this is my last warning. If you open your microphone, you are down.
I would have known all these
blocking
things
this.
without having a brain, little Rabbi.
I'm saying you do have a brain, right? But the way you speak is just horrible. That's what I'm saying. Whereas
I'm
Al,
sorry, I'm
Right,
just
maybe she.
No,
That's
horrible
rude.
brain.
Maybe that's
I
something
just-
she can't control.
I'm just
Oh
trying
my
to make
God.
fun, like, come on, like.
Oh, the
Wait,
trigger
I
on
have
the guy's
to
gone.
Is English
Great.
your native language? What is your native language?
Frankie, can you do
It's
a
Dutch,
please?
it's Dutch, Al.
So I don't think we should judge her for the way she speaks. If English is not your native language.
No, you
You
can't.
are a little.
Rabbi can't judge me because I am saying it on purpose, little bro shit. I'm doing it on purpose.
Don't say
am
the
not
bro
judging
shit.
you.
Fatima, are you in Lebanon? Are you a journalist in Lebanon?
My God, this guy, dude. I'm not judging you, Fatima. I'm just saying that's the reason why I wouldn't clap.
You look like one of those Al Jazeera types, you know, Fatima?
I did. If you can't keep this nigga, I'll see you guys later.
You almost, how you doing, bro?
I'm good. Frankie, by the way, I remove you because you remove Eagle. And this is too.
I didn't remove anyone, Amos. I'm not a mob.
Frankie, you lost the trigger.
Listen, Amos. I didn't remove Igor. He cannot stop talking. And we were
Frankie,
talking
you're in no
about something
position
else.
to argue now. You lost the trigger.
Listen, Amos. If you
You
don't
lost your trigger, but chill out now. Chill out with me.
people to come in your room.
Eagle is the one who is not talking at all.
He was talking, Amos. They like to
And if he speaks and he complains that you remove him, that's too much for me.
I didn't remove
That's
him.
too much for me.
Okay, no problem. I make rooms. People come in. You make rooms.
Nobody's gonna come to your room, Frankie. You're a trigger happy thug.
Come on now, you made it believe. Come on. Come on. Amos, how are you doing, bro?
We lost the other girl. We lost Danny. We lost Danny, guys. That's sad.
Miss you, Amos.
And it's the first time I hear you, Fatima, and I
No,
really
it's
enjoy
not
your
the first time we've met, bro. Like, we were in a room a couple of times, and one time it went so bad, the whole room, 15 people were fucking attacking you, bro. I protected you. I was saying, like, bro, come on, like, not to insult you almost, but I was saying, like, come on, he's an old man, like, leave him alone, because she didn't know what TikTok was, remember? And I was saying, come on, bro, this is an older man. Of course,
This really
of course
happened,
he doesn't
Fatima?
know what fucking TikTok is. Leave the guy fucking
Sounds
alone,
like it
bro.
really
I
happened.
protected you. Almost love you, bro.
Fatima, thank you. Thank you for the compliments. I must admit it, that you even a little bit embarrassed me. I don't,
Why did I embarrass you, bro?
because your name is Fatima, that's a Muslim woman.
Fatima,
I'm not
it's a
Muslim.
movement, bro. Muslims are going to die, Amos.
Bro, I feel insulted by you by like trying to
Muslims
not
is the
like saying
exit.
that I'm a
This is the exit
Muslim, but
strategy.
like you're insulting me by saying if I was a Muslim that it would be a bad thing. Come on, bro.
I mean, that's a minimum. That's a bare minimum. Everything is Muslim, Amos.
You say what you
It's
feel.
just Arabic for everything is submitting to God. It has to. No
Wait,
choice.
Rahi, can you shut up, please? Amos. Fatima is an Arabic name. It's an Arab name. It's not a Muslim name. The name Fatima existed before Islam, okay? Come on, bro. It's a name.
But
Like,
still,
just as Hebrew names existed before Judaism came, okay, bro?
for Israeli,
It has nothing to do with, like, Islam. It just,
Israel
because
is
the
a
daughter of,
place, but the
it's just
Jews
because the
are
daughter,
people.
it's just because the most important daughter of Muhammad was named Fatima doesn't mean like it's an Islamic name. It's an Arab name, okay, bro?
No, Semites, bro, Semites. I'm from Karnataka. I'm from the other side of the world.
Rahi, I don't think you know what I'm talking about, bro. I'm trying to explain almost that Fatima is not a Muslim name.
Yeah,
it's
it's
an
a simple
Arab
concept.
name.
What's so hard in that?
Bro, I'm saying it's not an Islamic name. It's an Arab
It's a name. It's a name. Okay, great.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain to him that it's not connected to Islam. In the
Yeah, but
like,
David
from
is a
its
name,
own-
Solomon is a name,
Well,
Rachel
shut-
is a name, Elizabeth is a
shut
name,
it, shut
Fatima
it,
is
shut
a
it.
name. Yeah.
Solomon is a Hebrew name, okay? Just like Rahi is an Indian name, bro.
Traveler. It means traveler. Tripper, really, but traveler. I mean, tripper would be nice.
I don't give a shit about the meaning, bro. I'm just saying what, like, it's an Indian name, like an Arab name, like a Hebrew
Whatever.
name.
now you can remove
I was
if
trying
he's
to
bothering
explain
you
how
too
much-
much. Just remove him from the audience if he's bothering you.
I was trying to explain to you, bro, almost like my name is connected to Islam because of the daughter of Muhammad, but originally it's just an Arab name, bro. It has nothing to do with Islam, bro. Originally, from its origin,
Well,
there
what
was
does it mean,
before.
Fatima? Do you know what it means? What does it mean?
Fatima, like in Islam, it's the daughter of Muhammad. Fatima's.
No, but that's not the meaning of her name. That's the
I
name
don't
she
know what the
was.
fucking meaning is.
I mean, you gotta know what the meaning of my name means. Traveler. Amos,
It
what
means
Amos means?
something with puredom, purity.
Purity.
Yeah,
That's Kudus. That's Kudus. That's holy Kudus, isn't it?
but I don't believe in that kind of shit, bro.
I mean, fine. Okay, you believe whatever you
I
want
know
to believe.
I know Fatimas who are in jail, bro.
Yeah, I've been to jail. So what?
Yeah,
She's
that's
not
what I'm
talking
saying, bro.
about you, dummy. She's talking about people with the name Fatima.
Okay, so girls like named Fatima are in jail. All right, big whoop. So what? So what now? Are you fighting corruption or something, or are you advocating for corruption?
I was just explaining to Amos that he said he was felt insulted And I
Does he
said,
not fight for does he fight against corruption or which team is he on? I thought he was on the side of David and Solomon and whatnot. I thought he fights against corruption. I mean, like you fight corruption. Is that not what Amos does, Fatima?
corruption, he was trying to, he said he felt insulted, and by saying that he insulted me, bro.
People insult each other. I mean, like, just come on, like, take a hit. Fine, okay, so he called you a bad word or something. Just forgive him and move on.
I'm not crying about it. I was just trying to explain almost. Come on, why are you interrupting, bro?
I'm not. I'm just learning about you, learning about this place. I heard Stefan and Jindib are here. So those are two credible people I know in the network.
You almost.
Yo, 69 girl, just hush for a minute. Who are you? You like the position 69 or do you like chicken 69? Which one do you like?
You see, bro, 69 has different meanings, bro.
Yeah, there's a Surah 69 also. Do you know anything about it?
Yeah, your mom and dad is mentioned in it.
Do you know anything about deodorant?
Nah, sir, he doesn't, sir. He's an Indian, sir.
Come on, bro, take a hit.
She probably used Microsoft Word or something. Does she know that Satya Nadella is running the Microsoft empire, not Bill Gates? Does she know Sundar Pichai is running Alphabet Inc., not Google?
Rahi,
I mean, what stupidity is that?
Rahi Delvi, come on, bro. Calm down. We're sitting here with almost like he's a very wise old man. Come on, he has family, grandchildren.
Okay, so he's a senior citizen. Alright, so that means he's gonna die soon, right? Is your estate planning all done, Amos? Estate planning, basically your
it's
will
not
and all
Amos,
of that?
bro, it's Amos.
Amos, alright, Amos, have you done your estate planning, basically will and all? What are you leaving for your children behind?
Why are you asking him, bro?
I mean, you said he's an old guy, so he might kick the bucket anytime.
He's not old. He's just old. He's not old, but he's just I mean, how do I say it? He's
senior citizen. He's a senior citizen, elderly.
He's in a higher state of adultness, bro.
Okay, fine. I'm 43. Okay, is he?
Yeah, you're in your midlife crisis. Obviously, bro.
Fatima,
no, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about life, Fatima.
I just put him down. It's okay.
Amos.
Down, Fatima, put it down.
So we'll have a little bit quiet from Rahai. It's really too much.
Bro, smoke a joint. So
Amos, how are you doing?
Who's 69? You're asking?
Where you come from, bro?
Oh, me?
Yeah, where are you from, bro?
I'm from Karnataka, which is like a South Indian state. It's all language lines. Hey, Danny, hey, welcome back.
You still live there, bro?
No, I live in Toronto right now.
You live in Canada, bro?
Yeah.
Come on now.
It's
They're
true.
trying to make Canada the 51st state of America, bro.
Yo, girl, we legalize weed and stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah, man.
BC,
but if it becomes a state of America, bro, you're in danger.
No, it'll never happen. They're too stupid down there.
Bro, they're in debt, bro. They're in so much debt.
Who? Like United States?
Canada, bro.
Canada's rich. It has all the
Canada's
fresh water.
in debt, bro.
No.
Why do you think they have problems with declining the offer of becoming a part of the United States, bro?
It never happened.
You don't know anything about politics and what's going on, bro?
I know. Do you know Noam Chomsky?
Obviously.
Do you know Evan Moglen? Do you know any of those, like Lawrence Lessig?
You want to make
Are you educated,
Canada
Fatima?
become a part of the United States?
Yo, girl, listen to me now.
It's all over
the elder is talking. You sound junior to me. Frankly.
Bro, it's all over the news. Come on now.
What about it?
It's all over the news that they want to make Canada a part of the United States.
Yeah, but that's like that. Do you know what Elon Musk and the Doge team is doing? I'm a tech guy. I know tech.
What does Elon Musk has to do with this now, bro?
The Doge team.
You're talking about apples and then you're talking about strawberries.
Fatima, dearest Fatima, come on.
Talk about one piece of fruit at a time. Come on.
Okay, let's
talk about strawberries.
You're talking about global politics. I'm talking to you about Elon Musk. He owns Trump and he owns the Doge team. You know what Doge is?
Bro, the Jews own Trump. The Jewish own Trump.
No. Musk has got him under his thumb. It's cool.
Yeah, bro, you're right. Completely. Believe you. You're right, bro.
I mean, he got him.
He's so smart, man. Which school did you go to?
I went
to school as well.
Yeah, York University, and then Evan Moglen, Noam Chomsky, that kind of stuff.
Bro, come on now. You could do better than that.
No, I just got a BA in psychology and just done with it.
Which degree do you have, bro?
Psychology and philosophy.
Psychology and philosophy, bro. Come on now,
True.
bro.
And then I work in tech.
That's
I
so
work in
crazy, bro.
startup and entrepreneurship stuff.
That's very crazy, bro.
Yeah, babe. What do you do?
Bro.
Journalism? What do you do? What is your thing? Or do you
What
just
do you
harass
think,
people
bro?
online?
What do you think, bro? Guess by the way I look, bro.
Journalism. I think you're a journalist. That's what I think you might be.
Bro, how can I be a journalist? Like, bro. Oh, right. Actually, Rahi, you're
You
right.
got the look. You got
I'm a
the look,
better.
Fatima.
I'm a fucking big ass journalist, man. The way I look up things and go into it and dig deep into it, bro. I could be a fucking fire ass journalist, bro.
Yeah, I know that. So that's what
I
I
should
thought
be
you
a
would
journalist, bro. But I would be censored, bro.
You would be what?
I would be censored, bro.
Doesn't matter. You use open source software and fuck them up. See what Edward Snowden did.
Bro, if I make a page, would you follow me, bro?
You bet, babe. I mean, unless you're going to publish,
Bro,
you
how do I
gotta be
start this
smart. You can't do stupid shit. I'm not going to follow like reviews of like Kardashians and stuff. I'm not doing that.
How do I start this shit, bro?
Okay,
I wanna join Candace Owens, bro.
All right.
You know Candace Owens?
No, I don't know
I
what
wanna
that is.
join that bitch, bro.
All right, Fatima. Come on,
I
let's
don't
talk.
agree with
Let's
everything.
talk. Let's
but I wanna
talk.
join
Give me a
that
minute.
bitch,
We'll talk. We'll talk. I'll level with you. I'll be honest, open. You get full right LB treatment.
Sure, bro.
All right.
Sure, bro.
All right. So give me we'll set a time limit. Okay, like 5 minutes. Let's just chat
Yeah,
for 5
man.
minutes.
Take your time, man. 10, 5, 100, whatever.
All right. Great.
24 hours.
All right. May I interview
I'm
you?
still gonna be alive, bro.
Fine. May I interview you?
Yeah.
Would that be a yes? Because yep is a little too informal.
What was the question, bro?
May I interview you?
Yeah, sure, bro.
Thank you. So, all right. Well, hi, Fatima. Salaman. Shalom.
Yeah, hello.
Peace.
What up?
Hi. What up? All right. Peace. How's it going?
Yeah, shalom. Peace. What up? How's it going? Good. How's you going? How's you doing, bro?
How am I doing? How's you doing? I like that as well. I'm well. I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Are you wait, Fatima, I'm asking. I'm going to ask you a question. You can ask me questions too. We can go two ways, you know? Yeah. I keep it open like a conversation, you know? So, Fatima, are you on LinkedIn.com?
Bro, no, I'm not, bro. I don't use that shit, bro.
Okay, so you think it's shit. All right, fine. I understand.
Yeah, I think it's shit.
I get it. I totally 100% get it. However, may I offer you just a little bit of background?
Yeah, sure, bro.
All right. So LinkedIn is now owned by Microsoft, which is owned by Satya Nadella.
Yeah.
And Satya Nadella he's the CEO basically of Microsoft. He's an accessibility guy. He designs, like his main strength, one among many, is accessibility. Basically, he makes the web, the World Wide Web, the internet, you know, like Clubhouse, like what we're using right now.
Bro, where are you going? Come on, come to the point, bro.
I'm just introducing you to
I
why
don't need to know
LinkedIn
all
is
the
not.
owners of every business. Like, come on, like, go to the point, bro.
Fatima, like, look, I'm not fighting with you.
No, I'm not
look,
fighting with you either, bro. I'm just impatient.
Slow down then. Just take a deep breath. Just slow down. Do you have a beverage with you? Like, what do you like to drink? What do you like to drink? Water or do you like lemonade? What is your preference? Actually,
just water, bro.
You're a water girl, huh?
I'm a water girl, bro.
Do you know how to swim?
Yeah, I do know how to swim, bro. I even can be a, like, what's it called? I have
lifeguard,
my license.
Lifeguard.
Yeah, my license to be a lifeguard, bro.
Really, eh?
Yeah, really, bro.
Oh, so you must be, I mean, not only fit, but you should also be strong, it sounds like.
I'm not fit looking, I'm just skinny, bro, but I'm fit, like, fit.
I know. I mean, I get that. Yeah. You sound like that, but are you strong? Can you punch through like a drywall, for example?
No, bro, I'm not strong physically, bro.
You're not strong.
But
You sound.
I have like, how do you say it? When you can run like for a long time, your
marathon, ultra marathons. I used to run 10 Ks.
What's it called? Your
stamina.
The way you can keep like going.
Stamina. You can last for a very long time. Stamina. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know it's not the word I'm looking for, bro. It's
try. Take your time. Take as much time as you need. Yeah, just
bro,
relax.
I'll translate it for you. Wait a minute.
Sure. Take your time. No worries. I'll mute up. In fact, I'll just won't say anything. It's nice to meet you, though.
Wait a minute, bro.
Take your time. No rush.
Oh, you're right. It's your stamina. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not fit looking, but I have a.
You have the lasting. You have the lasting power. Like you can outrun people.
Exactly, bro.
Got it. All right, that's lovely. That's a gift. It's a gift. It's very much vital and needed in the world. You know, for all the work that is before us.
My dream was to become an athletic. Actually, I
Really?
love athletics. Yeah, bro.
That's
Fast
lovely.
running, far running,
Can
high jumping.
Can you do cartwheels? Can you do
I love
cartwheels?
it, bro.
I got it. Can you do cartwheels?
What's cartwheel, bro?
Cartwheels is like you're standing and then you put your hands to the ground and
Oh
your
yeah,
legs.
bro. I can. You know what I also can, bro? I can stand on my two hands. I make like a roll. You know?
Oh really? Eh?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What they learn you at school, bro? Like stand on your two hands, like.
Yeah.
Get
And twirl like breakdancing and stuff. You dance? You dance?
Oh, bro, I did break dance.
Me too.
When I was young.
Dance. So you got a musical ear, and you know how to bounce to the tunes. That's what it sounds like. So that's cool. Maybe we'll meet at a rave or something. I don't know. Allah knows.
No, bro, raves are for drug addicts.
No, not necessarily. My brother met his wife, Spanish wife, at a rave.
Yeah.
They have two lovely children. They have two lovely children. They live in Spain. They live in India. They live in a big mansion. My brother is struck.
Bro, that doesn't take away the fact raves are for drug addicts, bro.
It's not true,
It doesn't matter that they ended up in a big mansion.
It's not true. It's not true.
I don't give a shit about a big mansion. Like, come on, bro. I'm just saying that.
I mean, you have opinions, and I understand. It's okay. You sound
no opinions, bro. Raves, like, are the biggest.
Have you been?
Parties ever.
Have you been?
No, I haven't, but I have heard of them.
Yeah, so you've heard of hadith.
People who go to that. I know people who go to raves, and all of them are fucking taking drugs. Like
Fatima, just slow down. Just let's confront the facts here. You've never been to a rave. So you don't know.
No, man. Why would I go to a rave where people are under the influence? It's not fun, bro.
See, Amos may have been to a rave because in Israel they produce LSD.
Bro, LSD, they are on ketamine, LSD, on cocaine.
Slow down. I didn't name all of those drugs. I know of those drugs. I know what they can do. But I mentioned
we have
one.
been in Tel Aviv, bro. I have been there too, bro.
Okay, I've not been, but I've had the real original pure Hoffman LSDs in my 20s. I'm 43 now.
I've never taken LSD in my life. What is it like, bro?
Let's talk about that for just a second or two. Not too long.
Yeah, please. What does it do with you?
Okay, have you smoked marijuana, cannabis, Mary Jane?
Marijuana. Hash.
Hash. Oh, wonderful! I love hash. You need hashish for the LSD trips, basically.
Yeah, bro. I'm just asking, what's the effect, not what.
I'll tell you, girl. Slow down. Slow the f down. Slow down.
Okay, I'm
slowing down. Bro. It is a trip. It is like a journey. It is like an adventure.
Bro, really?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's 18 hours.
Does it change your personality after you do it?
No, it is not. No, it doesn't do that. What it does is it teaches you a lesson. One lesson at least.
So it does change your personality, your character.
No, it changes your personality.
You tell me it teaches you lessons.
Listen, Fatima, I studied psychology. You're using the word personality.
Only lessons create character development. So it does create a new character. Bro, come on. I'm not done.
Yeah. So technically,
Robbie, yeah, it does. So I'm right, bro.
All right, you want to win this competition? Go at it.
No, you don't always have to be. I'm not saying things to win a competition, bro. I just want to state the facts as fact, bro. You're denying it, like.
I'm not.
Then I want to explain my argument, bro.
Explain.
I'm right, bro. It changes your character because it learns you a lesson, bro.
Teaches you a lesson, yes. And
teaches, learns, the same thing, bro.
Imparts.
Okay, imparts, bro. Whatever you want.
It imparts a lesson, and you receive.
Do you see shit like moving and stuff like that?
Hold on. Let's take a few minutes to talk about it. It's worth it.
I know, bro.
It's like it's a gift from Allah.
Yeah, come on, bro. I'm not Muslim, but bro, come on, continue.
But I'm telling you, I'm a Quran subscriber.
Bro,
I'm a
come on.
scripture.
Let's not
I
talk
look at all
about the Quran
scriptures.
here. Come on, bro. I'm not gonna talk about the Quran. I don't want to know that you're Muslim, bro. Come on.
I'm not a Muslim. I don't identify it. I have a bad reaction to that label. I don't like it.
Yeah, bro. Me too. To Christian. Okay, bro. Let's move on.
I used to be a Baptist Christian.
Yeah, man. I'm a Baptist, bro. I mean, I'm now non-denominational, bro. But I go to a Baptist church, bro. But they're not like the ones in America.
I sang hymns and stuff. Yeah, I still do.
My Baptist church are not like the ones in America filled with black ass people like singing and yelling and stuff. Like my Baptist church.
Tone it down, Fatima. You don't have to be so wild. Tone it down a bit.
Come on, like.
I mean, do you want to be civil or do you want to be? What do you want to be? Like a giant? What do you want to do?
I am civil, bro. How am I not civil?
You're not. I'm civil. I'm the one who's showing you the example.
To you. I keep talking to you, bro. If I hated you, I wouldn't be talking to you, right?
I know, Fatima. So just slow down. I'm asking you.
Yeah, but I feel like I want to say so much, bro.
So then I'll give you all the space you want, but we need time.
Okay, bro.
You can't rush this.
Okay, go on, bro. I'm listening.
Thank you. Great. I like your hair. It looks nice. The picture, is that you? Yeah, it's Sam. Yeah, I like your hair. It looks nice. Good. Alright, cool. So this is great.
What the fuck are we talking about my photo now? Like, I thought we were talking about LSD, bro.
I'm getting to know you, Fatima. I like to get to know my clients.
What client? What client am I? For what business am I fucking applying for?
I'm the business person.
Yeah, but what? Am I your patient? Because you're a psychologist? Like the fuck? What am I?
I'm not a psychologist. Not yet.
Okay, bro. Come on. We were talking about LSD now. Come on, let's continue, bro.
Fatima, I'm interviewing you. Just relax. Put up your feet. Get a beverage.
My feet are down, bro.
Okay, so just calm down. So I learned so much about you already, and I'm enjoying this. It's wonderful.
Yeah, okay, bro.
You seem like a nice gal.
Yeah, gal. Yeah, Paul. Come on, continue, bro. I'm waiting.
Okay, why are you in such a rush? I don't get it.
I'm not in a rush, bro. You keep yapping. Like, ask me a question, whatever, or talk about the effect of LSD, bro.
Slow and steady wins the race. You know that problem?
Come on, bro. You've said it 1,000 times by now. Like, come on, talk about what you want to talk.
Oh, Lord. Brother,
bro, my little bro's in the audience, bro. Am I overreacting, or is this guy keep saying the same shit instead of talking about the subject?
I want to talk to you about so much, Fatima, but you're like
raise your hands if I'm the problem.
It doesn't work like this.
Raise your hands if I'm the problem. No, raise your hands if he's the problem.
See, Amos, we lost Amos.
No, Amos is messaging me, bro.
Alright, so how much time do you have left? Are you like...
Bro, it's Friday night, bro. I have all the time you want.
Wonderful, thank you. Which part of the world are you in? Would you care to share?
Bro, I'm in Europe, Belgium, I told you.
I did not know. I did not register that. I didn't recall that. So thank you for letting me know. You're in Belgium. Okay, that's cool. Hercule Poirot, he's supposed to be a Belgian-based fictional character, a detective.
No, who the fuck is that? Wait a minute.
Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot, that's the guy with the funny mustache.
I opened the chat. Write his name in the chat, bro.
I can't spell it. No, it's some French kind of name. Hercule Poirot.
You can't spell it, so how can you pronounce it, bro?
Because I've seen the show, but he's Belgian. He's Belgian, sort of like some relation with Belgium.
Which show were he?
Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot. That's the character.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. I'm just getting to know you. Just like, so you're in Belgium. So you're in Europe somewhere. Great. I've been to Croatia before. I enjoyed the visit, except my ex-wife is from there, meaning she's from a former Yugoslav.
Yeah, nobody want to hear that tragic story, bro. Come on, we're not here to talk about exes, bro.
All right, Fatima. Okay, all right, girl. Like, look. If you don't want to talk, it's okay. We can
I want to talk. I mean, we're not gonna make it tragic, though.
Okay, so you're upbeat. You like. Okay, so what makes you smile? What makes you laugh? Like, what makes you? What cheers you up?
I love fucking cosplay and shit, you know. I love going to Comic-Con and facts. You know, it's the same as Comic-Con. I love that shit, bro. I I love drawing. I love bicycling. I love swimming.
Wow.
I love hanging out with my friends. I love hanging out on Clubhouse like now.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I also love Clubhouse. It's really a good app.
Yeah,
Okay,
bro.
great.
And
Yeah,
if
it's nice.
you
You
could
almost.
choose between me two, who would you choose?
Who would I choose between you and Rahi? Almost, bro. Bro, almost. You know who I choose, bro. Come on, almost. I choose you over everyone in this room.
Wow.
I want everybody to hear it. You choose
I
me.
heard it, Amos. I heard it, bro. I heard it,
Come
man.
on, almost. You knew that, right? You didn't
Wow.
have to.
Wow.
But everybody heard it, bro. I choose Amos, okay? I choose Amos.
Done deal. It's such a good pair. Such a cool pair.
Yeah, Amos, bro. Love you, bro.
Such a cool pair. Wow.
Yeah, Rahi, you're jealous, bro? Come on, okay.
No, I'm not jealous. What do you think? What do you think girls are hitting on me?
Rahi, like, I don't give a shit. Stop being
You
feeling.
said you sit in prison. Why did you sit in prison, Rory?
Stop defending yourself. You don't need to know that girls are hitting on you, bro. So let's keep the conversation going, bro. What would you
Hold
do?
on. Getting to know Amos. I mean, like you've already signed him up for like a very big adventure.
Okay, almost. You can talk with Rahi, bro.
There you go. Thank you, Fatima.
I'm too tired. I'm
Nice to
going
know you, Fatima. Belgian girl. Very
Yeah,
good.
Badr.
Yeah, love it. Love it. Let's, we'll have coffee one day or something. I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, bro. Sure. Maybe
Yeah.
if you come to Belgium, because I definitely ain't gonna move for you.
I'm not, babe, okay, whatever, fine. You don't have to move for me.
I'm not saying that in a mean way, bro. I'm just not moving for anyone, bro. I'm
But
sorry.
except for Amos. Amos calls you, you're gonna pick up the phone.
Bro. Not even Amos, bro. I'm not moving for anyone, bro.
So you're married to Belgium, eh?
Bro, I'm happy here, bro.
You can be happy wherever you're in the world.
Bro, no, I'm happy here, bro. I know the place. I know where to go.
So you like
I was
security?
born here. I grew up here. My memories are here. Why the fuck would I move, man, bro?
You like
Why would I
security.
lose all that?
You
No,
like
this is nothing.
security.
This has nothing to do with security, bro. This
Oh,
is where I
trust me.
was born. My memories are
Amos,
here.
you guys
Everything is
get
here,
it.
bro.
Fatima.
This is my
Boys.
life, bro. Why would I
And-
move? It
Okay,
has
girl.
nothing to do with the country. Like, this country could be named next year Belgian Stam. I wouldn't give a shit what's the name of the country, just the place, the region. Like, these are my memories. This is my past, bro. Like,
So that's your
even if
nation.
it's bad
That's your
sometimes,
nation. That's your nation.
even if it's bad sometimes, like the past, bro, it's my memory, bro. I don't want to leave this behind.
Okay, how do you say peace in Belgium?
We say peace, but
Belgium.
there's peace as well. Vrede,
Okay.
vrede,
Vrede?
vrede, yeah, bro.
Vrede.
Vrede, like, bro, I write it.
Spell it. Yeah, vrede with a V. Ah, vrede. That's peace.
Yeah, bro.
Vrede. Okay, that's cool. How do you greet people when you just see them, or when you say goodbye at a party? You have a nice.
Yo, what up, my little niggas?
Say what now?
Yo, what up, my little niggas? That's how we greet people here, bro.
No, in Belgium.
Bro, I'm joking. Yeah, in Belgium, yeah, like, how do you greet each other? Like, hello, hey,
Vrede? No.
ça va, man? Ça va? Alles goed? Things
Yeah,
like that.
that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like the native stuff, the good stuff.
Yeah, bro, that's the
Not
name.
this imported American, yo, what up, homie stuff.
I was joking, come on. And even though, like, sometimes we do greet in English, bro. English is so integrated in the world everywhere. People just speak
I know,
English randomly.
Fatima. I know it is. I speak it. I speak English. Yeah, I know.
What are you, Buddhist, bro? Namaste?
No. Yeah, I do. I dabble. Basically, I'm a scripture guy, and the scripture is like the
Which
primary
scripture?
all scriptures. Anything that has a label scripture, I take seriously. But the one that I take the most seriously, and I encourage others to, but I don't impose on anybody, is the Quran. The Quran is my full count.
You're delusional if you take the Quran as your final script, bro. Like, can I tell you something, Raheem?
Of course.
The Quran, like, bro, the Quran says two things. Bro, I don't know the verse, but it states, I don't fucking keep records, okay? But I've read it, okay, bro? The Quran says two things. First of all, it says the Bible is corrupted, therefore the Quran came.
Never.
listen. When
He said
a white,
what do you mean?
listen. When Paul Wall from the dirty South from Texas,
These two money bags have an important business lesson. When you open them up, you get cash, you got gold, you got crypto, everything you need to survive in this dangerous world. But one of them is with diamonds, and the other one is just plain gold. This is for people who have money, and this is for people who want to preserve money. You understand? If you have money, you want to shine, you want to show it off, you get yourself fully iced. But when you come back to the jewelry store and you want to cash it in, I can't give you the same price you paid. Just doesn't work like that. If you want to do something like that, just get the plain old gold. Okay?
No, this
Want to preserve your money? You get something like this, you're still.
both sides. They've done that in rap. They've done that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, Paul Wall's he's done music videos and whatnot, right? I mean, he is white. But you can kind of tell he's white. He kind of has, he's got a little bit of that twang, but it's not really. It's not like I never confused it. I was like, oh, this is a black man. But no, you come through loud and clear, right side. But no, what I like is some of the stuff that you've said before. I can't remember. I know people get contentious with you and they want to throw you off, but you're like one of my favorite people.
Respectfully, it's the same way to you. His name is Bobby Caldwell.
Okay.
If you know what I'm talking about, if you hear that, it's like an old jazz R&B song. He sounds and his whole energy is what I would call sounds black.
It's interesting. Yeah, very good. Well, this whole thing is going around that black people can't be racist, and that's the thing I've been kind of targeting over the last few days. Have
you targeted it the right way? Because listen, prejudice and racists are different. Because racism is not the same word that it used to be.
I know, right? That's the point, though. And I just think that obviously I can understand that usage, but I just think it kind of invalidates people who want to point to crimes that black people are doing or any kind of aggressions that black people might do towards any other race. To say that it is not racism, I think just invalidates the victim and says you're just basically, because it's like you're going to focus on the word usage rather than what's just happened. And I just think that that's really weird because there's a lot of people that still view that as racism. That was racist. And then somebody will be like, no, it was prejudice.
Give me an example that like everybody knows. Like give me an example.
Well, I can look at the statistics, but black on white violent crime has certainly been happening on the basis of race.
Well, now help me out. Because listen, black on black crime is higher than all that shit. So what is the ratio, and what is like the biggest news?
Story. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have any news stories in particular in mind. I mean, I've seen them before, but they're not. It's not typically like broadly like pushed or advertised. I think I don't know. There might be something to that as well, but there are definitely cases, right? There's some, I don't know. It's in the thousands as far as the crimes that happen black on white crime.
So Negro killing whitey.
For the reason of them being white, right?
I literally can't think of one. I'm trying to. I'm in the middle, and I can't think of one off the top of the head.
Well, but based on averages, just numbers. I mean, right? Don't you think that it? I mean, certainly it's occurred, right?
It's definitely occurred, but I'll say this though: I can think about guys like criminals that killed cops when they got pulled over more than I can think of like a black guy killing a white guy for racism. Like the guy that was doing crime that killed a cop as soon as he like walked up to the car. I can think of that several more times than I can think of like a guy that's black that took the time to say, I'm gonna kill this white person. I know it happens. It does happen. But I can't even think about the story.
I think it's more the general sentiment too when we have these conversations. It's just like when we're just talking about whatever race or violence or whatever the thing is. If somebody even alludes to a black person being racist, it's just like, no, that's not possible. And it's like just that invalidating of the usage of racism towards a black person, I think is just it's a newer usage. That's not the original usage of racism. Racism was just, individual discrimination or interpersonal discrimination or against an institution or community or whatever. But it was like your mindset towards or your, whatever, however you viewed yourself or the other.
Not to cut you off, but it was way more than
Yeah.
that, because when I know, I've done some research. I know when it comes down to like the root of it, it had to do with power and control, and it had to do with like a lot of money. It had to do with how you control the people using like money, using resources. Like real racism is how you're controlling people and giving them no way out by using everything that they can use to get their way out. Like, if you own, go ahead.
Well, I'll just put it like this. I understand what you're saying. That's like systemic racism, right? Like oppression plus, or prejudice plus power, is racism. I get that. I get that definition, and I'm not against that. It's fine. That is a legitimate understanding. That's a way to capture a type of racism. I get that, but I'm just saying, if you just check any dictionary, lexicon. I'm not saying that this is. This isn't how we necessarily solve this, but I think it just shows you the usage. At least that, like first definition usage is like prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. Based on that definition, if a black person kills a white person because they are white, that's racism.
Right.
That's a usage of racism. So that's all I'm saying.
Now, I just want to add to that racism is different from tribalism. It's different from colorism. Racism, I almost want to say it starts in America. Once Europeans or all the other people that come from the East, from different countries, they come to America. Now they circle the white bubble. But then other ones circle the black bubble. What I'm saying is that it's the same game. It's the caste system. Rich and the poor, colorism, white and black. It's the same tactic in a different something to focus on. But I think that racism actually starts in America, because we have a white race and a black race. No other country has that. They have a European, an Italian. They're country based, so it's unique to America's.
That's interesting.
And I'm
and also completely.
Now prove it. How am I false?
Get him, Bob.
Give me. How am I false?
Are you like suggesting that the U.S. is unique in like having multiple nations and ethnicities?
No. I'm saying that you only are considered a white person when you give your allegiance or your citizenship to America. So, because you're not white in Europe, and you're not white. And you're not white.
White in America.
I don't understand.
No, John, hold on. Go.
Sorry, you say you're only considered white in America if you pledge allegiance?
Well, let me make it easy for you, because you're trying to either gaslight something. Listen, white and black
just
is
repeated what you
listen.
said.
Well, listen, white and black is an American concept.
Time out.
Hold on. I'm gonna say it easier. White
Okay,
and
well,
black are an American.
don't tell it to me easier, because I really have to get this out.
No, hold on. Let me rephrase.
No, you hold on, bro.
Listen.
How can it be gaslighting if I'm just repeating in a question form what you just said?
That's why I wanted to reset and give it to you much easier. White and black.
Yeah, but how is it gaslighting?
Yo, man, you're wasting time because you know what I'm going to say.
Not letting him talk?
So listen.
Oh my God, Sailor Zero.
Listen. White and black is an American concept.
Oh, you're so bad. Never mind, I don't want to talk.
Oh, you suck.
No, you don't, because
you suck.
no,
your moderation is just horrible.
You're
Like,
just
it's actually
terrible. The worst. There's never been more
Is that Bob? Am I talking to Bob? Am I talking to Bob?
Yeah, you are, but Sailor's like doing her like dumb white knight nonsense.
Yeah,
So
the
listen,
dumb
white
stuff.
and black
So
is an
sick of
American
it.
concept.
I am.
And so, but Bob, where are you from?
So exhausting.
Where are you
I'm from
Bob?
Sweden, bro.
So Sweden, are you Swedish or are you white?
I'm both Swedish and white.
Okay, so when you go, I'm trying to give you an easy. When you go get a job, right? Do you have to circle ethnicity?
Oh no, I don't.
Interesting, but we do. When I go get a job, it says, "Are you Hispanic or not?"
You don't have to.
And then it says race.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
Do
I think guys.
you think that means I'm not white?
What I'm saying is that white and black is an American concept specifically. And so Americans came on the scene.
It's not.
It started.
Guys, let's leave.
There's a bunch of.
What Wright is saying is that if you're an
India,
Yeah.
you don't check the
I know what
black
you're
or the black or the white box. You're an Indian. It's not like you have, are you a black Indian or are you a white
No,
Indian?
that's not what he's saying. He's saying
Yes, he
he's saying
is.
that-
That's what he's saying.
No.
It's something that,
No,
it's a
that is what
phenomenon
I'm saying.
that was created in
no,
America.
that's not what you.
It
No,
is.
that's not what he's saying.
Listen, bro.
He's saying that he's saying that the U.S. is like kind of unique in this way.
No.
Let's shush. Can they finish? Shush.
So is he purposely like being ignorant, like he don't?
No, he's not cracking. He's not cracking. He thinks he's so smart, but he's not cracking.
Listen, bro. Well, listen. Race started in America because race is not nationality.
No,
I know.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna make it very easy, like we're in first grade. Very easy. Nationality, ethnicity, race are three different things, and they all are not used.
Nobody disagrees with that. Congratulations.
But you're disagreeing that race is not American made.
Yes, I disagree that race is American made.
So before American came on the scene,
and read particular books.
Hey, Sarah, do you think race is American made?
yes,
No,
because race.
I think that, like, you even see, like, you know, race, of course, taking a part of, like, even something like the Holocaust. So, no, I don't think that race is, but racism, where we, like, check off, like, white skin, black skin in particular, that is crazy.
Hold on. What
happened in Australia too?
So what he said was like really, really stupid, right?
Hold on,
And obviously,
what race was in the Holocaust? What race was in the Holocaust?
I don't think Jews are a race.
They're not. They're a nationality.
They're a nationality. There's a religious identity. It's an ethnicity to some extent.
Race is a new concept.
That's what I just said. I just said that it's not a race.
I think. So nationality will not. So I think.
So before Shayla and Wright cut me off, what Wright is trying, the point he's trying to make is that the U.S. is shut up. Is that the U.S. is somewhat unique in that when you interact with government or institutions or in your workplace, shut up. When you interact with institutions, when you interact with your workplace, with healthcare, with government, you interact with race in a way that you don't in other countries. Because in other countries, you typically don't have a checkbox in a lot of government forms or workplace forms where they want to know what race you are. On that, I obviously agree. I don't know if the U.S. is unique, but I don't know any other examples. So that's what the point he is trying to make, Sayla, is not the point that you thought he was making.
You said that very, very sharply, and I agree with that. You gave a little bit. Hold on, you put a little more sauce on it when it comes to the government, but that's fine because what you said is a foundational truth that when it comes to America and the way that we separate people is different from the rest of the world. Listen. America has regions. They ask, "Are you?" Listen, this is the easiest proof. We all know white and black, right? When it comes to a person from Africa, you know how it says, are you Asiatic? Or when it comes to American jobs, you bubble up Hispanic or not Hispanic. And then you get down to race. Is there any race in Africa? And this is a real question. Because you have the West Indies, you have certain regions in America. But what region represents Africa? If anybody's in America, am I right to say that Hispanic or not Hispanic is all of the Western, from Peru to basically Canada. And it's separate from, are you white and black, which is separate from the rest of the options. It's regions. It's, are you Asian Pacific? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
I think you
gotta dumb it down for us, man.
Listen, when it comes to getting a job in America, it says, are you Hispanic or not Hispanic? And then you get to the next section. It separates it, right?
Yep, that's right.
And then it says white, black. Does it say European? No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It says Asiatic or Asian something. What's it say?
Asian? I don't know.
Asian something. It's Asian something, right?
I can't remember exactly.
Let's roll with
East
that.
Asian. He's Asian, all right. And then it says something about the about Alaska, about Hawaii.
It says like Caucasian.
Right?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
We don't have to go through every example.
Listen. Nothing says Caucasian.
I've seen forms that say Caucasian.
I've never the Caucasian. The whole thing about that, they try to erase it because Caucasian comes from the Caucasus Mountains, and they don't even tell you where the Caucasus Mountains is.
Yeah, that's the etymology of the word, but that's not its.
Are we doing religion stuff soon?
No, we're doing historical.
No, we're doing this.
Geographical.
Why though? It's so bad.
All right, hold on. Are you from the Middle East? Are you from the Middle East?
Piper is definitely from the Middle East.
And he won't tell you what country he's from, would he? Listen, Piper won't tell you what country he's from.
I'm from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
No. Hey, bro, where are your parents from? Because a lot of Middle Easterns, they like to talk a lot of shit, but they will not say I'm Palestinian. I'm like
Republic of Iran.
So that's where your parents from?
Correct.
There's
and hold on. What is the language that your parents spoke? What is their original language? Okay. Are you sure?
There's no way. I can listen. Me and Bob, from the minute that you said Iran, we knew that you were lying.
Listen.
We gotta defeat the axis of evil over there in Iran and Afghanistan.
You speak too much American English. You're not from the East. You were raised on the West.
Yeah, that's probably true.
No. Listen, in America, you can tell where somebody's from, bro. If you're from the South, you have a twang. If you're from the North, you start to sound strong. I'm from New York. From California.
New York.
Yeah, New York, son.
Tell me where I'm at, north, south, west, or east. Tell me right side.
I can't tell because you speak a very clean English. So I know you weren't raised in a part of America that has their own slang. Like you're not from Louisiana, you're not from Memphis, you're not from anywhere around there. You're from either from like I would say Pennsylvania. You're from the East Coast. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong, but
are you from the West Coast?
Yes.
So you're from California?
I mean, good enough. Yeah.
Hey, listen. But either you're from the East Coast or California. Ain't nobody from Arizona.
I thought he was doing like from something like Colorado.
Well, you know what's funny, right? Is I was born in Arizona, but that's okay.
But you were raised like, where did you go to high school in? I bet you was in Cali.
I don't want to get too much more specific, but
that's fair. I'm just saying that the accent is not specific. Where everybody knows where you're from.
So where am I? I'm ready to see that line.
The part where he asked me, "Are you Swedish or white?"
Yeah, I like that too.
Well, Swedish is Swedish.
Well, he's saying, "Are you?" You referred? Do you guys call yourselves white?
No, they
Are you Swedish or a mammal?
No. No, when you come to America, you represent your. No. When you come to America, you represent your country or you represent the race. And nobody's ever that was white represents their race. No white person that's not from America ever represented white. You represent where your parents come from. I'm from Europe. I'm from this place. I'm from, there ain't nobody represents white the same way that nobody represents black.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay. So you know that the term black, hold on, the term black.
Break out the thicker crayons and paint on the ground.
I'm so glad you said that. How do you say this color is black in your country? Where you from? Because black. Oh, he said that very fast. No, he didn't. Say it again.
Den här färgen är svart.
That is not how you say black. Black is black. That is it's a sharp, straight word. That's
his language. That's how you say it.
What language is that?
The word black isn't black in Swedish, right?
Yeah, listen. You have black, the color in every single language. Blanco, listen.
His language is wrong when he uses
Blanco is white.
He's lying.
No. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between dark skinned black. No, there's a difference between dark skinned people and they color black. And so, if I say, how do you say black in Spanish? You know how it sounds, right?
It's
Yeah, it sounds like
Negro.
It's what?
Negro, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
negro.
so. Yeah.
Now that is talking about a specific color, like a crayon, right?
Right.
Blanco, negro, right?
Right.
Would you agree that that is not the same as where back in the day they used to call Afro Americans Negroes? It's not the same thing. It's talking about culture or people.
It's not the same word.
It's not even in connection. It's two separate things.
Well, there is a connection because the word Negro derives from the Spanish word negro, but it's not the same word.
So now, if that is true, so you have culture or people versus a color. Everybody in their own language has, this rock is black, like a black rock, right? However, it's interesting that negro in Spanish is very close to the same people in America that have a culture that are not negro, they're negro.
Right. Unsurprisingly so.
Unsurprisingly?
You said you're right, and unsurprisingly so. But your name's right, also, which is kind of interesting. Can you tell us real quick, right side, before we further down this route? What does your name, right side, stand for? Is that Jesus getting pierced?
It's every time I got a real good conversation, you can't tell me I'm not right.
Okay.
Listen, I ain't gonna say I'm always right, but I'm always on the right side.
There we go. That's very good. Gosh, that's good. Okay.
That is excellent.
I just want to welcome my friend Super Small Pecker to the room. Good to have you, buddy. Come on up.
Super Small Pecker.
Wait, Andrew. Just because I don't know how much longer I'll be in this room.
Yeah.
He said he'd be back, but his name is Walt.
Okay, make sure he comes in. Will you do can you message him and tell him that we're in this room?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. So right side, can you go ahead and smash atheism for us real quick?
I've never been able to smash like I can beat atheism, but I can answer the question. What's my best argument?
Okay, how do you beat atheism over the head? Beat it senseless. How do you do that?
So
Put the chalk on the ground.
So you can't beat atheism over the head, but what you can do is you can either disprove it or prove it with the same nucleus that atheism used, that Christians or believers use, which is science.
Nice. What's your science go to that knocks it out of the park?
It goes to either it actually is it's a CPU system. It's a organized, set up, conscious, meaningful, purposeful system that works not by accident, but by design. Just like the Big Bang came out, but it didn't come out from nowhere. Because science, actually, let me go deeper than our last conversation. Science and math are not the same. Math is I want to say a permanent construct until you get into like the extra math, like algebra and like all this stuff. But math is a rule or a law. Science is a practice, and you're going to need to between an atheist and a theist. You if you don't have scientific and mathematical proof, you're going to go around in circles. So my best proof is this: the fact that you cannot create something from nothing, going back to the Big Bang, is a scientific and mathematical fact. You don't get one unless zero is already there. You know why? Because what comes after zero? 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.5, and then you
actually
get
0.1.
There is no such number as 0, 0. That is put it in the calculator. It doesn't make sense.
Where's this claim that someone's?
Well, actually, it was 0.01.
Now, tell me what 0.0 means, because it doesn't make sense.
Actually, hold your phone. Actually, it's 0.0001.
But see, you're still adding the 1. So
hold the phone. It's actually 0.00001.
There's a lot of actuallys going on. A lot of actuallys. And all I'm saying is this. I'm saying a scientific and a mathematical fact. You cannot get to 1 unless you start with 0. And that's where I like drop the mic and kind of like say, if you want to have that argument, I would love to have it. Because I can show you a scientific computer that you can get from CVS that will, I could put in an equation that will say error 0, or it's going to mess up the computer because it doesn't make sense.
How does that defeat atheism, though?
Well,
I don't even know what he's saying.
So listen, if we're going to talk about God, if we're going to talk about God and not God, we have to bring logic.
How much crack cocaine do I need to take in order to be on your level?
You need to take so much crack cocaine that you even have a stupid ass reason that nobody even does crack cocaine. You're very out of date, old. I'd ask you this: how much meth have you done to even say crack cocaine is an example of like anybody does this shit no more?
Oh shit!
You were so
you got me. I'm not in tune with what kind of drugs people take in 2025. You got
I'll say like this: you've never argued with a real nigga like me. Trust me.
So why do you think there's a claim that people think something came from nothing?
I'm old. You see, I'm old school like that, right?
No.
I don't get down with whatever the kids are doing right now. I'm old school.
You're out of touch.
I'm keeping it crisp.
Oh my God, you're that
None of
bad,
that
bro?
fancy new stuff.
Oh my God, I'm keeping it crisp. You're the
It's
new
hip
weirdo.
to be square, my guy.
You know what? I know you're doing it on purpose, but you don't have no better words than that. This is you.
That's right.
That's right.
This is me.
And that's the problem is that you
in the flesh.
Listen, I would love to have a real
I would
argument
love
with
to
you.
not be me.
Listen. I would love to have a real argument with you, but when you say how much crack have you smoked, it lets me know not only you're immature, but you know half of what you're talking about, and then half of what you don't know what you're talking about because you don't stand on anything.
Right. I know half of what I'm talking about and half of what I don't know.
I can tell you're the kind of person that does not answer any questions. Let me give you the easiest.
I answered a bunch of questions.
No. I'm gonna show you in the room how easy it is to show what kind of person you are. Do you believe in the creation theory or do you believe in the random theory? And I bet you he doesn't answer it. He's not gonna get one or the other. Watch.
Well, maybe you could tell. Maybe you can tell me what those two things are.
And I'm gonna ask you again. It's a yes or no question with definition.
I understand, but in order to answer your question, I have to know what they are.
You see what he's doing? I'm gonna give you one.
Blow your rope.
What is the random?
Right.
What is the random thing?
Do you believe in God or do you believe in randomness?
I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God. I don't know if I believe in randomness.
So then, how can you not believe in something? Be questioning something, but you have no leg to stand on. You're just out here just floating around trying to figure shit out.
That's right.
But then why the hell you have so much shit to say to me? I'm a theist, and I can back my shit up scientific. I'm not perfect, and I'm not gonna disprove a theist.
Well, let's get back to you backing your shit up scientifically. You were saying something about a CPU.
I'm saying that you're probably a computer guy, but
no.
I guarantee you've never had a conversation about computers. Are you a computer guy?
That's also false. No, I'm not a computer guy.
Well, listen. I want to go head to head.
If what you mean is like if I'm a computer scientist, I know computers.
Listen, I want you to get down to the root of whatever the hell he's an
atheist, right side. He believes God is Harry Potter. Okay.
Well, see, he like atheist. I'll tell you one thing. Atheists have a lot of Bible to disprove Christians. Is one thing, right? But a person that is a denier with no proof, I'm like, why are you sitting here in this conversation? Like I'm talking. Listen, a lot of atheists know Bible, and they will disprove Christians more than Christians should even talk against this same Bible. So
a lot of atheists know Bible. That's for sure.
And the whole thing about like the problem of evil, that's something they don't really need the Bible for too much, right side, right? They can just say Hitler and all this stuff, God didn't stop it, bad God, no God.
You said evil?
Yeah, Hitler, etc. God doesn't stop it.
It doesn't lead to no God, it leads to just
it can be no God. Well, it can lead to no God. It can be no God, it can be evil God, it could be
evil is actually the opposite of what a non-God believer can even make sense of. Because listen, you have good and bad.
Speaking of things that make sense,
good and evil.
What did you just say?
No, listen. I'm gonna give you. Listen. Watch this. I'm gonna give you science, and then we'll give you math.
Fuck yeah.
Good and
Computer
evil
terms,
is
though.
different. Is different from good and bad.
Evil is
Same
different
good.
from good and bad.
No, yes. And it's the same good, isn't it?
I don't know what that
Ooh,
means.
isn't that good? It's the same good. Good is good. Positive, plus.
Good is good. I agree with that.
So you have good and evil, which are not opposites, but good and bad that are opposites.
No, it's Ike and Mike good and plenty. That's a candy. It's different.
Well, when you listen, think about this. -1 and +1 are they opposites? Yes, because the nucleus is 0. Is that fair?
I mean, in one sense, sure.
In a mathematical sense.
Well, in a mathematical sense, 1 - 1 is not the opposite of 1.
But they have an even nucleus, and they're on different sides of that nucleus.
I'm saying if that's the way you're conceptualizing it, sure.
Well, I'm just trying to like.
But there's like no formal math definition that speaks about opposites in that sense.
Well, now watch this. Is math only linear? It's only from.
No, there's non-linear mathematics.
Now, can you show me a number system that is outside of linear mathematics? And what I mean is this: plus and minus is the control of the rest of all the stuff that math makes, algebra, chemistry, all that stuff. It still uses the root of +1, 0, and -1.
Yeah, those are definitely like operators in math.
They're the rules, in a sense.
Well, yeah, they're operators, but yes, in a sense, they're rules.
So once you all right. So we're building now. All right, so look. When it comes to math, it's a definite. You can't prove it. You can't disprove it. It's a law. It's permanent. It's what works, right? But now, once you how to say this the right way? Once you add another number that is outside of the 1 and 0, watch this. Once you add a 0, then you put a 2. In the upper corner, 1, that's when you start to get the table of contents. Like H2O. It ain't H2O. It's 2 of one thing and another of another. Am I right?
Can you say that
when
again?
It comes to when it comes to the table of contents, it's H2O. What is the 2 focused on? The H or the O?
The H.
So 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen, right?
That's right.
Now watch this. H2O. Did you notice that it only introduces the 2 and it doesn't give you any other number other than that because you don't need it? H2O. Right. 2 hydrogen. It didn't say 1 oxygen. You know what the law says? The law says if the oxygen is there, it's automatically 1.
Right.
The table of contents does not have, and we're talking about science now. Science does not have the understanding of 0. Math has the understanding of 0. Well, so listen. Is there anything on the table of contents that has 0?
On the table of contents of what?
So, what's the chart that they taught us in high school? What's the chart? H2O, all the chemistry. So I'm sorry. I'm not. Listen, I had this conversation a long time. Listen. I hate it. So the periodic table. Is there anything on there that has 0? No.
Well, not just 0. I agree because there's no element that has no protons.
Well, there's no element that is not itself. If you have 2 elements of the same kind, it's going to introduce 2 to it.
Right.
So it's using science and math combined. That's why we have H. H is what I would call science. The numbers is what I would call math. There's nothing on the periodic table that does not utilize both of those together. Because if it just says H by itself, that means H equals 1. Once it says 2, say it again?
That's usually by convention, but in fact, if you look at the periodic table, there is a superscript on the top left of the H that says 1.
And what does that mean? I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen
it means that hydrogen has 1 proton.
And it means that would you say that any element by itself with no number equals 1? So 0.
Any element by itself.
So 0, F.
No, there's no element that has atomic number 0 because there's no element that has no protons in its.
And that's my point. So that's
unless you could call neutronium like
0
element 0 because it has no protons. Sometimes people do that. I don't know if that's formally.
But that's what I'm talking about. Listen, like an atom, like all these stuff. You see how it says the N, the nucleus, whatever you want to say. The one that's in the middle is separating the one on that side, the one on this side. Listen, I've never had a conversation this deep with being a person that
is very deep.
But it makes sense though, because the periodic table, it utilizes numbers, which is math, which is a law, is permanent, versus science, which is like the hydrogen, the oxygen, and I'll say one last thing. When it comes to hydrogen is not just hydrogen. Hydrogen is more than that. It's something else coming together to create hydrogen.
Right.
So the science is
a proton and an electron.
Well, and what else? It's more than that.
Well, nothing else as far as I know, but they're like the proton is in turn composed of other stuff.
Okay, so a proton is positive, is what I would say.
Yes, it has a positive charge.
The electron, is it nucleus or is it negative?
No, it has a negative charge.
So is there something in the middle between it? Because you said quartz, which is like the deeper quantum understanding. But there is something in the middle between it that balances it. There's always something in the middle that balances it. If you have protons and
there's nothing in the middle that balances.
So when it comes to an atom, what is an atom made of? 3 parts.
Neutrons, protons, and electrons.
And which one are opposing and which one is balancing them? The neutrons are balancing.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So for that system to systematically work, it's like a forever working system, right? It's which one is not moving and which one do you see the difference of energy being pulled between? I'll give you the easy example that we all know. If you look at a car, right? You have an alternator, a battery,
right?
And which one regulates? Which is the regulator? That's the word I was looking for. Which one is the regulator? Which one is the regulator? I'm so glad you said that West Coast shit. The regulator is between the 2 charges. The regulator is absorbing. Listen, that's the fact. The regulator is the middleman. The regulator is the nucleus. The regulator is literally making the exchange between these 2 opposite forces to interact. Does that make sense?
No. So
if you take the alternator out of the car, the battery's going to die.
Right, but I'm just saying in the atom example, what's preventing, like, the thing that holds it in balance is like quantum mechanical effects, where, there's an electrostatic force that would pull the electrons into the nucleus because of the opposite charge, but it doesn't because of what's called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. The momentum, if the electron were to do that, its momentum can't be, you can't decide its momentum and its position at the same time. And their momentums and position, the momentum would have to be like giant for it, in order for it to be fixed, which is why it's delocalized around the nucleus instead of falling into it. It can't occupy that sort of energy state.
You can pursue if you want, right side. Just wanted to say hello to Scam and Nuha and Walter and Justin and Juan, Yo, Tobias and Geraldine. Hopefully you guys are ready to smash atheism today. That's the goal for all the theists there. Nomad's kind of walking a tightrope. He's neutral. So although he claims theism, but he's I'm gonna say you're neutral, Nomad. But right side, do you want to bring it home? Because I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, I mean, me and the brother were like doing a beautiful science and math and religion dance. It's gonna go way deeper. So I land my plane. Hope everybody caught something from it. And let's continue the conversation.
All right, sounds good.
You got brother Walter in here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Walter. What am I thinking? Walter, are you there, brother? Looks like you're on the phone. When you're ready to talk, it's cool. Yo, are you there? Yo, check it. Yo, check it. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, yo. Oh, good. Just real quick, yo, are you a theist? We'll come back to you, but are you a theist?
No.
I can't remember.
No.
You're an atheist? No God?
Yeah, no, I'm not an atheist.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna call you an agnostic then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, cool. Good to have you, buddy. Join the house if you would. The link is at the top. Walter, you can join the house too. I know you're new to Clubhouse. I guess I guess you're like a foiled Charizard that I need to be introduced to.
Well, I hope I can live up to that expectation. But yeah, great to be.
Yeah, thank you. Are you? What's your commitment? Are you Orthodox or Catholic or Protestant?
Yeah, I lean Catholic, but I still have yet to go through the RCIA process.
Okay. Do you think atheism is the most foolish thing in the world? Walter?
Given time, I could probably think of some more foolish things, but I don't believe in it.
Okay. What is the best reason you have to believe in God, or the best reason you have to falsify atheism? Yeah, to at least show that, hey, that's not the plausible answer to say there is no God. Or do you want to say you have a reason for God? Either way.
Those are great questions. Unfortunately, I have to mute for a little bit here, but I'll let you know when I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay, it's all good. We'll come back to you, brother. Tobias, are you there, bro? Tobias?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I'm waiting for a takeaway, so I'm a bit distracted. But yeah, I'm here, bro.
Okay, I can't remember. Did you tell me you're a theist?
I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God.
Okay, well, we'll deal with you. It's good to have you, buddy. I know when you can participate, let me know.
I can participate, but I'm waiting for a delivery, so I'm going to be
that's fine. Okay,
distracted,
Yeah, just let us know. But so why is there no God, Tobias? I think Justin's not going to.
Because I see no good evidence for God.
Okay, do you agree with that, Justin? You see no good evidence for God? He just straight up said it. Wait, but that's not why there's no God. That's just saying you don't see it.
No, but absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Well,
you see, Andrew, you remember way back when I told you, when you ask random people if they're atheists, they're not going to understand atheism in the way you understand it.
Oh, no, I get that. I'm just trying. I'm with Piper here. We're trying to change the world again.
I'm really willing to talk about it. I'm not an aggressive atheist.
No.
I listen. I use my brain. Hold on. I use my brain. I listen to various copious arguments.
Okay.
And I try to learn myself. But I so far have seen absolutely no good evidence to support the theory that a God exists. I'm not close to the idea.
Yeah.
But I don't believe a God exists in accordance to our conception of it.
But Tobias, I asked you what the reason is to believe that there is no God, and you said there's no good evidence or whatever for God. But then I said, well, wait, that doesn't mean that there's no God. And you said absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Yeah. That's what you said. That's weird because that works against you.
Unless evidence is expected.
How so does it work against?
Right. Because when you say absence of evidence is evidence of absence, isn't evidence of absence, you're literally just saying, look, just because there's no evidence doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. And so I'm just asking, why are you saying that there's no God? It just brings right back to the same question. I think what you mean to say is that absence of evidence is evidence of absence if it's expected that there should be some evidence, given if the claim is true or whatever. Right, but you're saying so what? I don't know if you understand what I just said. But why are you saying there is no God, or that the absence of evidence is showing you that there's no God? Is that what you're trying?
Not if it's true. If the theory predicts that there be some data that they're not.
Well, that's exactly. Yeah, I think if you make a claim, you need the slightest bit of evidence to go on. I've yet to see the slightest bit of evidence. It's as pointless as making a claim of anything that I can make up in my head if I can't back it up with the slightest bit of evidence that scientists can actually focus on and build on. There is nothing to suggest God exists. Nothing.
Okay, hold on. You said nothing. So, are you an agnostic?
No, because I see agnosticism as a 50-50 observation. It's not taking a stance. I feel obligated to take a stance because I don't approve of believing in something that I believe has no evidence to believe. So I don't like the idea of being agnostic because I think it's kind of backing.
Okay, you're saying there's nothing that would count as evidence for God. What about the fact that there's billions of people who believe in God? You don't think that's any evidence?
That's not evidence. There's billions of fucking idiots as well.
Really? Okay. What do you think about? That's absurd. But what do you think about? Have you ever heard of something called testimonial evidence?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything because testimonial evidence is subjective. You can't prove or disprove what somebody claims they have seen or felt. That's subjective. That's not evidence. You can't prove that. You can't demonstrate that. If you can't demonstrate it, it's not evidence.
Wait. So when we use testimonial evidence to put people to death, you're saying that's we're doing the methodology there is flawed? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Tobias?
Putting somebody to death. I mean, what's that got to do with God?
He killed this person. I saw him do it.
Well, I mean, if there's no evidence to support that claim, then no, it's absolutely not a justified way of.
No. If you have a testimony, if you have a testimony from somebody,
800 people saw him kill it in plain daylight. No other evidence. Can we convict?
You're comparing something supernatural to something human related. If somebody kills,
you just claimed testimonial evidence is not a form of evidence. Are you going to retract that?
Well, I think if 800 people saw somebody kill somebody, the chances are very high that person did kill them. But I don't think it's a good enough. Hold on. Let me answer the question. I don't think it's a good enough reason to make any decision on taking their lives. I think you need more evidence than that. Even if it seems like the odds are that the person did kill the other person because 800 people saw it, that's not enough.
The multiple independent attestation is evidence. You grant that.
It's a claim. It's not evidence. Evidence is a scientific thing.
800 people.
Yeah, it's still a claim. It doesn't matter if every single person in the world saw it. It's still a claim. You have to support it with evidence in order to have concrete enough reason to make a serious decision on that when it comes to life or death. It seems very likely that thing.
No, I'm not talking about life or death. All I'm saying
is you said put to death.
He said that. I'm saying it's evidence, which is the point that he's trying to make.
It's not evidence. It's a claim. It's a claim. It's not evidence.
All it is for something to be evidence is that it's more likely given a hypothesis than the negation of that hypothesis. So something is evidence if I would more expect to see it given that a hypothesis was true than if that same hypothesis were false. I would find it much more likely that 800 people would purport to have seen a guy kill somebody in broad daylight if the guy did kill than if he didn't.
The probability is high, but evidence, at least as far as I'm aware, is a specific thing, especially nowadays in 2025 with the advancements of science and how we come to conclusions when it comes to yes, so you need evidence. So
in court, we call it evidence. There are rules of evidence for the admission of testimony. We all agree it's probability raising. The way scientists use the term evidence tends to be a Bayesian definition, which is the one that I just gave you, which is something that's more likely given a hypothesis than its negation. Just you're seeming to conflate this evidence with basically like dispositive evidence. So the sort of evidence where it wouldn't leave any room for doubt, which obviously no scientist uses evidence in that way, nor does our legal system use evidence in that way, nor do historians use evidence in that way, nor do any of us use evidence in that way when we're forming our own personal beliefs about what's happened in our own personal life. When my friend Gio comes and tells me that he went to the store this afternoon, that's strong evidence that he did in fact go to the store, because Gio is generally reliable, and I know that to be true, and he's more likely to tell me that given that he did do that, since he has no reason to lie. That's a form of evidence, even though it's testimony.
He would need a receipt.
It's a form of evidence, but you're still talking about something that happened thousands of years ago. The longer time that's gone on, the less evidence is creditable. So you're still talking about something that happened thousands of years ago. You're not in a position to say just because people back then, a large number of people claimed that these things happened, it definitely happened.
Well, but you're again equivocating. So earlier you were talking to Andrew, and you said there is no evidence of any form whatsoever for the existence of God. Now,
scientifically speaking, yes.
Okay, what do you think counts as scientific evidence?
Testable, repeated testable, repeated and testable methodologies. That's how science comes to conclusions. That's how science comes to conclusions. They repeat tests over and over and give repeated, consistent results.
But that's the thing you don't seem to be understanding, is that in science, the results of each individual experiment are evidence. Now, you may take each individual experiment, and the more times you can replicate a conclusion in these experiments, a finding in these experiments, the more and more evidence that you're accumulating. So scientific evidence, right, includes the results of individual experiments. You can't say that what we saw using our telescope on this day, that we record down that observation, that is evidence, and then what we saw the next day is additional evidence. So you can't say it's not scientific evidence. It is scientific evidence. Just you might want more and more and more, and when things can easily, you can design a controlled experiment. You can isolate something from the environment and control for all of these different variables to test your causal hypothesis. That's the ideal case for scientific.
I'm trying to listen to my deliveries around, but I'm trying to listen to it.
Yeah, so anyways, the claim that there is no scientific evidence, as if the concept of evidence used in science were all that distinct from the concept of evidence used everywhere else in life. No, scientists have a methodology that they use to collect evidence, right, and to test their theories, and they have certain standards, right, for how the evidence is to be collected, how much evidence they need before they accept a theory. But that doesn't mean that observations, including the testimony of a scientist that they saw something through a telescope, that's scientific evidence.
I think the likelihood that there was a man called Jesus existed, and the evidence and the testimonial evidence for that is very high. But I think when it comes to the claims of supernatural events, I don't think you can just go on testimonial evidence to assume that stuff actually happened, because that's a large claim, and I don't think just because a large number of people claims that these things actually happened is enough for you to conclude that they actually did. I'm not sure how you would justify believing that simply based on number of people that claim that these things happened from thousands of years ago. That to me seems rather absurd.
Well, but we're just having to take one claim at a time. So the first claim I wanted to make sure that we got on the same page about is, what is evidence, and is there any evidence? Now there's a separate question, okay, and I'll let Andrew steer the conversation again rather than presenting my own evidence. But there's a second question, which is there sufficient evidence to warrant belief? Okay, now I happen to think that there is, and we could go into the evidence that I have, right? But I think probably Andrew was steering the conversation, but I just wanted to establish that this counts as evidence, and there must be at least
I never stated that testimonial evidence isn't a form of evidence.
Everyone heard you say that.
Yeah, Tobias.
I didn't say it isn't a form of evidence.
I understand that you don't think that all of hearing you say it is evidence, but we did all hear you say it.
I don't think it's conclusive. No, I don't think it's conclusive evidence. evidence. I don't think
Tobias, you said it's not evidence; it's a claim. Like you repeated that several times.
Well, it is a claim by someone. Be honest.
I understand that.
Well, I don't. Either way, whether or not I said that doesn't negate the fact that I still don't think
someone intellectually dishonest. You're not willing to admit something that was incorrect when you were wrong, when you had to revise your belief.
Yeah, I can explain to you.
You have to revise the facts in order to fit your model of yourself as someone who never makes mistakes.
If something happens and you witness it, then absolutely it's important that you speak out about what it is that you witnessed. And the more people that speak out about certain events that they witnessed, the more in favor it is towards that actually happening. But it's still not concrete enough to 100% say that thing happened. You need a lot more than that. And nowadays we have such scientific advancement that it's incomparable to how they were able to justify back then whether certain events happened and being able to prove that. So you're still talking about something that happened thousands of years ago, and I don't think it's logical to assume just because of testimonial evidence that it did. I'm not going to back away from that because I really.
But that's a different claim than the one you made earlier. Now there's a claim which is there's not sufficient evidence. Now what you said earlier was there is no evidence of any kind that you've been presented with that claims are not a form of evidence, that testimony is not.
With regard to the supernatural.
Now that's just. I mean, first of all, now it's special pleading, and it doesn't consist. It's not consistent with the definition of evidence that we use. The definition of evidence that we should use is something that is more likely given a hypothesis than its negation. Something that is probability raising with respect to a hypothesis. Something that confers partial epistemic reason to believe, or that favors belief. All of those definitions we could use, and all of them will tell us that even if you don't think there's a sufficient evidence, there must be at least some.
Yeah, I mean, if you're convinced testimonial evidence is some evidence, then fine. I still don't think it's enough. I think it's a very simple observation I'm making. I think you're the one who's overcomplicating it now. I don't think testimonial evidence is anywhere near sufficient enough evidence to suggest something happened. It's a very simple claim.
Maybe he's not overcomplicating it, and you don't really know what you're talking about.
Yeah, listen.
I'm making a very simple point, am I not? I don't think testimonial evidence is sufficient enough evidence. How am I not understanding?
I think you're just adopting. I think you're adopting his notion of evidence now. You're saying that it's sufficient evidence rather than just saying
sufficient. If that makes more sense to you, sufficient evidence. My point still stands.
Well, hold on. No, Tobias, your point doesn't stand. You're being dishonest right now, my brother. Please, by all means, please. Let's just be honest. The problem is people are so motivated. You have idiots in the chat thinking Ethan's being, giving word salad and whatever. I don't care what you think of Ethan. Everything he just said was spot on. There's no and analyze the merits of what he's saying. Who cares about what you think his history is?
I'm respecting what he's saying. I'm listening very carefully to what he's saying. I'm
not talking to you. I'm going to talk about you in just a second.
Sure.
I'm saying to some of the people in the chat, Mulder, you're absolutely just retarded. Saying I'm being slimy by asking him questions. I'm sussing out his area. Hold on, stop. I'll move you down, New. I'm sussing out the arrogance and the condescension towards theists, which is fine. But I knew that he was going to make some ridiculous claims, which he did. He said there is absolutely, quote, no evidence for God. Okay? And then we talked about testimonial evidence. You said that's not evidence.
Sufficient.
No. You didn't say that.
Well, maybe I should have. I apologize. Do you want me to apologize? Is that going to make you feel better? Sufficient evidence. Does that make more sense?
Hold on, Tobias. I'm glad you
remember when you said you weren't one of these aggressive atheists.
No, because he's accusing me of.
Obviously.
I'm saying sufficient. Okay, so just said sufficient.
That's a biased notion, bro.
No, but the problem is that originally when you were pressed on this, you did say that testimony isn't evidence at all.
Sufficient. Maybe I forgot to say the word sufficient. I'm so sorry.
You didn't just forget because people brought this very specific objection to you, and you still claimed it's no evidence. You used phrases like it's not evidence, it's a claim.
It's vague evidence at best. It's vague evidence at best. If you think
that's fine that you're saying that.
If you think of evidence
the reason people call you
research to be proven factually, then yes.
The reason people call you dishonest is because you did in fact say that, and then later when pressed on it, you said you didn't.
Well, I don't consider it. I don't consider it important when it comes to evidence. So whether or not it is defined as a type of evidence is kind of irrelevant to me because it's so minuscule in terms of enough sufficient evidence to conclusively say this thing happened that it may as well not be
irrelevant though. How is it irrelevant if it's essential?
No, he means irrelevant. No. He means irrelevant as in it has so little force.
It has so little evidence, even if it is technically a form of evidence, that I don't care. I still don't think it's anywhere near enough sufficient to say that this thing happens.
That's a position you might take, but it's not the one you originally presented.
Well, I'm evaluating now. I was waiting for a delivery. I'm busy.
No, that's.
I mean, let's have more.
Wait, Tobias.
Tobias, yeah. Could you just be honest and say, I stand corrected and thank you for your correction?
Wow. Yo, I don't know what you're doing. You're being weird right now. But Tobias, just to be clear, Ethan just showed you what you were saying was fallacious.
That's fine. I already said to you that perhaps earlier I should have explained that I was waiting for a delivery. I'm busy. So go ahead.
No, hold on. Do you think that adequately? It's very hard for me. Look, I want to engage in conversation. I really do. But I sense that you were going to say something that would be over the top, and you did. And now it's like when being pressed on it, you have nowhere to go. So you're just basically saying, well, I just didn't explain myself clearly.
No, I never actually considered anecdotal. I never considered that form of evidence to be even counted as evidence. Now we're discussing it. I've come to the conclusion that perhaps it is a form of evidence, but it's still such a minor amount of evidence to me that it still is far from being conclusive. That doesn't mean
But you don't think
it has such little relevance to me.
You don't think that generally, right?
Yeah, but Tobias, would you now say there is evidence? However, this evidence is not convincing to you.
Yes, that is what he's saying. Jesus Christ, Tobias, you agree that that's not a general principle you hold, right?
If somebody sees something illegal, terrible, and they inform the police about it, the police take it seriously based on what they've seen, because they have to assume that what that person is saying is in fact true. Because otherwise, a crime might be committed and they'll do nothing about it. So, of course, it's important if somebody says they've seen something, it has to be taken seriously, yes. But I don't think it's they're going to take it a lot further than that before they come to any conclusive conclusions.
But it's like testimony is generally regarded, it's weighted pretty heavily in like a court setting, for example.
Yeah, but I think it's fair to say there's an extreme qualitative difference between someone testifying that something they witnessed had an unseen supernatural cause and someone giving a straight account of something that they were an eyewitness to.
Sure.
Yeah, because one is talking about something supernatural, the other one's talking about something that could actually happen. So you're talking about one extreme compared to the other. If somebody's claiming something supernatural, that requires even more evidence to conclude.
I agree. And like if someone says they saw a ghost, I think the weight of the force of testimony, the evidentiary force of testimony, is going to be lower than if someone said, I saw a dog.
Yeah.
Is that
yeah, precisely, yeah.
Certainly you could have the quality of a testimony that could raise the probability that ghosts exist. You can have people who are honest, that have never lied to you in your entire life. You can have multiple people from different angles, different backgrounds, tell you, hey, we saw this exact same thing. They don't seem like they're drug users. They're not sleep deprived. They don't have any cognitive problems. As far as you can tell, this is something that you need to acknowledge would count as decent evidence for the case that there is, in fact, a ghost that they saw, or they had an experience that they saw a ghost. And you just dismissing it in the way that you are.
Well, I'm posting evidence that a ghost exists, external to
He's using naturalist presupposition.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, of course. But I mean, look, Tobias, this is crazy. Look, it's reason giving that ghosts exist. If you have testimony, now you may have background commitments to say, hey, the prior probability of a ghost existing is very, 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 very low. Okay, cool. But this is reason giving. This is evidence. Now, you may not evaluate that the same way I do, but it is the case that it is evidence. And you just acting like there's no evidence. There's zero evidence for God, even though most of the planet believes in God. It's pretty weird.
So ghosts, if you want to make a claim, if hundreds of people saw a ghost and want to make a claim that there is a ghost because they've all seen it collectively together, you'd first need evidence to suggest what a ghost is, of which there's none. So you're talking about a claim based on something that hasn't even been researched or verified.
Okay. So it doesn't have to be that we need to know exactly what a ghost is. We can define it as something that it's visible, but it's in something that can go through walls. It looks like it has intentions. It did some kind of interaction with you and knocked things over in the physical world. You saw it doing things, okay, knocking cups over, pulling paintings off walls. A bunch of people witnessed this. It would walk right through you. Okay, you can describe that because people have a concept of what a ghost is, and you can describe that adequately. You could capture or pick out what we're talking about when you say a ghost. Now, we don't need to know everything about it, what its makeup is, where it comes from. We don't need to know that. We can just say, hey, look, there's an experience here, something happened, and this apparition, okay, went through walls. It punched my friend in the face, but then I couldn't touch it.
Can I just add though that the quote-based analogy, I'm not sure if it stands because like testimonial evidence in court, even though it is taken very seriously, it's still evaluated alongside the actual other evidence and to make sure they line up with the objective facts. And when there is some kind of inconsistency in the testimony, it will be rejected, right?
That's incorrect. So you can have a rape without having any evidence that the rape occurred except the testimony, and that can be enough to convict.
But it needs to be.
No, that's not.
The testimonies need to be in harmony with one another.
She says if there's other evidence that counteracts or it refutes or is it inconsistent with the testimonial one, that can render a testimony invalid.
Well, she said that. Well, wait.
They need to be in harmony with each other and with the external evidence.
Well, I'm saying the external evidence. I'm saying that the testimonial evidence can be almost that is the evidence, and I'm saying lining it up against counter evidence, then you're just claiming there's stuff that's against it, and that's fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that it is positive evidence. Okay. So anybody who claims that there's no evidence, and this is why this is also stupid. Just think of an example of this. If somebody gets mugged, okay, and a woman gets mugged, somebody takes their purse and runs off, okay, and the cops, cordon off a certain radius. They take certain people that fit the description. Guess what? When they take them to the lineup and the woman's there, she picks out the person that mugged her. That gives them reason for them to interrogate that person. And figure out if it is the case.
It gives them reason to investigate that person in question. It gives them reason to investigate that person in question. There's a whole investigation that happens after that.
What? What are you saying?
There's a whole investigation that happens after that. That's just the initial stage.
Yeah, that's called evidence.
Because there's also a phenomenon called you have a lot of testimonies that are in harmony, but that also is eyebrow raising because it could be a collusion of false testimonies. People agreeing to give the same testimony to give a wrong account.
That's why they do investigations after that. It's not enough.
But Nuhan, problem, Andrew. Hold on. That just means that you found reason to disqualify that as valid evidence. That's fine. That's not what I'm saying. Look, if you have a car accident, you have multiple witnesses. The cop comes up and says, what happened here? You're settling an insurance claim. They use the witnesses. I saw this happen. And they can line them up to one another, and that's all you got.
Bro, to instigate the investigation, yes.
No. You're not understanding. I'm saying if they're trying to decide whose fault it is, they have no cameras, they only have witnesses alone.
So you're saying there's no investigation after that? That's it. Case closed.
No, Tobias, it's a thought experiment. Imagine there's a case in which a police officer is investigating, and it gets brought to court. Whose fault is it? And the only evidence that's brought to bear are 3 witnesses, and they all say the same thing. Andrew's point is the judge will render a verdict based solely on that piece of evidence.
They will have to look at the internal narratives, accounts of the 3, because there could be potential that one of the sources
Imagine they're all saying the same thing. Like that's not.
Or it could just be that one is giving an account
yes.
that derives from
there's plenty of ways. There's plenty of ways in which these testimonies might not harmonize. But for the hypothetical, it is stipulated that they harmonize.
No, I don't mean harmonize. I actually mean the opposite. I mean, if they do harmonize, one could be directly derived from an original source, and therefore not original.
Then that wouldn't be direct testimony.
Right,
but
it's not
it
independent testimony.
could be accidentally.
Nuha, I know why you're doing
Okay, so I need to amend it in order to dodge these contrived objections.
She's a Muslim. I think she's a Muslim.
In the hypothetical,
I'm a law student, so I'm trying to.
In the hypothetical,
Can we respect women, guys?
Be quiet.
In the hypothetical, there are 3 independent witnesses that have nothing to do with each other, and their testimonies all harmonize perfectly, and they have no external reason to report one way or the other, besides the fact that they saw. They're not related to each other. They don't go to the same workplace. They don't get money from George Soros.
So I agree in theory, but the burden of proof is on you to prove that these independent testimonies are truly independent and not deriving from each other.
Yeah. So
it's just a hypothetical.
Yeah. Listen, hold on. I'm glad you're back, Sam. I knew you want to say something real quick. Nuha, you are a Muslim, correct?
Yes, but I'm not approaching this from that lens. I'm approaching this from
No. I know you're saying you're not approaching this from that lens, but you obviously know that one of the Christian major proofs or major evidences that he's used in favor of Christianity is
because Muslims appeal to this too when it comes to hadith.
Hold on. Yeah, but it's not the same. You guys want to appeal to, you want to say that there's collusion, drawing off Mark, drawing off Q, all this other stuff.
I wasn't even coming from that, genuinely. I'm a law student, so I was coming from
I'm from the same perspective as her. I'm not Muslim.
I'm not.
I'm not Muslim. I'm saying the same thing she is.
I'm talking about the court analogy. I was clarifying.
I can deal with I can deal with what you're saying independently, just in the same way I'm saying people need to do that with Ethan, regardless of his background, right? I can do that. All I'm saying is that most people won't be so motivated to give pushback to what Bob and I just said, to where it still stood, obviously, under scrutiny, because it's true, but people wouldn't be so motivated to do that if they didn't have this background motivator. So I'm just saying that the reason that you're doing this is because you obviously know the implications of saying that you can have multiple independent testimony.
My position undermines my religion, too.
Yeah,
well, I don't know about that.
I was going to say that.
Okay. So to be fair to her, I think all that's being said is we made a clarification on what the nature of evidence is definitionally, and then Ethan was helpful with that. And then I think what she was contributing is that there's different weights that you can apply to different types of evidence, right? That could cause some to be overriding.
It's not conclusive. That's what I said a million times. It's not conclusive.
Tobias, when it comes to you've been conflating the nature of Tobias, you've been conflating the nature of conclusive evidence with proofs and 100% certainty.
Yeah,
we're not talking about that.
Tobias, you weren't granting any evidence. None. Zero. Zilch. You said it multiple times. It's on recording. Please don't make a fool of yourself. You didn't grant any evidence, okay? Don't make it seem like it's not conclusive. Well, I mean,
I think you can see that already.
It's like backpedaling. It's weird.
In many cultures around the world, the testimony of women is considered most valuable. Like in Islam, it's half as valuable, and Andrew doesn't believe that women can reason. So that when the women came to the tomb, you should probably be skeptical of these women's reasoning capacities, because they're you shouldn't trust women's testimony. Never believe women, according to Andrew. So
brother, Shabbat Shalom. This is what we call Jewish subversion of authority. Thank you for that, Sam. I appreciate you, bro. But no,
You believe in ghosts, bro? Are you a ghost believer?
What'd you say?
You believe in ghosts?
Palestine.
You believe in ghosts? Is that
Palestine.
you? Is that of you? Respect him.
Are you a ghost believer, bro?
You fucking Zionist. Shut up.
I'll put you guys to meet our friend Caveman/Warrior/ something. He has another name too.
You are a Zionist. You support genocide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, how many wives do you have?
Andrew uses retard word like he insults people. He's a genocide supporter.
You're a retard too.
Literally, I'm also Asian.
You're a fake guy. You believe your guy is stronger with the power.
Yeah, genocide. You support killing people, Andrew.
So let's get back to it. I'm going to move you down, dude, if you don't stop. So, Ethan, I'm glad you're back. So Tobias wants to do this thing. He wants to stay conclusive now.
No, because I think it's an assumption. If you see if somebody says they've seen something, it's an assumption until it's proven evidence. I actually don't take back what I said. I don't believe it is evidence.
You don't see testimony as evidence, are you?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I still believe. Totally
Tobias, it's called testimonial evidence. What are you talking about? It's actually called evidence.
Well, maybe it shouldn't be. Somebody claims they've seen something. Until you can prove that what they've seen actually happened is not evidence.
Wait. Why would an insurance company who has strong interest in determining whose the fault is and how much money they're going to pay out use testimony alone to come to a conclusion? Why? Explain that to me.
Because it's an assumption. It's all on evidence. If you view evidence as something scientific, where it's definitively proven that thing happened because they put all the dots together.
Wait. You think evidence has to be definitive? Well, this is stupid.
And your definition of evidence is really loose. It's a very loose definition.
ACC, please.
No, hang on.
What's up?
Do that though. They don't just take it upon someone's word.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. They have zero other evidence. It's testimony alone. They obviously have the cars that are messed up. They don't know who did what though. And my point is, when you have testimonies, which is it, they can measure trajectory and say, oh, blah, 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 blah. But the point is that you have testimony that they use to determine what happened. And I'm saying,
it's different than the eyewitness testimony, right?
That's an eyewitness testimony. They saw it occur. They were at the intersection. They got out of the car. They said, what happened? The cops are like, hey, what happened here? Tell us what happened. They asked the witness. It's crucial. What are you talking about? This is insane.
Yes, I didn't bias. Evidence is just whatever raises the probability of something. So
yes, and the fact
when I say I saw a dog, it should raise your probability that the dog exists. And then even if it's a tiny amount of evidence, even if it's a tiny amount of evidence,
because it's not 100% proven, is it? That's not 100% proven.
No one thinks that evidence means scientific proof. Just
I have evidence has to be shown.
It's all we're talking about is how true. If I say I saw a dog, that raises the probability in your head that I saw a dog. It's just obvious that that's how it works. That
raises the probability fine, but it's still not conclusive evidence.
If
you look at conclusive evidence, it proves something and you haven't reached it.
We are just talking about raising probability. We're not talking about dispositive or conclusive evidence. That's all we are talking about.
But you want to prove that something 100% exists. You want to prove that something 100% happened. That's not proving that 100% happened.
We're not talking about conclusive evidence. We're just talking about probability raising stuff. That's all we're talking about.
Hey, John, I'm glad you're back, but chill out. Tobias, what do you think evidence means? Prior to this conversation, what's your standard understanding of what evidence means? Define it. Go ahead.
It's absolutely simply.
Tobias, not you, John. John, is your name Tobias?
No, it's
your name's not Tobias. Your name isn't Tobias. Please hold on. Tobias, define evidence.
Like we've already established, there's a difference between conclusive evidence and evidence.
No. Define the word evidence.
It's connecting dots together to strongly suggest that something specific happened in a specific way.
No. It's not strongly suggest. That's a very poor understanding of what evidence is. It's not something you don't say, oh, just because your friend comes back and says,
No, I have more.
Stop, John, I'll move you down. I said, okay, I'll move you down and we'll bring you back up. You don't listen. You got to learn to listen. Tobias, if your roommate comes back, says, hey, I just bought some milk and put it in the fridge. Is that evidence that there's milk in the fridge?
Tobias?
No, it's a claim. She's claiming she put milk in the fridge.
Are you?
So it's not
you have back. So you have back. Do you think it's probability raising that there's milk in the fridge?
Somebody alone saying that they did something, it raises the probability. Yeah. But
can I say something?
Because they've introduced the idea of that happening from that not happening. So it.
And what does that? Why wouldn't you call that evidence? Why does that have to be?
I already told you there's a difference between evidence and conclusive evidence. That is.
Well, in a legal setting, you would have to be proven beyond reasonable doubt.
Well, that's conclusive evidence, right?
Well, it's not conclusive, but beyond reasonable doubt.
But we're not saying somebody saw something happen is not beyond reasonable doubt.
I agree.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say.
But the thing is like what you guys are asking for is like what can make a conclusive evidential witness.
That's not what we're talking about.
It is because
that's what he's trying to say. Theists are like, oh, this proves it 100%. I know what he's trying to do. I know why he's doing it.
Black, they don't allow you.
Yeah, okay, I know it.
Thank you. I'll move you down, brother. Peace be upon you. So here's the deal. Look, it is the case that when somebody makes the claim like that, especially if you have this background of them being honest, continually telling you the truth, they buy milk a lot. Every time they've said it in the past, it's happened. They have given you a good inductive case to believe it is true when they say there is milk in the fridge. Nuha, I don't know why you're laughing. Why are you laughing, Nuha? Go ahead.
I think that I would not consider this beyond reasonable doubt unless there is another accompanying evidence.
I didn't say that, Nuha.
Yeah.
I didn't say that it's.
How are you a law student with this low verbal IQ? Like it's actually.
This is absolutely.
Because I'm just very good at law, to be honest.
Yeah, but you're not though, because you just said something that's ridiculous.
No, because I'm saying it's an evidence, but it's not something that is going to render a judgment that is just like you're justified to render a judgment where you can say, okay, I have evidence beyond reasonable doubt that this person has bought milk.
Nobody's talking about reasonable doubt. We're just saying, hey, does this increase the probability of X?
Yeah, it does increase the probability, but it doesn't increase it.
Okay, so
the
then
threshold.
That's the definition of. Wait, nobody's talking about the threshold.
Yes, but I'm jumping ahead, and I'm saying.
Don't think ahead.
This isn't enough. Well, I'm sorry, I can't help that. I think fast.
Thinking ahead is for smart people.
Yeah, I can't help it. I can't help it.
Where we are.
Yeah, but why are you laughing when I'm saying something?
So we're just trying to establish.
And just really quick, point of moderation, if you get a second, just scroll through the chat.
Yes, Warrior. New Zealand. What is he saying? Let's say he doesn't have the right to demand. Okay, are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Okay.
Well, I'll go up. It started up a while ago. I'll let you make the call on it, but it's.
Who are you talking about? New Zealand or Honest? Because Honest is obviously talking about Sasha cutting her wiener off and all this stuff.
Well, okay, listen, I don't want to get in the middle of it, but this is a response because Sasha is going at Honest for the suicide of his son and stuff. So, I mean, I'll let you make the call on it. But
oh, that's rough. Okay, well, Honest is very much he does this trauma leverage stuff that he likes to do, and he just tried to do that to me. When I said retard, he's like, are you going to call my daughter retarded? Because I guess he has a special needs daughter. And he's like, are you going to call her? And he tried to keep pressing that, even though I'm like, no, I'm not commenting on that. I'm saying you're a retard. And he's like, are you going to call my daughter a retard? So he's definitely into that kind of, that like, you know, that trauma, like, you know, I'm going to try to leverage this, make you look bad, publicly shame you, moralize. When this man is like one of the most dishonest, disingenuous people in conversation and a very immoral person himself. So I don't really appreciate like, that kind of thing that he's doing. Obviously, Sasha can be extremely rude and, say some things that are very hurtful. But Honest is not honest. He should change his name, and I've already suggested this, to Dishonest Inquiry. And so Sasha trying to point this out is legitimate, but doing it in that way, I don't approve of that. I mean, Sasha, you shouldn't do that. Please don't do this stuff about the suicide and all that stuff. I don't know exactly what all you're saying. I don't really want to track all that. But I will just say, please don't do that, Sasha. You can come up here. If you want to talk to Honest, you guys can hash out whatever. But what he's saying is not cool. What he's saying is not cool, and what you're saying, Sasha, is not cool either. You're going after trans identity stuff right now, Honest. So both of you are obviously, and this is the first I've seen of this, so you guys have already done it back and forth. So both of you need to stop. I can't tell
No, I don't justify that in New Zealand, you numbskull, but you say stuff that's much worse than that, like you want to rape people's wives and do all that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to hear from you either. Sasha, are you there? I can't see you, Sasha, up here. Sasha, come up here.
There better be milk in that fridge, I'm about to get a bowl of cereal.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. I want to get right back to that. So, Numa, or Nuha, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. Like, you're trying to jump ahead and you're saying it's not conclusive. Or it's not like...
use the word conclusive.
Preponderance of evidence, reasonable doubt. Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what to prove that your God existed without?
Did use the word conclusive? What the fuck?
Is your mission not to prove that your God existed and supernatural things happen? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that not your incentive?
Tobias, we're not even look. Don't try to appeal to my motivations or try to say, oh, you think you did something that was dishonest. It was clear. Everybody heard it.
You're going back half an hour. Okay, man. All right.
No, I'm just telling you, don't try to this is like your retaliation right now, trying to say, oh, well, you're trying to say that you don't need to prove your God to, but no, that's not.
Bro, I told you I was waiting for a fucking delivery, man. I was busy.
I know, but that doesn't explain why it is that you doubled down and said there is no evidence, and no, that's not how evidence works, and it must be scientific and all.
Well, when I think of the word evidence, I think of conclusive evidence. I think of stuff that's actually going to contribute towards the justification in believing in that thing, and I think that's far from that.
Wait, it's far from contributing to the belief that you should go that you should go and fridge for milk when your roommate says, I bought milk today, put it in the fridge?
No, I'm talking about testimonial evidence for God.
That's eyewitness testimony. I did this firsthand. What are you talking about?
So, yeah, okay. So you think that's really jumping the gun in terms of proving that these things actually happen?
Sasha, hang on a minute. Andrew, Sasha blamed me for my son's suicide.
Yeah, and what'd you say about her identity? And what'd you say about her identity?
That was after. Yeah. I didn't say anything about her identity.
What? Two wrongs make a right?
Andrew.
Two wrongs make a right, or what?
Andrew.
Don't try to moralize with me. It's not going to work.
Andrew.
With me.
Andrew, are you like really just gonna like just?
No. Did you just talk about clean her off? Did you say something about that?
She did, right?
Something about the personal identity?
She did, right?
Yeah, you did.
In response to someone else, to someone else saying that. Andrew. Calm the fuck down, dude.
No, you don't.
Andrew, please calm down.
Andrew.
Yeah, don't try to make it.
Calm down.
Don't try to
calm down. Honest, calm down.
Don't try to make it seem like you're spam.
Andrew, please calm down.
Honest, calm down. That's beyond the pale. So wrong. So messed up. But you're talking about Sasha mutilating herself or doing something like that. What the fish are you talking about?
Andrew.
Yeah,
Andrew.
Honest, calm down. Honest.
Yeah, let's get back on track.
So listen. I was in the chat. If you go back up in the chat,
yep.
I said nothing about Sasha.
And tell afterwards I got it.
Andrew.
You don't
say nothing
through me.
Andrew.
I understand what happened. Okay?
Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew.
Yeah.
I said nothing about Sasha. And Andrew. And she said that my son's suicide was my fault.
Uh-huh.
You think that's okay?
No.
Okay. And then in response to another person in the chat saying that Sasha was a man, I said that I would respect her pronouns. And I consistently called her.
Can you read out the message where you said that, Anna? Just for everybody. Can you read out that message in specific, please?
See, that's why you're
I'll do it for you if you can. Let's just find it.
Yeah, let's see.
Sasha?
I said, Sasha cut off his dick and calls himself a woman. I will respect the pronouns, not the person, because someone previously said that Sasha is a man.
Yeah.
And I said,
it's pretty respectful. Yeah. And notice, hold on.
Andrew, Sasha started this. Sasha started this.
Yeah, two wrongs.
You don't care that Sasha started this with saying that my son's suicide was my fault.
I want to point out
that my son's suicide was my fault. You're going to condone this. You're going to defend this guy.
Hold on, real quick.
Wow.
Say something. Let me just say something to you real quick, okay?
Sure.
I'm gonna point this out.
You can say whatever you want. You're a piece of shit.
Sasha can say things that are very mean, and I don't condone it, okay? But Sasha's not dishonest like this. You're dishonest.
Really?
Just like what you
Really? My son.
Yeah, let me point out your dishonesty. Let me point out your dishonesty.
So everybody noticed that Andrew was attacking the guy.
I'll mute you.
Everybody is attacking the guy that someone.
When you recount what happened,
Everybody noticed that the guy is attacking
I'm going to move you down
the guy.
When you went and recounted what happened, you said that Sasha said whatever she said first. I grant that, cool. But then when you went to what you said, notice how you said, I said I would respect her pronouns. You went right to that, skipped over that first part you said. Why'd you do that, Honest? And then you act like, oh, well, let me scroll back up and see. Let me read what I said here. I said you just read it like it's nothing. Yeah, you skipped over that on purpose. Yeah, you skipped over that on purpose.
Everybody listen to Andrew right now.
Yeah.
Everybody listen to Andrew right now.
Dishonest. Yeah, you're dishonest.
Listen to Andrew.
You're dishonest. You're a liar.
Listen to Andrew right now.
Sasha's not lying. Sasha's not lying. Sasha will stand for what she said.
Defending the guy that said that my son's suicide.
Yeah, because I hate liars.
Listen to Andrew, everybody. This is Christianity for you.
Yeah,
this is Christianity for you.
Yeah, I hate
this. This is Christians for you.
I hate it.
Yeah. This is Christians for you.
You're a liar.
Defending the guy.
Yeah, no,
the girl.
You don't know that when did I defend? When did I?
You're doing it right now.
Is that what
you're coming down on me. You're coming down on me.
I'm coming down
on Andrew.
In everybody's face.
Andrew, why don't you come down on Sasha?
Can we go back to the evidence
conversation? I don't know what I'm going to do with Sasha.
Wow. How about we take a room poll? How about we take a room poll? Hey, everybody in the room, who thinks Andrew is right now?
Can we go back to the evidence conversation?
Yeah. What a piece of shit you are, Andrew.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You were just as complicit. You were just as complicit.
Complicit? I don't think what Sasha did good. What are you talking about? You want me to kick you both out? No, I'm not going to do that. Sasha's my friend.
I know. So she's your friend, and so you're going to just let it be.
And I'm not. Look, you're just lying to my face about what occurred. You just tried to reach.
How am I lying?
Because you left out the crucial element of the nonsense garbage you said, and you did it on purpose.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
So you read minds now. And I went back up in the chat, and I literally read verbatim what I said.
Pointed it out.
After she said that my son's suicide was my fault, and someone else said that she was a guy, and I said that Sasha had cut their dick off.
Yeah.
Is that true? Is that true?
I don't know if that's true, but that's not something you sit there and go after like that.
Oh, but if my son's suicide is okay to go.
No, you don't do that. Did you hear me out?
Then why don't you? Okay.
Good.
Then go after Sasha right now. Then you yell at Sasha right now, just like
you yell at me. Sasha. Sasha's not.
Of course you're not, because you're a piece of shit. Because you're a piece of shit.
Sasha differently.
Okay, but Andrew, you can recognize that Sasha's provocation of Honest was a worse sin than Honest leaving out a detail. Like you can recognize that, right, Andrew?
Oh, of course.
No, you can't.
Like going to a guy, like a father, like I can't even imagine. A father grieving a son, and it provokes someone on that basis. Like, that the person would respond emotionally is totally understandable.
Yeah, of course.
And to single him out for special approbation is a little...
Well,
Andrew's a piece of shit, because Andrew's a piece of fucking shit.
You've been lying continually, Honest.
You're a fucking piece of shit, Andrew.
You can say I'm a
You're a fucking piece of shit. Then yell at Sasha right now. Go ahead.
Sasha.
Oh, you're gonna yell at me, but you're not gonna yell at Sasha for saying my son's suicide was my fault, you piece of shit.
Why don't you guys give an account of how the conversation?
Everybody see this? Everybody see this fucking piece of shit?
Everybody.
Andrew.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody sees what a piece of shit Andrew is right now.
Yeah, thank you. What a POS I am. You know why?
That's right.
You know why I don't like this, and the reason I don't care as much as you want me to care is because of what you just did before that conversation took place. You dishonest.
Because you're a piece
because
of
of
shit.
what you did. Because
in response.
Stop dishonest.
Can we go back and talk about
what did I say that caused us to say that? I'll move you down. Sam, hold on. I have retarded people. Honest. Hey, honest. I have retarded people in my family, and me calling you a retard, which you are, and you trying to bring it down to your daughter and say,
you see this level of morality?
Hey,
this is Christianity for you.
Yeah, this is Christianity. This is atheism.
This is Christianity for you.
20 minutes ago, what you said is you said, "Oh, are you going to call
Christianity for you?
Are you going to say my special needs daughter is a retard?" And I said, "No, I'm going to call you a retard because you are." And what you said, you keep repeating all this. You're not listening. I'm going to move you down.
Of course you're going to move me down.
Yeah, because you can't listen. Because you can't actually take it.
Because you can't stand it that I'm calling you out.
Because you can't. I'm calling you.
Abuse your mods and send me down. Go ahead, Andrew.
I'm trying to tell people what actually happened.
Everybody knows what happened, Andrew.
Don't be a retard. Listen to what I'm telling you. About 20 minutes ago.
Listen to them using pejoratives. Listen to the Christian.
About 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You said about
my daughter has special needs.
Yeah.
Is she a retard?
I said nothing about your daughter, numbskull. You brought up your daughter to try to use that. You tried to moralize with it. You tried to use leverage and say,
Of course I did.
Because that's sick.
Of course I did.
Yeah.
You're sick. You're sick for using the word, and you're sick for not.
You called.
It's okay for Sasha. It's okay for Sasha to say that I'm involved.
Did I ever say it's okay, numbskull?
Then why don't you call him out?
I'm dealing with you right now. I'm dealing with you right now. Yeah.
You're a piece of shit, Andrew.
Yeah, you're a POS. What you're saying is garbage.
You're a piece of shit, man. Everybody here sees what's going on.
A retard because
everybody here.
I called you a retard.
Everybody here knows what's happening.
Outrage. I will call out every time.
Everybody here.
In the way you do that.
Everybody here.
You tried to leverage your daughter as a.
Everybody here.
Can we go back to talking about evidence?
Yeah. As soon as I get my point out, you tried to leverage your daughter.
Yeah, everybody here sees what you're doing.
All right, so I'll put you down in the audience. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
You tried to leverage your daughter to make me look like I'm a monster because I use the retard word, even though you say all kinds of stuff like that, and you've said it about Christians broadly, and you have selective outrage when other people that are in your camp say all kinds of mad things.
He's not here.
And it's not hard to show that.
Andrew, also, why didn't you bring up the fact that just like black people can use the N-word, like you're allowed to use the R-word, you know?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. I'm
horrible. I actually kind of like that. Actually, that was actually pretty good. That was actually look, Sasha. I mean, obviously that wasn't good. Can you tell what happened there? I didn't even see the exchange. Why'd that happen? Dishonest is extremely dishonest. I can understand wanting to come after him, but you shouldn't. Like the kid stuff, obviously, is not cool. I mean, can you
hear me?
Yeah.
I mean, just. He wants to use like he's fucking children to virtues like all about shit. Like why is this like okay? You use the R word. Well, my daughter is disabled. Well, also saying like you're speaking out and it's completely ridiculous. It's like if you think it's fine to trauma dump about this and to weaponize your personal trauma, I don't think it's off the table.
I'm very sympathetic to that, Sasha, and that's why, like, I thought about this and I was like, wait, this isn't in isolation. This is on the heels of him just now, just a little bit before this whole.
It's like I remember St. Paul was like, overcome evil with evil.
No, look, I'm not. Ethan, look, I don't mind you doing that. You know how I appreciate you coming after me, and that's fine. But dude, you got to understand that when he's doing stuff like this, I don't think that, I'm not saying that I would have done that in Sasha's position, but I'm sympathetic to why it is that she responded that way. It's pretty gross that he's doing.
No, I mean, look. Here's the thing. I think if you've gone through that in your personal life, to bring up and to instrumentalize the death of your child in an internet debate, or the disability of your child in an internet debate, like, it's very gross. But at the same time, like, I mean, I just think that's just kind of beyond the pale.
It is.
It's inappropriate for the person to do it.
I agree.
It's completely beyond the pale.
I agree.
And, like, if I was going to get morally outraged at somebody in that context, it wouldn't be honest.
Well, I was already upset with him because he just did it towards me. He just tried to instrumentalize his daughter's situation towards me and morally hit me over the head with it. And it was just disgusting when I'm pointing out that somebody, and I wasn't even talking to him. I said somebody else was a retard up here, or said something was retarded, and then he wanted to down there try to poison my reputation and say, oh, he said retard, and he's like, Andrew, do you think my daughter's a retard? And all this stuff. After he did that, I'm already upset with him.
No, I understand, but look, first is, it's of no profit to have a meltdown like you just did. And I think
I don't feel like it's meltdown. I just don't.
I feel like it is.
Oh,
but
okay.
Basically, like, it's exactly, everyone here knows this is exactly the sort of content that Tom Rabbit would love to post to his YouTube channel.
Right.
And you're providing him with that. So whatever you call that. But basically, I think you come across looking a lot better if, instead of just getting really emotional about it, either you kick the guy out of the room, you kick him down to the audience, you talk to him sternly but calmly, you rebuke him, whatever, but then you move on. And, like, whatever response that is, I think would make everybody come across a lot better.
That's fine. I mean, I appreciate that, and I can take some criticism there. But just notice what he's saying in chat. Just read this. Read the stuff that's in chat, right? Everyone reports Sasha and Andrew glorifying suicide. I mean, Ethan, at no point did I glorify suicide.
Yeah, you didn't condemn it either, did you?
No. That's your retardation that you argue. That's how you argue for God.
There he goes. There he goes. There he goes.
You argue in the same way for God. Well, God doesn't exist. Why doesn't God exist? Well, you didn't prove God exists. Stupid.
Andrew.
I didn't glorify suicide. You're a liar. And you lie about things. You lie about things to instrumentalize, just like what you said, for your own benefit. Moralize to make yourself look better. It's disgusting.
Wow.
No, man, please wait. It's disgusting. Honest. It's disgusting.
It's what Sasha said. I think what Sasha said was testimonial evidence, you know?
So what's disgusting is you not calling out Sasha for saying...
Did I not call out Sasha? Did I not call out Sasha? I didn't yell at Sasha.
Are you calling out...
Did this trauma...
Andrew.
Honest.
Wow. So... are you calling out me more, or are you calling out Sasha more?
I think what Sasha did was more egregious, but I think what you did...
Then why are you calling out... Why are you focusing on me?
You personally did it to me, and I have an emotional reaction towards it. That's why. You personally did it to me first, and then you lied to my face. That's why.
I'll tell you what. How about I mute up, and you go off for the next 10 minutes.
Not going to go off.
Me on Sasha.
Go off.
Well, go off on Sasha.
No, I'm not going to go off. Do you understand? I had a reaction to what you did to me.
How about you go off on Sasha?
Did you hear what I just said? Sasha just made a point, which I agree with. I can understand the sympathy. I'm sympathizing with her.
How about you go off on Sasha for saying that my son's suicide was my fault? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for your moral outrage. Your Christian moral outrage.
No, Ethan, do you not see what he's doing right now? Can you? I mean, dude.
The Christian moral outrage. I'm waiting for the Christian moral outrage.
Doing this to attack Christianity, obviously. It's not like, oh, you hurt me so bad.
Are you making Christianity look better by reacting this way?
No, he's not. Yeah, he doesn't care. Because Andrew's not
But
Andrew's
you
not a
are a
Christian.
representative of Christianity on the platform, so you should think about how you reflect.
I am, Ethan, but I have a personal. I'm very indignant towards this kind of stuff. I can't this kind of stuff has been going on routinely. This selective outrage, this absolute
selective outrage about Sasha saying that my son's. Yeah.
Like the problem is just, look, I think we all get the picture with this guy, right? And it's very annoying. But basically, people are going to be hypocritical. They're going to be mockers. That's standard fare. You know, and we just have to be long-suffering and patient. And that's going to reflect way better on you than being super irascible. Because everyone here has enough sense about them to see what's happening. To where if you just said it calmly and then moved on, and if the guy was being obstinate or being uncooperative, like, you would look way better. You'd be a huge winner in the situation. But when you stoop down to that level, then both of you just look bad.
I hear you, bro, and I'll take that. I'll take it on board. I'm just so sick of people lying to my face, Ethan, and doing this kind of stuff. It's so gross. The Discord people that come over here and comment on, and Sasha is targeted of like, because she says things that are edgy, and some of it I think is hilarious, and I make no bones about it. But she says stuff that is offensive to people, for sure, right? And so, but they do that. Meanwhile, they're advocating for a pedophile to be their ringleader, and they don't say anything about it. And I just find that kind of selective stuff, and the stuff that I know, I promise you, I just go back and look. Honest has been around people who've used the retard word. He said things like, spurg out and stuff like that. He doesn't care. That's not the issue. It is complete. It's a moral trick that he's doing right now. It has to do with attacking my credibility. It has to do with attacking Christianity, and it has to do with
but just think about it. Think about it from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Which is, how much has to be going wrong in your life, and how disordered does your life have to be to weaponize your son's death to win an internet argument?
Yeah, that's fair.
And clearly, this is someone that we should have a concern and compassion for, because they're not going to get put.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Honest, you can be here. I'm not kicking you out. You can come up here. Sasha, please don't do that anymore. Honest, don't say any stuff like that about the trans stuff or whatever. Please don't do that. Yeah, anyway, we can carry on.
Andrew, like, you're just going to brush it all aside, say it's okay when Sasha attacks me.
Honest.
Like unprovoked attacks me.
Not unprovoked. Unprovoked. I'm friends with Sasha.
Dude, what are you doing? Andrew, what are you doing? It's not going to be good. Okay, this is not going to go good.
Okay. Look, honestly,
can you just let me talk, Andrew?
No, if you're gonna, I'm not going to respond to you. We're going to go to the conference.
Okay. Don't respond, but allow me to redress the room because Sasha said that my son's suicide was my fault. Right? So you chose not to do anything, and you've chosen to attack me as the bad guy here because I responded in the way that I did, right? And so, like, everybody sees what's on display here. Everybody sees your morality. And, yeah. So my son's suicide was my fault, according to Sasha. And you're okay with her saying that. And you're not going to, you dig into me, not her, but you dig into me. So I want everybody to see Christianity on display here, right? Justifying Sasha's coming at me for my son's suicide and Andrew attacking me. Wow. So this is Christianity for you. So you can just fuck yourself, Andrew.
Okay.
And Sasha, you can go fuck yourself. Go fuck you all. If you think my son's suicide was my fault, Andrew, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all that.
Yeah, thank you, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. I mean, I could target you and obviously show what you're doing that's disgusting, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, go ahead and target me for my son's suicide.
I'm talking about my son's suicide to
strangers on the internet. It's a very personal matter. Stop bringing it up as if it's like a casual thing.
Sasha is the fucking one that brought it up, not me.
Why? But in general, why are you fucking talking about your son?
Because fucking Sasha is the one that fucking brought it up. Sasha is the one that brought up my son's suicide. You fucking dumbass. Sasha is the one that brought up my son's suicide. You fucking dumbass.
This is what actually occurred. Which
I am done.
Your special needs daughter. You brought up your special needs daughter.
We're not talking about my special needs daughter.
We're to try to use that as a.
Listen to Andrew. Listen to Andrew.
You're a dishonest person, bro.
Listen to Andrew. Listen to Christian. The Christian.
You're gonna
the Christian. He's so Christian. He loves everybody. He just wants you to love everybody.
You're talking this. You didn't bring it up in this conversation. But the only reason why Sasha knows about it is because you brought it up. You told.
This is years ago. Look, my son has been dead for 10 fucking years. Fuck you guys, right? And of course, I have said at some point to people on this fucking app that my son committed suicide. It's no fucking. Like it's not a secret, but for her to use it as a fucking weapon is fucking. If you don't find it disgusting, then fuck you, Sam. You fucking piece of shit. You too.
Do you think that I would just tell all of you guys like the worst things that have ever happened to me as if it's a casual thing?
Dude, my son fucking committed suicide. What the fuck, dude? If something fucking happened. I don't expect it to be weaponized by a piece of shit human being like fucking Sasha. Right?
It is not moral to weaponize it against you.
That's right. Then shut the fuck up, Sam. Go the fuck away and shut the fuck up.
It's not a thing.
That's right.
On this internet, a stranger. It's not a thing like, oh, I'm just gonna talk.
Because the people know that my son committed suicide, that I've shared that like I can't be honest, that people should be able to weaponize that. Suicide is not something that we should hide. It's not something we should not talk about. It's not something to be ashamed of. Of course, it's something I'm going to share. It's part of my life. Like, even Christians have family members that commit suicide, you fucking dumb piece of shit.
See the way he's dealing with you in the blog, Sam, just shows you that.
Exactly the way I'm doing. Right.
I'll give it another.
No, but this is just malicious. Like, we can't keep him up here.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. He just tried to make it. He's like all glorifying suicide, said a bunch of stuff like that.
How are you holding him accountable? Just let's move him down.
To move him down, Andrew. Stop this.
Okay, honest. Do you want to engage in the conversation, or you're going to say any more?
No. He doesn't get to decide. Just remove him and stop this conversation now.
I wanted to give him a chance to participate reasonably, but
no, there is no participating reasonably in this convo. Jesus Christ.
No. I'm talking about something different, like a different conversation. Do you want to talk about the topic or not, honestly?
Yeah, I'll talk about the topic as long as you say that Sasha was a piece of shit.
Sasha should not have done that, and that was a POS move.
There you go. Thank you. Now, but why did you dig into me and yell at me, but you didn't do that to her, right? I mean, what the?
We're moving on. So, Walter, welcome. How do you like your first day on Clubhouse?
Well, it's been a roller coaster, but so is this? I'm mostly used to Discord, so is this? I guess try to find the best. The person who can make the best case for each side, and then try to argue it out.
We have good conversation. We have all level of conversation, layman up to right. Just saying what we're generally just trying to do is just trying to have the discourse about God's existence or lack thereof, and then we do in-house discussions too, and then social issues. whatever, gun control, abortion, immigration, whatever, race. We've been talking about race a lot recently.
Andrew,
or racism.
I wanted to ask you your opinion on ghosts. Are you a ghost believer? Not the Holy Ghost. I mean, like just regular ghosts, like ghost story type.
You asked him, Walter. Or?
You, Andrew. You.
Oh, well, it'd be interesting to hear Walter because he knew. But yeah, well, I mean, obviously, I think there are demons. So, insofar as that a demon can appear in that way, then sure.
Like dead relatives.
I'm not a fan of that kind. Hey, my grandma lives in this house. She died. Whatever, and she's lingering around. I don't subscribe to that. I don't have any reason to subscribe to that. I'm not necessarily saying it does. Let me put it. I do have reason to believe that doesn't occur because when you die, the Bible says that you know nothing, and that you sleep, and then that's like, and that's how Jesus refers to them. They are sleeping, and then it's like, it is appointed unto man once to die, and after that is the judgment. It doesn't talk about like having a conscious awareness lingering around on earth. I just don't think that there's a good biblical case. I think there's a case against it. But I'm not saying that there's not apparitions and things like that. I just don't think deceased family members take the form of ghosts and linger around. I don't think that's right.
When we were talking, you guys were talking about testimonial evidence before. I was thinking about my brother, who's an honest guy. If he came up to me and was like, Sam, I swear to God, I saw a ghost. And I know that people can be confused about stuff. And I know people can sometimes see a sheet or some smoke or something, think it's a ghost. No, I saw a ghost. I still wouldn't believe him, which is crazy. Like, I would need multiple people telling me that. Like my brother alone, even though he's honest, it wouldn't be enough to... Because I would just think that people can be tricked. And the fact that the world is such that why are ghosts, like, not walking around the streets of New York? Why aren't ghosts more common in places that have had more people in them? Like, if ghosts were real, you'd expect to see, like, way more ghosts in New York City than in other places because way more people have died there. And there's all sorts of reasons why I don't believe in ghosts. So my brother just swearing to God that he saw one, I would be like, yeah, you're probably just delusional, buddy. Like, you're probably like...
No, I think it's the ghosts are hiding from the Ghostbusters, so they stay away from, crowded area.
Yeah, I mean, they're scared of people. That's why they don't show up on the streets of, Times Square.
Well, they're scared specifically of the Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
So how many people would have to come up to you, Sam, for you to be convinced that your brother was right?
14. Okay, I'm just gonna count people as equally credible as my brother, like skeptical, smart friends of mine who I trust are honest. Like 3, and they'd have to be like 2 or 3, but they'd have to be different instances. They'd have to be like different situations.
Would you feel the need to investigate further, or would that be definitive for you?
It would be enough for me to say it's probably more likely ghost than not ghost. Like if my brother, and then I have a friend who's like a skeptical atheist guy named Chris, and then I don't know, one of my cousins who's also like that, and they're like, and they all separately did it. I would be like, okay, well, probably.
But you still wouldn't be 100% certain.
Well, I assign all my beliefs are have probabilities, so I would just assign like a 60% chance that it's true, something like that, 65.
So 40% more investigation involved, yeah?
I just don't think my beliefs don't work like that. They're like on or off. It's just like probabilities for all of them. It's just like all my beliefs are like degrees of confidence.
Honest, you said you were going to engage in the conversation. You're still taking attacks on me. If you don't stop, I'll just remove you from the room. You said you were willing to have a dialogue topic. No, you asked me.
You asked me to dialogue?
Stop. You asked me for one submission. I already gave it to you. I said what she did was a POS, and you said thank you, and then you tried to go into other stuff. I'm not doing that. And quit attacking me in the chat. I already got Mirna saying dumb stuff. So we don't need to double up on the nonsense. Let's try to keep it on topic. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't want to be called out for your hypocrisy. I got it.
Why did you bring him back up, dude?
What? I can call you.
It's just it was inevitable. You wanted this to happen.
No, he's already been here. He's been here. He's been.
Told you this wouldn't go well.
Okay, well you.
No, but you're just getting baited into having another repetitive, just terrible dialogue.
Yeah, but he didn't keep his word. He didn't keep his word.
What a shock! The person that you've rebuked 18 times in a row for dishonesty was not honest.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, honest. I'm gonna have to move you down. And if you say anything, I'll just remove it from the room. If you do any more of that stuff.
Just remove him from the room, dude. What is this like? Whatever. Ethan, what do you think about beliefs having credences? Do you like all your beliefs have credences?
No. I mean, because a lot of my beliefs are just like commitments, you know? Like, the way that I think about it more is like when I provide like intellectual assent to some proposition, I'm basically cataloging for myself, I'm committed to the truth of this, so I'm sort of answerable for the truth of it, you know, and I can proceed an inquiry on the assumption that this is true. So I think a lot of my beliefs are like that, and I don't really associate graded credences to them when I catalog them in memory that way.
But I feel like psychologically that feels true for me as well, but if you asked me to, I'd be like, oh yeah, I just assigned like a 99.9 or some shit like that.
Well, I think that's a separate thing, which is like, so basically, for psychologically as a description of me, you know, I have these commitments, and I just basically am saying, like, I am a person who takes this to be true, and I'm answerable for that, and I'm going to proceed on the assumption that it's true when I'm making inferences or when I'm, you know, framing or interpreting evidence. And, like, there's a separate thing, which is, like, if I were asked to reflect on it, would I say that I was certain that it was true? And I would say, no, I wasn't certain. So it's merely probable for most of the commitments that I hold. But then I wouldn't actually have a specific probability in mind that I would assign to them. And if you demanded a specific probability from me, either the circumstances did or another person did, there would be arbitrariness in the specific number that I gave them.
Yeah.
There's a great thing about science, things like fingerprinting, the idea of having identical fingerprints estimates to be less than 1 in 64 billion. Now that is evidence, because the chances are so minuscule, it's almost impossible for it not to be the case. That's what I consider.
Well, but so first is, it seems like you're just using evidence the way most people would use extremely strong evidence. But there's nothing really.
Yeah, but until it's extremely, for sure, but until it's extremely strong, why would you assume anything?
Well, because when I go through life, like for instance, when my friend says, hey, I left your keys out on the counter. Okay, obviously I don't have a consensus of all the world's scientists and photographic evidence and the spectroscopy and the but I still need to act on the assumption that's true, because it's more probably true than not, and I need to plan, right? And I need to act in the world. And so I sometimes need to believe on evidence that isn't certain.
Ethan, besides like frequencies and like principles and difference, what are some other things we can use to like assign probabilities in reasonable ways to things? Like if I said, my friend says, I put the milk in the fridge, I can say something like, oh, like 99% of the time when he tells me there's something's true about something like that, he's right. And then I can use that as like a frequency. Are there other things I should use besides frequencies and principles of difference?
I mean, basically, one way to think about it is, imagine I had a statistical model that was very reliable at making predictions, you know? So when I input a question, it outputs basically its credences as to the answers, the probabilities as to the answers. Now, that's not really technically, strictly speaking, a frequency, you know, because it's like each question is unique compared to the other questions, you know, that I pose to it in many respects. And so it's not just talking about the frequency with which the answer to this particular question, but because of the general reliability of the predictor, basically the system of assigning credences that track the probabilities assigned by the predictor seems like a strategy that's meaningfully distinct from a frequency strategy that seems like it's pretty good.
Yeah. When I think about single event probabilities, what I feel like what I'm doing psychologically is I'm trying to like compare it to relevant.
Also, son, can you mute?
So like when I say like Mike Tyson could beat me up in a fight, even though that's like never happened, and I say sort of assign a probability to that, I just sort of like model all the times people of his size and skill have fought people.
Can someone mute son so we don't echo?
Yeah, after Jake Paul, I'm not sure he would be.
Is there a mod?
What is it?
You mute son.
Can you mute son? Because we're
echoing. Oh, son. Oh, yeah, son, what's going on with you? Let me mute you. Gotcha. Sorry about that.
Did the echoing cause you not to hear my question?
Yeah, I was distracted.
So, like, when there's, like, single event things, like, would Mike Tyson beat me in a fight? What probability do I assign to that? What I feel like I'm doing is I'm sort of, like, getting a frequency of things in very, very similar reference classes of, like, people of his size and skill fighting people of my size and skill, and then coming up with, like, a hypothetical reference class and a frequency of that. Do you think that's not what I'm doing? Or, like, maybe that is what I'm doing.
Yeah, in most cases, I don't feel like that's what you're doing. Okay, the guy's unmuting again. But yeah, in most cases, that's not what you're doing. Because I think more of like what you're doing is like you have this like extremely complex, like associative neural network that you've trained up, and basically it's outputting predictions, and so it's giving you these sort of numbers, or it's giving you these sort of relative confidences, and then you're assigning those, and it doesn't neatly track, like a simple way of sorting things into reference classes. It's much more complicated. Like if you wanted to understand like a large language model like ChatGPT, it would be weird to think of it as like it's considering the reference class of all texts like this one that it encountered during its training. Like it did, like through the specific inductive biases that it had and the architecture that it had and the training process that it went through, like it did internalize the statistical structure of this training data and then generalize it in a way that was sort of robust. But it's not really doing any sort of like explicit like, and here's the reference class for data like this amongst the examples that I previously encountered. I don't think that's a good way of thinking about what it's.
That makes sense. In the case of like an alien spaceship that's like 3 miles long coming to Earth, and I have to like guess how likely it is that they're friendly or harmful, what is a sensible way to sort of think about that, given that this has never happened before? I basically have no information about how dangerous aliens are on average.
Assume the worst.
I mean, I would just discipline it based off of, like, so like the Robin Hanson style reasoning, that just like, here's some first principles that we would have about any intelligent life that would emerge in the universe, and what its goals would be, and then any intelligent life that would be technologically advanced enough to travel to us and to traverse space to reach us, and then would actually be willing to do that. So it was sort of grabby, and it was exploratory or expansionist. And basically from that, I think from just disciplining it based off of that model, which is based on some local observations that you have that confirm the assumptions of that model, you should kind of assume they have hostile intentions, or that they're here to basically, extract information from us. Basically just like, it's like ecological observation for them that they're using to inform their models. And I feel like you could be pretty confident, like, not extremely confident, but decently confident that like, either they're here to contain us, eliminate us, or study us.
And they just want to meet us and be friends with us is just like should assign a very low probability, you think?
I think that's probably that's way more unlikely. I mean, it's within the realm of possibility that they just turn out to be like a super pro-social cooperative species.
Son, are you trying to say something verbally? Son? Or is this,
Yes, how are you doing?
what's up with your profile, my friend?
Yeah, my brother, she's not either. Just know you're not fine in Uganda.
Oh, is this one of those, I don't know what to do about this. What do you do with this, Ethan? I mean, I don't know. Can you read his profile, Ethan? Tell me what you think about that. It's kind of rough because I get hoodwinked here. You never know, you know.
It is an organization, brother. It is a society.
Ethan,
What do you want from me?
I want you to read his profile and tell me what you do.
Yeah, my profile.
I mean, I don't think it's. I don't think this is the right forum to have that conversation. Now, if you think it's credible and you want to take that responsibility, like maybe take a private chat or send them a hotline or something. I don't know.
Well,
But I mean, I just don't. I really think this environment in particular is probably the worst place to have.
Son, do you just want to stick around and listen to us talk about these issues? Is that okay?
Okay.
Ethan, you were saying the other day about context, emphasis, and framing. Was that a you invention, or is that something you heard from someone else?
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah.
You found it useful?
Thanks.
So let's get back to it, Walter, Tobias. So Walter, what do you think? What's the best reason for God's existence? Cloud Albedo sent you to us, and I'm glad you came over here, man. I really appreciate it. Sorry about the I don't know. I guess people would call it a crashing out that I did there. But that being said, what do you think is the best argument for God's existence? Walter.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The one that I like to give, though, people disagree about, but I at the moment I like to give something like the moral argument. So,
sweet.
I think we have. What's up?
I said sweet. The moral argument's awesome. I just don't know if there's too many people actually running it. So yeah, please, Brownie.
You hear people running all the time.
No, they don't. No, I mean adequately. Where do you get morals? But that's it.
Oh, I see. You mean give it well?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Either formalized or in a way that you're ready to defend the premises in such a way that's I don't know, somewhat rigorous. But go ahead, Walter. Sorry. Walter, you gotta unmute, buddy. Your mute's on.
And my connection is kind of bad, so sorry if I cut out or something, but just feel free to interrupt me if so. But so I take it that we have moral knowledge, and I think if we were to do something like inference to the best explanation for what best accounts for the fact that we have moral knowledge, it seems to me something like a theistic God would be the best explanation. So that's one argument I like, but there are others that I think are good too. But I don't know which one is best. But I like that one at the moment.
Is it based on moral knowledge specifically, or moral ontology, or both?
Moral knowledge.
Okay, I actually think that's pretty interesting because I don't really like the moral ontology argument, but I do think that the moral epistemology one is a bit stronger for that reason.
Why is it that you think that being aware of the moral arena points to God, Walter?
Yeah, well, for one thing, I think if we ask, okay, what are possible explanations? Well, I think I think it's actually pretty hard to come up with alternative ones that are plausible. So you can get moral ontology. So I agree with Caleb, right? So you can get moral ontology from something like a Platonistic view, for example, but that, you still have to do some work to motivate, well, even if there's that moral realism or something, right? What accounts for the fact that we can come to know those facts, right? So, yeah, now some people might want to put forward something like, evolution or something, right? Possibly, right? But I would just run a sort of evolutionary debunking argument against our moral beliefs. Probably the one used by Noah McKay, I think, is pretty good. So, yeah. I mean, I just don't know what other options people might want to put on the table, but it seems to me the best one, if we're doing inference, the best explanation is going to be a theistic one.
I like this guy already.
Okay, Tobias.
No, I'm just curious to know what was the debunking thing you were talking about? What was that? Against the evolution arguments.
He said
yeah. So what is the counter argument?
Well, he can answer if he wants to.
No, because he said that he had a counter argument. No, because he said that
Walter's your connection, okay?
Oh, can you hear me?
It's pretty bad.
No, it's not. I'm in the Matrix.
Okay, when it clears up a little bit, Walter, you want to try again? Maybe just you want to just mute for a bit and then just see if it clears up.
Typically, Tobias, evolution and debunking arguments are meant to be. I think they go to show that, like, if you run sort of that argument, that it would lead to skepticism in other areas. If you think that evolution can sort of just explain away the moral knowledge, then you could use it to explain away other things you may not want to. But I also think that, from what I understand of the way that he said and other people have said it, the idea that it seems unlikely that you can think of plenty of thought experiments, or even just look at the animal kingdom to say, well, there's plenty of ways evolution could have gone where we would have incorrect morals, right? To where, I don't know, it's very contingent on your environment, right? There's no objectively, like, this is always more beneficial. It really depends on an environment. You could imagine a world where there was a mutation that caused us to really hate the elderly, right? So that we would want to harm people once they got past a certain age. And it seems like, at least in some environments, this might not be detrimental because elderly people already can't reproduce, so it wouldn't be, obviously detrimental to fitness. If anything, it could actually be beneficial because there would be less of a strain on resources, right? And yet, that would still be morally egregious, and it seems obvious that we know that that would be really terrible to have that kind of eugenics. So, because that world is possible under sort of this blind evolution model, it seems like that's not necessarily the best way we want to view of coming up with our moral epistemology.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think a lot of things aren't so obvious, though. When we abolished slavery, that was relatively recently. I don't think these things are so obvious. In fact, I think we're constantly evolving morally.
Yeah.
So that's what I like.
Well, that's true with any belief, though, right? Science also evolves. I don't mean that the truth evolves, but we know, slavery was mostly abolished in the 1860s and 70s around the world, Western world at least. And you can look at the scientific discoveries from the 1870s till today and say, wow, we've learned a lot since then. It's like, yeah, we have, but you could just say that moral truths are just like scientific truths in the sense that we learn more as we grow wiser and develop, better cognition and social awareness. It doesn't really do anything about the beliefs itself. Just like if someone points to science and says, well, look how science changes constantly, right? Like, clearly our senses that evolution gave us aren't reliable. We can't trust them because we believe completely different things than we did years ago. It's like, well, yeah, it changes, but that doesn't mean that it's changing for the better. We're learning more because evolution is allowing us to, become more fit and do better than to regress typically. So I don't see why the progress is really meant to be an argument either way.
Yeah, I think it changes in accordance to what sustains the human race. I think it's literally as simple as that. I think every single animal, every creature on the planet has the same. They adapt and they become stronger, they reproduce more, they grow as a race, and whatever definition that is to us as human beings is completely unique to us, as it isn't unique to any other creature on the planet or most other creatures. They all have different uniqueness about them, but either way it's benefiting them in terms of growth and evolving.
Yeah, but I think at that point you might be sort of denying one of the other premises. It seems like you're sort of just suggesting that evolution itself is the cause, and that morality is sort of you're taking almost an anti-realist approach, right? Which is what Walter was saying, is that his argument presupposes that there is an objective moral truth, like a Platonic view or whatever, like almost like a law of logic, like murder is bad, stealing is wrong, like these unchangeable just truths that are always true. And if those are the case, then it seems like, how do we come to learn that these things are true? And he was saying that evolution is not a good mechanism because, as you just pointed out, evolution can view a very wide variety of truths. Of morals that most of them are not actually in accordance with this truth, right? I think you were denying the first part where you said, well, maybe there isn't this objective truth at all that's related to morals, and that would be a different argument at that point. But Walter's saying, if you grant that there's this Platonic, or at least possibly Platonic, moral truth of these just brute facts that exist about morals, then evolution, it's surprising under evolution that we happen to get the right ones, right, if these don't causally interact with each other.
But isn't evolution fraud on the whole?
Caleb?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
He said, isn't evolution fraud on the whole?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I think that's a separate. I mean, no, but that's also not really relevant to the. We're assuming evolution for the sake of argument.
You don't have to accept. You don't have to what's it called, accept it for the sake of argument. Evolution is true, guys.
I agree. It's true.
You have a dog as your profile picture. Yeah. Literally, not a single dog existed more than 15,000 years ago.
Yeah, I agree. Evolution.
We bred them and completely bred them, used through artificial evolution.
Give me nuts.
Now look at how many dogs and all the different breeds we have. And that happened in the blink of an eye.
Just to be clear, Steve, and I appreciate that, Steve, but they're not talking about evolution right now. Midas made the point about it being fraud. Midas, try to track what's happening. Caleb and Tobias are talking about the evolution of, or if morality could come from evolution. That's.
I was going to say just one thing to Caleb, which I just find.
Carry on, Tobias.
No, I was just going to say, I find it interesting that these morals only seem to apply to us, and it doesn't seem to apply to any other creature or nature, for that fact. If nature, it doesn't seem in the least bit concerned about our feelings. So if anything, it seems to point towards that it's totally unique to us.
That's correct.
Would you say the same thing, Tobias, about like scientific truths? Like, why is it that humans are the only ones who understand particle physics, or that humans are the only ones who have understand?
We have that capability. We have that capability, but it doesn't affect other creatures on the planet, whether they understand it or not. They're still surviving. Even if we didn't understand it, we'd still be breathing in oxygen and surviving in the same way. We just have that capability.
My point to say that, though, is that the fact that I agree with you on that, but my point is to say that just as we're able to understand scientific truths because we have an advanced nervous system and we can make hypotheses and we understand the scientific method, in the same way I'm proposing that these moral truths exist, and that most of these other animals simply don't understand to the same degree because they're not cognitively at the same level we are, or spiritually at the same level we are. And that's why we can understand physics and they can't, and that's why we can understand, do not steal and these other really basic moral truths that some animals can, although most of them I would say don't have it to the same degree we do.
Does that apply to nature? What you just said? Does that apply to nature?
Well,
because nature is the governing force, right? And nature is, I don't want to use the word designed, but nature doesn't seem to give a shit about your feelings. Nature doesn't seem to give a shit about your feelings. If you get hit by a fucking rock and you die, or you suddenly get cancer, it doesn't give a fuck about your morals. You're gonna die.
Of course. Who's claiming that nature gives a fuck about our feet?
Because you're claiming there's some force out there that has these morals set in place, but nature is the force, right? And nature clearly doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. So what are you referring?
CM, check the chat. CM, check the chat. Okay, buddy, they're talking. Just let them talk.
Yeah, Tobias, I think that I understand what you're saying, but that would sort of be a separate issue. That would be like a problem of evil, which is a valid objection for theism, but that's, I think, besides the point, right? This is more talking about the oughtness, right? To say that, yes, it is true that we live in a world where kids die of cancer and most children in history, starve to death and all this stuff. Very, very terrible things happen that seem like the world's indifferent towards us, right? But we also seem to recognize that that's not a good thing. We recognize that it should be different.
So is nature immoral? Is nature immoral? Is that what you're saying?
It would be amoral. Probably would be immoral. I don't think it actively hates us.
Nature is amoral. Okay. All right.
Amoral. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Right, but
we should condemn nature.
Would not be the same thing as right, but nature would not be the same thing in this case as the moral truths we're talking about. Those would be sort of immaterial, platonic things. Whereas nature is
moral truths about humans. Not like you're not talking about like why does a lion not like why is it a lion?
Did you read the chat? CM, did you read the chat? They're trying to have a dialogue. I'm trying to let the two of them talk. I don't know why you keep doing this. It kind of derails a little bit because they have like a linear kind of line going. Do you mind waiting, my friend? Do you mind waiting, my friend? We can come back to you. Okay, just let the two of them talk.
And you're trying to reason with an NPC.
And if they just clarify their terms.
Okay, that's fine. No, I know you have 1,000 interjections, but please hold them until they're done. Please look in the chat and make your arguments in the chat, but let the two of them talk. It's a good dialogue. Please. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Thanks, CM. I appreciate it. Also, Walter, if you're there, you can chime in. I know this was originally your argument. I don't want to take the wheel, but I just know your connection was really bad earlier. So, if you're still there, join in.
No, I think it is better, hopefully. But no, it's been, I've been listening. I think it's been great. I'll certainly chime in if I have something to add, but I'm on the same page with you so far.
Well, this is kind of why the evolution was fraud earlier as well, too.
Oh, look,
and people thought I wasn't tracking. Because of the fact that none of this evolved.
Midas, you know I love you. Midas, maybe you and CM can have that conversation, but let's wait.
No, I'm dealing with
CM, you gotta wait. Well, he's definitely, you guys are about
we're not even debating the validity of evolution. Yeah. Right? When I said, granted, this is what seemed also misunderstood. When I said I'm granting it for the sake of argument, I also do accept it. The whole point is I didn't want to get derailed about the validity of evolution. We're talking about granting that evolution is true. Would it, falsify the moral epistemology argument that Walter?
Yeah, which it is. Exactly.
I agree that it's true, but that's only besides the point. The point I'm saying is it doesn't matter, and I can say it's true, and I agree it's true. But I don't think it ultimately serves.
That's correct. And CM, you and Midas are a good matchup. I'm just saying, but let's just wait until
quite insane.
Yeah, you are. You guys are on the same level. You guys are on the same level.
Yeah.
No, we're not, brother. He's nowhere near my level.
You've got a PhD, and so does Midas.
Morality.
And Midas is my younger. Midas, your mic's not very good. Midas, your mic's not good, but please wait. You got it. Midas has a PhD in younger creationism. So exactly. You and CM are good.
This is a big difference, bro.
Let's wait there, my brother. All right, go ahead, Caleb.
I will say, Andrew, I did make Bob a mod as well because usually he's pretty good at controlling the room.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine until Rob gets here, probably. Okay, good.
Yeah, we'll work that out. Honestly, I forgot where we were at with Tobias, unless he had anything else to add. I think it was something about nature being amoral. Maybe it was where it was at.
I agree. There was.
All right. I'm moving you down, buddy. We'll bring you back up. I'm sorry, brother. It's just you can't listen. Midas, you wait. Okay, please don't interject. Let the two of them talk. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I said I would agree that nature is indifferent towards us, but I also, being a theist, think that there is a force that exists outside of nature that's not indifferent towards us. So I think that's a different point. But yeah, certainly I don't disagree that there are things that are.
What's your definition of nature? Just out of curiosity, how would you define nature?
Oh, that's a good question. To be honest, I really dislike the terms like supernatural and natural because I think it's very hard to define what nature is. I would say nature. Something that's natural would be something that is just fundamentally physical. And when I say fundamentally physical, I sort of mean like non-conscious. And for me, something that's supernatural would be something that's like fundamentally conscious. That's not really something you can deconstruct into further parts, right? That's sort of and both of these have causal power, right? So then you could have something that's like a platonic object, like an abstract number or whatever, like or morals, for example, that would also be immaterial, but it wouldn't be causal. So those are sort of the three categories that you could have. You could have natural things, you can have supernatural things. Both of those can cause things, and you have platonic things, which are not causal and are just sort of these weird ideas that are sort of floating around. But I know the metaphysics of that gets a little tricky.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, I believe in nature, not the supernatural. That's the difference, I guess.
Do you believe in the platonic, which wouldn't be the supernatural, but it would be, immaterial?
Yeah, sorry, explain that to me, platonic.
Yeah, like, do you think that? So this is where I get like some people. There are a lot of philosophers who think that something like math, right? The concepts of math or logic or again morals, but we can put morals aside. Those things are like immaterial because they're sort of. It seems like 2 + 2 = 4 is true, even if there wasn't, a physical universe. That these or the concept of red or the concept of what makes a table, like those kind of things exist, sort of just as these objective truths.
Sorry, platonic is related to Plato, right?
Yeah, exactly. The philosopher Plato, who came up with that idea, he basically was asking, like, if you have a table, what makes it a table? People always use furniture in this example, but I think it's funny. So, like, you'd look at a table and say, well, what makes it a table, right? Because obviously it's wood, it has 4 legs. And if we took a leg off of it, well, it would still be a table, right? But then if you started to change it more and more, maybe it's less of it now, and then eventually you could cut up 100 pieces, and now it's obviously not a table. So at what point does it stop being a table, right? Now, there are some people who think that these are just words that people make up just for convenience, and there's not actually this property that makes something, a table or whatever. But it also seems really obvious to us that, like, there are things, right? Like, you and I change a lot in our lifetimes. We also shed skin cells, right? We actually every cell in our body at this point in our lives is different than it was when we were infants, right? But we're still the same people. I'm still me, and you're still you, right? We've had differences. So there's something about us that's fundamentally not changed, even though the physical parts might change. So that's what I mean by the platonic, the sort of the essence of something that remains there, even when the physical parts of it might change a little bit. But I know that's getting a little past where we knew we were going earlier. Sam, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, Caleb, question. So most objects that are physical exist like in a universe, but if there's like another parallel universe in another dimension, you get to be physical in that universe, right? But then there'd be the question of where do the universes exist? Because they're not in a universe. You know what I mean? They kind of exist in another way.
Where would the universe exist? Where would the other universe exist? Like a multiverse kind of thing?
Yeah, like if there was a multiverse, do you think that would have to be kind of like a physical universe like we have? Like, couldn't there be like another way of existing that's like a fourth thing, which is like the way universes exist? Which is like separate from the way like chairs exist, you know what I mean?
It's kind of supernatural, I guess, is what that implies. But the multiverse would be because when you're talking about things that are physical and like spatial, right? That's within location. So if there's a universe, if there was a multiverse, in theory, I'm guessing you could map out here's where universe 1 is, and here's where universe 2 is. And if you move down this many lights, you can get to universe 5, right? You could actually measure the distance between universes, I would assume.
Well, what if you couldn't? What if it wasn't spatial? You know what I mean?
Well, then I don't think it would. I don't know what the term universe would mean in that case. I think you
made
plane of existence at that point.
Well, so this is a very interesting question to me. So, Caleb, what would you say? Imagine there is not a multiverse, but in fact there's just the one universe. Still, it seems we could ask the question, like, the space, right, in which we're situated, is that space in a space, or, I mean, is it only if there's another universe that we can say it is, or?
You're saying that the universe itself, like, what is it floating in, basically? Like, what's the darkness? That's just where is the universe?
Is it somewhere, or does it not have to be somewhere?
I think I don't think that question makes sense, because I think the way that we locate, I think it would almost be like it's like asking, what's more north than North Pole or something. Like, by definition, space is just like the distance between two physical objects. So if you're saying the universe in theory was every physical object that exists and nothing outside of it than to ask, well, where is it or something. It's just you're implying that there's another physical thing to relate it to, which there wouldn't be.
Is there any boundary? Is there any boundary
to the universe?
Yeah.
I think that there is a finite. I think from what I understand, I'm not a physicist, so someone correct me on this. I think there is a finite space. It is expanding, but I do think that it's not like infinitely large, right?
Right. So if that's true, then what's past the boundary?
Right. I think I know the answer, even though I agree with the Andrew that the question is wrong.
Okay.
So there is a huge difference between multiverse and parallel universes. First, we need to know that. So we cannot say that we cannot categorize both of them in the same level. So there is a huge difference between multiverses and parallel universes.
But we're bracketing
First,
all.
I need
We're
to know
bracketing.
yes, I need to know the question. Did he say multiverse or did he say parallel universes? Are we
No, neither. Neither. So we're saying, imagine there's just the one universe, right? But the question is, sometimes one question here is, many physicists and others talk about that it's expanding, and so we might ask, oh well, expanding into what? How could we make sense of that? And assuming it's just the one.
Right. Is there space that it's expanding into?
I don't think it would be space at that point. I think
that's what I mean.
I think the language at that point would be kind of. It's like if I asked, where does God exist, Andrew, and you're like, well,
right. Yeah.
But when we talk about space, that's another thing with I can't talk today. Omnipresence is that I think that we often think because we are embodied things, we think of things like in space or in a location, right? But I think when we talk about that, we really are just talking about causality. We're saying that the atoms that make in my body can interact with things within a certain distance, right? And it has to do with my body is. But if someone could have superpowers where they could cause something to happen miles away, then that would be within their causal. It's the same with a radio or with a detonator, right? The physical detonator in your hands might be only within a certain feet long, but if you hit the button and the radio signals go over and set up the bomb off, well, it has causal power from much larger distance than just where you can hold it. So I think in the same way, when we talk about something where it's located, you have to take into account its causal abilities, and with God, it would be everywhere.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, before the door fly off the hinges here, there's a whole different tangent going on, but before, I wanted to get a better understanding when it comes to the moral epistemology. So is there a presumption that it is, that we have moral knowledge, I should say?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Before we move on from the universe question, I really wanted to say, I think it's very possible.
You know that physicists don't believe in God, right?
Hold on. Some do. So before, when it comes to the universes, I don't think the universe as a whole exists in the same way objects do. Maybe it does. Maybe there's a meta universe where this universe is just an object in it. But it could also be that it exists in a mind. That ultimately this universe exists in the mind of God or something. It can also just be that it exists in a totally different way. That there's just a different mode of being that universes exist in that's separate from the way objects exist that we just don't understand. I feel like those are all live options. Yeah.
I think a lot of it comes down to what you just said, which is we just don't understand. In the same way that there's this suggesting that there's this there are these morals that occur objectively that we have access to. There might be zillions of other things far more complicated we don't have access to likewise.
This is the problem. You always go toward imaginary morality at some point in time. You always go towards a fantasy. But all societies are based upon some kind of moral boundary and moral law that is usually based upon their religion. So where is this non-theist society that is really thriving that we can look at?
Well, in fairness, I don't think all religions have good. I don't think that the Aztecs, as they were ripping out the hearts of their enemies, were necessarily practicing good morals, but because of their religion. But I think that's a slightly separate question than what we were talking about earlier with the epistemology behind it, right? It's not even about religion per se or about secular versus religious societies. It's just about the idea of it's surprising that if you think we have moral knowledge, that we happen to have moral knowledge given the alternative models if it's not theistic.
Yeah, how do we even prove that moral knowledge even exists? Like, I don't even know how, like, how do we do that?
You mean to prove that it's objectively true? I don't think there is a way of proving that it's objectively true, and that's my problem with that theory.
Well, it would depend if you think that do you think that there's been moral progress at all, Cogito, in the world, or not? I mean, it seems obvious to me and to probably to most people that we've gotten better over the past several centuries with, human rights and civil rights and not having slavery be as common and all, the way that we have humanitarianism and all, virtually every metric.
But again, it hasn't evolved, it changed. It hasn't evolved, it changed. There's a difference, right? And I think that is in correlation to how we treat each other in a negative way. So therefore, we have to, in return, we have to produce a positive to it, right? To offset that negative. So therefore, we create different moral codes, right? And doesn't even necessarily tie to religion. It doesn't even necessarily tie to just like our specific values as human beings. But I think that most of like this outlook of morality died off by the ideal of free will and freedom. And specifically in America, what overcame that was law. And I'll leave it there.
But law is based specifically upon religion.
Well, so I do have an argument for moral realism, but if you have one as well, Caleb, I'd be more interested to hear that than to repeat my own.
I mean, I'm kind of curious what yours is. Usually when I think to argue for moral realism, you would have to just show that there are you would have to get the person to agree that it seems like there are some moral facts that are just fundamentally true that are not really reducible, right? Because we could talk about how, it's bad to harm people, and for societies, we ought not do this because it would have social consequences. And I think if you could come up with thought experiments that control for all that, it's like, okay, fine, let's imagine a world where there wasn't evolution. Let's imagine a world where there wasn't all the things we control for. And if you still agree that there are moral obligations and moral facts even in that world, and you couldn't explain them further than just it seems like there are, then I think that you would have moral realism, right? If you couldn't explain them through those other metrics because you controlled for them. So, and then I usually give an example. It's like if you have two people who are on an island who are fighting over resources, but then one of them decides to sacrifice himself. Let's say there's a leopard or something that tries to kill one of them, and he jumps in the way and saves the life of the other one. So this man could live, right? That seems like a very virtuous and loving thing to do. It seems like that man did a really good thing. But there really isn't a reason in that case because these are two men. They're not going to have any offspring. They don't really have much to benefit from, right? He's losing his life, so there's no immediate selfish gain. And you can look at all these other reasons. It'd be very difficult in my mind to explain why this would be a good thing.
But that's a very abstract kind of reason.
Right. Hey guys, just real quick. Cecily's not going to force in. She was trying to give an answer to the last question to her, and she didn't quite get it out. And I would like to hear. She's been part of the room. She actually is kind of familiar with this kind of stuff. So it'd be cool to let her finish, and then we can carry on. Cecily, you want to go ahead and if you can remember what you were saying.
Still, I can't remember what Caleb asked about the universes, so I need to hear it again.
Okay.
Did you say that are we living inside another universe? Or I think I heard something like that.
I didn't make that claim. I said it would. They asked me where the universe was location-wise, and I said it would depend if you think the universe is the only physical thing that exists, or if there would be a multiverse which you could draw locationality from. It would just really depend on the circumstances.
Well, there's a huge difference between universes. When we say universe or universes or multiverse, first we need to know the difference. When we say universes, technically we are talking about parallel universes, which comes from this law of physics of Heisenberg's uncertainty, which says we cannot detect an electron particle with the exact momentum and with the exact location. So based on this fact, physicists now say that there are two interpretations for Schrödinger's cat. I think all of the audiences in this room know about Schrödinger's cat. It's actually a technique of thought. It's actually a mental examination. Considering Schrödinger's cat theory and Schrödinger's cat test, we can say that parallel universes exist based on this physics fact that electron particles cannot be detected in exact location. And we also know that Young's light test also confirms this theory. So far physicists say that parallel universes exist based on this fact. But when we talk about multiverses, we talk about the possibility of existing other universes with different laws of physics based on the string theory. So string theory tells us that all the particles are created based on some string energies that they vibe in 11 dimensions or maybe 12 dimensions. Each and every of these dimensions can be curled up inside some manifolds called Calabi-Yau manifolds. And based on the movement and shape of these Calabi-Yau manifolds, we can say that other universes with different laws of physics exist. So when we talk about multiverses, we mean something like that.
Y'all let her deflect.
Midas, let her finish.
You have double standard. You cocks have double standard.
Let her finish.
So when somebody says that we don't know where the exact time and location of the universe was when it was created, again, physicists do not have a very exact answer because time, space, and location of the universe was not. It did not exist before the Big Bang. So that's a question of mystery. So any creature, anything that exists beyond time and space, the time and space of the Big Bang of this universe that exists already, we can claim that that being, that creature, might be God, according to physicists that believe in God. But beyond that, physicists do not have a very straight answer. Even other parallel universes, we don't know if they are completely co-aligned with our universe based on time and space or not. There are still some debates over this claim.
I appreciate that, Cecily. Thank you for that. I'm sorry that was originally brought by Sam. I think asked that question, so it's more his fault that we're in that tangent. But I do appreciate that very precise answer on that physics lesson. That we all appreciate it. I know that's based primarily on the Copenhagen interpretation, right? Because there are, as you pointed out, different interpretations of quantum mechanics.
Yes.
Not that I understand them at all, right? I know that's the prevailing theory. But no, it is generally fascinating. I think multiverses are mostly based on the inflation, though, right? The idea that if a universe is, or like cosmic inflation, to where it could basically branch off from another universe to other smaller universes, that would be sort of more of the multiverse idea.
No, multiverses usually come from the idea of string theory. Right now, there are still some debates on how to say it. Scientists do not confirm directly the string theory because the whole structure of string theory exists only in mathematical structures, not beyond that. We cannot find any experimental data. So as long as we do not have any experimental data, we only have theory and mathematical theories. We cannot claim a theory in physics to be completely true. But based on string theory, we can say that, yes, we have multiverses, and these multiverses have different laws of physics. M power to 500 types of multiverses exist, according to the manifold simulation.
Would there be some, I know this will be the last thing I said on this, I don't want to go back to the other one. Would there be a general, broader set of laws that would govern these parallel universes or these multiverses, depending on which model you're taking, overall, to where we could talk about this, bigger entity that has all these smaller universes, and then would that itself be governed by some kind of meta laws that would be more fundamental than the ones in our particular universe?
Okay, so about parallel universes, we can say that the same laws of physics might exist in parallel universes, because when we talk about parallel universes, we exactly mean that universes that look exactly like our universe, but there are some slight differences, not huge differences. But when we talk about a multiverse, we mean a whole different type of universe with another physical structure with another type of physical structure. So the physical laws of physical structures are completely different. There might not be any rules about gravity in that universe, for example.
So then how could one make predictions about something that is like inscrutable to us? It seems like we have to be able to say some things about what properties this multiverse would have, right? I understand that parallel universes would have pretty similar laws, although slightly differently. But it seems like if you're positing an entity that has completely different laws than we do, then it seems like it'd be hard to make any kind of predictions about what that would look like.
Yes, it's very difficult to make any predictions, but it kind of looks like talking about higher dimensions. When we talk about other multiverses, it exactly looks like talking about higher dimensions. So physicists also say that multiverses might be versions of the universe in higher dimensions, or there might be higher dimensions of existing of another universes other than us. So this is what is the physicists are talking about. But imagining and predicting how the laws of physics might exist in higher dimensions is very difficult to even imagine. Even the theoretical imagination is very difficult. Only presumptions. We only have what we all have is just presumptions.
I think we know basically nothing about if there's multiverse, what these other universes would be like. I think we have basically no evidence about it.
We'd also have to be careful. I mean, isn't that why you have like the Boltzmann brain concept to say, like, couldn't you theoretically have a multiverse to where the laws of physics work out to where you're a false brain and have illusions rather than objective perceptions? And how do we know we're not one of those, right? Like,
there could be Boltzmann brains in our universe, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do we? If you want to avoid Boltzmann brains, it seems like you have to posit that there's some kind of laws that make Boltzmann brains very unlikely or implausible to say that the Boltzmann brain hypothesis is a worse hypothesis than the reality hypothesis.
Well, all I know is that the laws of physics, especially the relationship between main forces in physics like gravity, the weak electron force, the strong electronic force, everything that governs in our universe is exactly at the suitable amount that would lead to the creation of intelligent creatures like us. If these laws, if these forces were slightly different, then there wouldn't be any creatures like humans in this universe evolved and asking these questions about God or universe or other things.
Can I? Sorry, Walter. Did you want to go back to the metaphysics? To the morality thing.
Well, I do, but I just feel compelled to clarify something based on, well, maybe a couple things based on what Cecily said. So, first of all, Cecily, did I hear you correctly that did I hear you say that there is a sort of consensus among physicists that there are in fact these either parallel worlds or other universes that's taken to be consensus, or how would you summarize the view of that at the moment in physics?
Yes, so in physics we all know about this very famous equation called Schrodinger's equation. So based on the equation, everything happens around us kind of lies based on a wave function. So they can be described as a wave function. When we talk about wave function, I strongly mean about particles. So electron particles, they all have wave functions. So according to the wave functions of the Schrodinger's formula, several states of electrons can exist. And also based on the Young's formula and Young's test. So in Young's model, in Young's test, we can confirm this fact that electrons can have different states at the same time based on the wave functions. So if we accept that, we can say that based on the interpretations from the Schrodinger's cat's test, we can have two main theories. The Copenhagen theory, which says that when you open the Schrodinger's cat box, the cat is either dead or is alive. So we have a very determined state when somebody opens up the box. The wave functions collapse, and we can see either the cat is definitely dead or the cat is definitely alive. That's the first interpretation. interpretation. And a second theory says, which is the here-earth theory, it says that no, when we open the box, in one of the universes, the cat is alive, and in another parallel universe, the cat is dead. So physicists mostly agree with the second theory, the here-earth theory, claiming that when something happens to us, or when we want to decide about two items, or everything that every fundamental thing that happens in the universe that affect the laws of physics, in that moment, the universe scratches into two main parallel universes.
Yeah.
One state happens in the first universe, and the other state happens in the second universe.
Yeah, so that's what I thought I heard you say that earlier. So there's at least two things to correct here. One, there aren't just two main interpretations. There's a number of different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and most of them do not have, like Copenhagen, do not entail other worlds, right? It's only the many worlds interpretation that you're referring to there is the second one, but there's more than two. Second of all, it's not the case that most physicists agree with the many worlds interpretation. It could be a plurality of them at this point, but it's certainly not above 50%. So I just wanted to correct the record there, because I think that we could be giving misleading information to people.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there are still debates over that. They do not confirm, but they say that there's a high possibility of the second interpretation. But the first interpretation is not also wrong.
Right, people that believe in the many worlds interpretation say that, that's what we should believe, right? They're advocates for it. Last I checked, it's somewhere around 30%, so it is, 20 or 30%, and it has been increasing recently, so it's certainly in vogue, right? But it's not close to 50% last I checked, and as I said, it's because it's not just two options on the table here, it's a number of different, you also have the hidden variables, so the Bohmian, or maybe Bohmian-like, right, models. You have cubism, right, quantum Bayesianism, and so basically every one of these interpretations, except for many worlds, doesn't have the many worlds. So just to clarify that.
Walter, I'm curious, just from this, you show me your statistics like that. Do you know if that's from like a survey of physicians, or is that a survey of like published literature?
I think it was of physicists who have terminal degrees, and I don't remember exactly, but it was of experts.
Yeah. Well, I only asked that because I've always heard people who give statistics like that. It's curious to me because I feel like whenever you're measuring consensus, not that I think it's always helpful to just do a head count. I'm not so much interested in what like people with the degree were teaching necessarily think of it. I think it's more relevant to people who've engaged and are aware of the literature, because you can have fields that have like hyper specializations, right? And if they're like they're a physics professor, but they teach introductory levels and they haven't maybe read some of the more advanced or more recent literature on the subject, their opinion might not be as relevant as someone who's constantly publishing and engaging and with models and critiquing them, right, in that way. So for me, that's why I'm just always curious in terms of where those numbers come from. But I don't disagree with you that the number's probably right, and it's probably contested a lot either way.
Yeah, well, I think it's a great point that, who should we consider the relevant experts to look to here for, supposing there are experts in this area. Like, it's because you could think, well, even the people who, publish a lot and really care about the arguments and such, you could think that, they're not aware of this one argument that is relatively unknown, but if they were, right, they would see it's totally defeats their position, or there's just this really big issue with it. Like, for example, in many worlds, I don't know how well known this is, but there is a major issue with probability of it seems like our understanding of probability breaks down in the many worlds, which we don't have to, I do want to get back to the, I think, more consequential topic, but it's a good point. I agree.
Yeah, and I bring that up too because, like, I think you probably have heard people say, like, Phil surveys 70% of philosophers don't believe in God, right? But that's taking all philosophers of, like, that's including philosophers of mathematics, philosophers of, with Platonic elements, philosophers of politics, and all these other ones where it's like a lot of these are not going to be best or maybe are adjacent fields, but they're not going to be super familiar. I think philosophy of religion is going to be the most relevant in terms of, I don't know if someone who's an expert in philosophy of politics or something, or even someone who's an ethicist, their opinion on the moral arguments will be relevant, but they're probably not going to know much about the cosmological argument or whatever, right? So I just don't think those kinds of surveys are very helpful. I think you want to look at people who have specializations in a very niche area of that. But again, I said that point earlier.
No, I agree. I completely agree with all that.
Anyway, did you have some of the moral realism point earlier that we were getting at? I think that Tobias was maybe pushing back on.
Yeah. So the Tobias, are you still here?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm still here. So I'm just busy doing some stuff. I'm here. I'm listening in.
Okay, yeah. So if you're able to talk, I do have an argument for moral realism that might be, good. Curious to get your response to if you're up for it.
No, I do. Right now, I'm a little bit busy. I'm a bit wrapped up. But if you're going to be in the chat in like 20 minutes, I'm happy to talk to you about that.
Okay.
I'm just running some errands right now, but I am here. Yeah. I'd love to talk to you about that.
We can probably put that on hold then until I know it's kind of hard to engage with an argument here.
Yeah, it is. It's quite, there's a lot to cover there. So, but I would like to talk about that.
Yeah. Also, I love your accent, Tobias. By the way, you sound.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Whenever you're talking to Yanks like us, or I presume Walter's a Yank, then we're very easily impressed by accents that are slightly European. We automatically think they're smarter than us.
Oh, I appreciate it. Usually my voice is not as high pitched as it is today, but this always happens to me when I go to the gym. I had like an hour and a half workout session. My fucking vocal cords are like squeezed. You know that feeling? I don't know if you guys get that. It's like, yeah, so it's unfortunate, but usually my voice is a bit deeper. But thank you for the compliment. So very much appreciate it.
Well, so I'm guessing, I know you're presumably a theist, right? Are you like a Christian or anything in particular, or what's sort of your background?
Yeah, I am a Christian and relatively recent convert, probably within the last year or two, maybe about 2 years now.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I lean Catholic, but have yet to. I'm soon to be catechumen, hopefully, so soon, have yet to go through RCIA, but yeah.
Well, I'm not a Catholic, but my condolences for the loss of Pope Francis. So.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
Catholic friends, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was talking to another Catholic on a philosophy Discord server that I frequent, and we were having. What were we talking about? We were actually talking about faith and doxastic voluntarism, and like in the middle of the conversation, someone, not a regular, I'd never seen this person before, and I'm very active on there, but they just came in and said, Pope Francis is dead, and we weren't sure if they were trolling or what, but she asked me to see if that, and so I Googled it, and yeah, it was just a few minutes ago because we were up, it was very, I'm on the East Coast, so it was super late my time, but it was, so yeah, I think.
I'm surprised too, because he, obviously I know he was in bad condition, but it seemed like he was getting a little better, and then it seemed like the death was kind of sudden. I know he was not feeling well, but last time he was on a ventilator for a while and was kind of going in and out, so I'm surprised it was so sudden, that he didn't get hospitalized again and had to redo the whole thing.
Yeah, I heard that I think just the day before, 1 or 2 days before, he was, giving blessings. He even took a ride in the Pokemobile to crowds and was, waving. So yeah, it was very sudden. But I think I'll, continue to pray for the state of the Catholic Church at this point. But anyway.
I guess that's fair. I don't want to waste time trying to convert you out of Catholicism specifically. I think if you're a convert trying to just keep it at that is close enough, it's probably helpful.
Yeah. I think we're on the same page there. Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask, like, what in general sort of brought you to the Christian theism?
Yeah, well, it's hard to say, but some of the first things that led up to it were I had my mind changed about a number of things that allowed me to come to believe, because I was a pretty somewhat aggressive atheist for some years, but I came to believe at first that Christianity could in fact be intellectually defensible. So, for example, just one example, my mind was changed on me and my entire family. Growing up, were the rest of them still are, except for me. Very pro-choice, very leaning that way, right? But so when I first actually started looking into the arguments for and against, pro-choice and pro-life, I came away with I can't hold the pro-choice position. I think the arguments are way stronger, and I was shocked at the types of arguments that I heard were common, like, oh, it's not even alive at that point, which and it's so that was significant. But once I was open to the idea that it was intellectually defensible, it wasn't. Yeah, I don't think it was just the arguments, but it's hard to say exactly. I think I came to for one thing, I wanted to put my mindset of, okay, what would it really be like to think that something like this could be true, and could I appreciate that if it were true, that it would be good if true. And I just sort of I didn't have like a one religious experience that converted me, and so it was very gradual. But over time, I just at some point I just said, okay, well, I guess I think I actually do believe, and so I wish I had a better answer, but something like that.
Interesting. So it's almost, I guess this is why you're talking about doxastic voluntarism. So it's almost Pascalian in a way. I don't mean Pascalian like you were scared of like, oh, hell exists or something, but more so the idea that, well, if it's plausible or defensible, it is true, and it seems like it's a net benefit, then you can almost that desire for it to be true, and there's no sufficient defeater in your eyes, right? And maybe you don't have to have necessarily knocked down positive reason to hold to it, but that sort of pragmatic reason alone, with the lack of a defeater and with the rational defensibility combined, maybe is what it sort of draws it to.
Well, no. So I was arguing against the doxastic voluntarism, and so no, I at a certain, it's hard for me to pinpoint what it was, but at a certain point, I found that I actually can't doubt it. I actually can't. At this point, I don't think I could go back. Like, I don't think my mind could. I feel something like certainty about it, and it is hard to say. Yeah.
Wow, that's sufficient. I don't know. I feel like I've been a Christian of different sort of stripes my whole life, and I don't think I've ever felt like maybe the certainty that you feel like you have, or that Andrew feels like he has. I don't know if that's something that's wrong with me or if not. Maybe I don't think every Christian's guaranteed that, but regardless, I'm very happy to hear it that way. I don't really have a position on this doxastic voluntarism. I also haven't read much of the literature on it, but I kind of go back and forth. I feel like there's some days I wake up and it's like, yeah, obviously, people can't choose their beliefs. Like, on the other hand, there are also days where I feel like people have epistemic obligations where, like, if I was debating with like a flat earther or something, right? It's almost like if they were just telling me, look, Caleb, like, you make some points, but I just can't be convinced of it. It just, like, no matter what, it just doesn't persuade me. It doesn't seem true. Do I just dust my hands and like, well, okay, I guess that's how it is, or is there no, like, you literally are using a fallacious argument, like, you should recognize that, and the fact they can't, like, how much blameworthiness they have on their part for believing something that to them they again just generally can't sort of convince themselves out of. That's what makes it hard.
Yeah. Well, it's a super fascinating topic, and my mind is slightly changed on it from the Heartland position. So one answer that I heard, I think it was Ethan earlier today in another room, if I'm not mistaken. Answer that he gave is no, it wasn't Ethan. It was I know him on Discord as Albedo, but on here he's I'm blanking. But anyway, so he was saying that
I know Albedo, so you could just call Albedo.
Yeah. So he said, I'm pretty sure it was him that said, he would affirm doxastic voluntarism, but what he means by ability to choose belief is like the in the process of deliberation, which can be in a conversation, right? I assume he meant it can also be in conversation with someone else. It's the result that happens at the end of that is and so that for me, like, because I think we can definitely choose to engage in conversation with others, consider their position, consider the arguments they're making, give it a fair shot, right? And so I think so if that's what we mean by doxastic voluntarism, and then that like leads to belief in some way, I'm still confused about that, if it's determined or how to think. But so that's one interesting answer. And then the other person I was talking to before heard about Pope Francis she was saying that she's trying to, it's hard for me, and I guess I'll learn more about this over time, but apparently the Catholic position does commit one to some form of doxastic voluntarism because the will is involved, at least in faith. So, at least there's one example where coming to believe something, right, is requires the will, then, that would be doxastic voluntarism, I guess. So, but yeah, I'm
just the
still
concept of like, I think when they view like mortal sins, they do have to throw in the will and sort of that responsibility in there. So maybe that's what it would come down to. I don't know, but I don't agree with everything in Catholic metaphysics because some of it just is very strange to me. But I guess you could say that with any kind of Christian faith to some extent. But I think Catholics have a lot more specificity that makes it a little bit more different, in my opinion. But we don't have to go down that route.
Yeah, well, for another time.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious if there's going to be any canonization cause for Francis. I know they have to wait like 5 years, I think, is typically it's the normal standard, but with John Paul II, they expedited that really quickly, only a few months after his death. So, curious to see how that goes.
It's funny to say that you're a Catholic inquirer, Walter, because I've actually been making the claims. I'm letting people know as of late. I might be cutting out. I'm letting people know as of late that I'm kind of.
Don't say you're considering Catholicism.
I'm appreciative.
Don't say that.
Well, I'm just going to tell you. Look, just got to call spade a spade.
Like Andrew, Catholics do not hold to universalism. They won't be burning.
Some of them cheat and like they go up to the line and they don't like jump over it, but they are like very much basically the same thing. They're like, well, yeah, I can't say it because the dogma says I'm not allowed to affirm it is absolutely true, but it's plausible. Like I personally think they can do that. They just can't declare this dogma.
Oh, so it's like you're allowed to believe it is so inclined like evolution?
Well, look, the Catholics, I believe under Catholic dogma, you have to be open to the idea that some people could, in theory, be damned forever in hell, right? But they don't have to affirm that any one person is. So you could say, like, hell in principle is possible, but yet I don't think anyone is in hell. Like, you could say that.
Well, the thing is that could be a conflict, but I'll just tell you, I really, really like their social stances. Like, I'm talking about, like,
their hyper-social conservatism that you know.
Yeah, I love it.
But they also don't like the death penalty, though. So that would.
Well, I'm not in favor of the death penalty.
Well, you've defended it in other cases. It was like.
Well, of course, I know I defend what God did historically, but I'm not saying I defend us too. Caleb, how can I know you so long, brother, and you still don't know that?
No, I'm pretty sure you've given examples like in modern day, where like, if we brought back like public executions, that it would be a deterrent to crime.
Oh, I think it would. Yeah,
I think
that's not the same as saying, but yeah, but don't conflate that with me being in favor of the death penalty. We don't have. First, a couple things is, the one huge thing is that our government is incompetent on certain things related to that, and I don't think we should be putting. Yeah, and then secondly, the biggest thing is that I'm not sure that we're permitted to put people to death. And now that's given Christ new marching orders. Now it is the case that God did it historically, and I stand by that. I make no apology for it. But I make an apology for it, but I don't apologize for it.
You're an apologist.
Yes, exactly. But that being said, no, I'm hold on.
Quick.
I'm agnostic.
Okay.
Hold on, buddy.
All right.
I'm agnostic on the death penalty. I lean towards it, but I'm agnostic on it. So I won't accept it until I get a good conviction that it is the case that we can kill other human beings. Now, that being said, if somebody wanted to put the death penalty in place for certain things, if they make a good case biblically, if I think that they're being led by the Spirit, and even if I'm not convinced biblically, I might be. I probably wouldn't resist that law coming in. I wouldn't vote for it, but I wouldn't resist it. I'd resist it actively.
So fine, let's just grant the social issues though. Like, do you not find the other things like, I don't know, the Marian dogmas or transubstantiation to be?
I think they're tenuous. They're speculative. But I mean, so I had problems with like the praying to the saints and stuff. But given certain apologetics that have been done, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean,
ironically, that's the one that I had the least problem with. Like that.
Okay, right. I don't like this co-redemptrix. Eve is Mary is the Eve 2.0.
Mary's Ark of the Covenant.
Mary's Ark of the Covenant. She's co-redeemer in that way because she housed God, and I don't know.
She didn't have any other kids either. She was a perpetual virgin.
That's kind of a problem.
Just a cousin, and
I do find that problematic because I think didn't it say he's got siblings, right? Jesus had more.
Well, they don't. Well, they take that as being either half siblings from
like
Joseph's
spiritual brother.
Well, they would say either it's a half sibling from Joseph's prior marriage, or that it would be the word aldephos can also mean cousin, so that it may not be like. So, again, it's the interpretations that are kind of tenuous, but that's typically how it goes about. But
I'm not a fan of that. But what I am a fan of is their Trinitarian stance. I am a fan of their abortion stance. It's a huge thing for me, and just the fact that they're publicly stating that. I mean, they are like the single biggest contenders against abortion as far as a group of people. And I don't know. I think that's such a big thing. I'd have to think about. There's some other stuff that they're into as well.
It's funny because they're actually the only ones who are consistent with that. Because in the early 20th century, most Protestants weren't against it. They had no issue with the other side. The Catholics were the only ones who were like, well, I don't want to say the only ones. They were consistently against against that stuff. You had plenty of Protestants in the early 1900s who were like the modern sort of evangelical opposition, conservative opposition towards abortion really comes from the 1970s with I'm blanking on the name, like Pat Robertson and the
before basically the way that it evolved or whatever was originally in the United States there were very little prohibitions against that. Then during the era of like eugenics and race science, Christian conservative, Americans wanted white women to be chaste. So they would make laws against white women having abortions while they were sterilizing black women. And then, you have the passage of Roe in the 70s. And then when Roe is passed, the sort of, you have the development of the modern day anti-abortion movement where they make this argument that like the fetus is a person and they tend to see themselves as like akin to like slave abolitionists and that kind of.
What's interesting too is you go back into like the first century. I think I quoted it the other day. I think it was Justin Martyr or some declaration beside it, but it's first century. I think it's first century, right around there, just the turn of the first century, or turn into the second. It is there's just a clear declaration that not to abort your child. And it was just like and I wonder where that would play a role as far as the lineage, like the apostolic lineage, like what tradition they would be part of. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Justin Martyr.
I mean, it is true that it was pretty good. So go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
From I mean, from what I've been able to glean, reading a little bit about Abrahamic texts on the issue, it doesn't seem like seems like those texts had provisions for allowing it under certain circumstances. And then, like, you know, people on here will come back, no, you're not interpreting that right. So, like,
right.
I mean,
you can have an interpretation.
I haven't been persuaded of that, but I don't know.
Well, I think in Islam and Judaism that is true. I think he's talking about like the post New Testament traditions.
Well, yeah, I don't know about post New Testament, but I was talking about like Old Testament
traditions.
Right,
yeah. I think that the strongest text piper is in Genesis. The one that I've been pointing to for a lot of people is that when it says, if a human sheds human blood, his blood shall be on his hands, and his blood shall be shed.
Well, but when you read that, right, the interpretation you're doing is, okay, well, then since I think that principle extends to a pro-life position, that must be what the authors had in mind. I don't think that's like the right way of interpreting. At least what the author's intent was. Your broader theological commitments aside again.
Well, also, doesn't the Old Testament say that, like you've quoted before, Andrew, that the life is in the blood, right? But fetuses, depending on what stage of development, they don't always have a circulatory system.
Sure, I guess I would just right. I just would go more basic than that. I mean, they certainly knew, you know, embryos and whatnot. They saw the insides of a womb and stuff like that. That happened, right? People would get eviscerated and cut up and killed, and all this stuff would happen. So, I would just say that my reasoning on that would just be, it's simply put, it's a human, and they know that it's a human. So I don't think that when that kind of prohibition is being made, I don't think that they think what's in the womb is not human.
Yeah, but they didn't know it. They didn't really know about conception in terms of like the timing of it, right? Like they knew like when it became visibly obvious there was a bump and stuff. But they didn't have the technology to know what a zygote looks like at 2 weeks of age.
Oh, sure, but I mean, if somebody has sex and they don't. They don't again, and then they have a baby, you know, in 9 months, then they can measure that, right? They're able to tell.
I'm not saying they didn't know it was 9 months. I'm just saying that the fetal development. I'm not aware that they. I mean, like,
also.
I don't know if they.
Sorry,
no, I was gonna say, like, you talk about how, like, I agree that they had some concept of fetal development based on, you know, women just dying and having it. I don't know if they had the idea where, like, if you asked a doctor, an ancient Jewish doctor at that time, to draw a picture of a, like, okay, what does a baby look like at 3 weeks after conception? Like,
no, I get that.
I don't think it wouldn't be big enough to the naked eye without equipment to be able to, like, see that and to know. They probably think it would look just like a tiny human and didn't really know about, like, the piece by piece kind of thing. Again, I'm not saying that it doesn't make it a person, but, you know, we should just be careful not to put modern concepts onto it.
I mean, in that connection, the other thing that you're not going to be able to do is, like, for some conservative Christians, like, the justification ends up being that a zygote isn't sold or something, right? Or the soul of a zygote, soul is enfleshed in the zygote or whatever.
Right.
And that's not going to apply to the people writing the Bible and the people, you know, maintaining the tradition until the development of Christianity and Western philosophy, because the way that, you know, ancient Abrahamics tended to view that issue was they were animalists about human persons. So they thought your personhood was the same thing as your, like, animal body, and that, like, basically when people die, they don't have a soul that leaves their body. They're just.
So you mean like a hylomorphism? Piper? Do you mean like a hylomorphism?
No, that's like a Greek thing. Well, So instead of thinking that there was a soul that leaves the body upon death, they thought, okay, you died once your body died, and then on the day of judgment, there is a resurrection where your animal body is spiritually glorified and brought back to life. So they didn't really believe in souls the way modern religions.
Well, it's interesting. Walter wants to come in here, but I'll just say the Old Testament actually teaches, a lot of people don't know this, but the Old Testament actually teaches judgment, right? Post-death judgment. So there is some conception.
The judgment happens when the bodies are resurrected.
That's the second temple period. That's a little bit later. I think he's talking about that I was talking about earlier, like Genesis.
Well, also, what I'm talking about is compatible with there being a day of judgment and a resurrection. It's just not in terms of, like, soul.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. What word are you guys talking about? Nefesh or different word?
So
and also just say that it depends on because Piper is right that there were some traditions where they did, like the Sadducees, they did hold to that, but there are some inclinations of like a proto soul, like in Samuel where they bring back Saul from the dead as almost like a ghost. When Jesus appears, they think he's a ghost in Numa, and they have to say no, a ghost isn't a flesh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the more ancient tradition. When you get into Christianity develops in the context where you already have like Roman civilization and stuff like that. So there's this like Western philosophical tradition that talks about.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting is when God creates the
this shall
animal.
take business proof. Like if you just read the Old Testament, you have a concept of a soul that can exist apart from the body.
You have it in Samuel and a few other places, like maybe.
I mean, you have it in a bunch of places. You have it in Isaiah. You have it in Ezekiel.
Yeah, but those are still like around the exilic period. I think Piper's talking about like ancient, like pre.
I mean, even if you took like Genesis,
that's what I was
with
saying.
Rachel's death, you have her soul departing.
Yeah, and God, that's.
Yeah, I mean, I would be open to looking at the passage with you.
Yeah, the other thing is just to remember when God made the animals, there's a specific thing that He does with humans, and it says that He breathed into their nostrils and made them a living soul. So I think that's like the breath of life. There is. I think that's the kind of conception, like being made in the image of God, the special creation apart from the animals. So I mean that's one thing. But just to be clear, Piper, I'm not even making the ensoulment argument. That is something.
No, I was just saying that as an aside. I wasn't accusing you.
No. I appreciate that for sure. But I was just going to say that that my argument is just this. Like, certainly. So it says,
Andrew, thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Okay, hold on, Ronnie.
No. You're gonna.
Oh no, you're gonna hold on. I'm gonna spank your bottom. You want that?
That's a little kinky. I think that's.
Yeah, it is
kinky. I think that counts as homosexual, Andrew.
It might. Okay. Genesis 9:6. Whoever sheds human blood, by human shall their blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made mankind. Now my point here is just to say that when somebody is pregnant, let's say that they don't know until they're, I don't know, you have these really large women who don't even know they're pregnant until they're giving birth. But let's just say that's an obesity issue here, right? But back then, right, I agree with Dr. Josh. These people aren't just ignorant sheep herders, Bronze Age, or, whatever, however far back you want to go. Just numbskulls. That's not what's going on. I think these people were quite able to realize when they were 4 months along or 5 months along and realizing, you know what? Yeah, I'm getting a little bigger here. And they realize up until late baby. That's a baby before it comes out. That's the pre-development of a human. That's the developing stages of a human prior to birth. And so it's just like, I don't think there was any misconception, pun not really intended. Huh?
But isn't the cognitive function what's important there? Like, I think we could agree that, like, when you get to a certain point, the biological features do look, somewhat human to a certain point. But it's not clear. I mean, there is some better science on this, but we still don't really know what degree, what degree of consciousness does a person need to become a person.
I'm not talking about person. I'm talking about human.
But human, I don't think that there's anything special about being human in that sense. Humans are special because they're persons. But there's nothing, it's not just because we have a particular set of DNA that suddenly makes us valuable, right? It's because we have qualities as persons that make us valuable.
Maybe ask a question super quick, Andrew and Caleb?
Yeah, go.
On topic of birth. So the passages that Andrew referred to in Genesis, and so Andrew and Isaac Muse with the Sarah soul departing and the breath of life and stuff. I assume nefesh is meant there, right? And is it true that the word nefesh is also applied to animals, also like the life force, by lack of a better term, for animals? I'm just curious. Is that the case, or do you guys not know?
What are you saying?
I'm simply saying. So, okay. So Ethan Muse talked about a verse about, before the temple time in Genesis about Sarah's soul departing, and I think you also mentioned a verse in Genesis, Andrew, and my question was, the word used there for a soul or life, is it nefesh? And if so, is it also applied to animals, like Piper said, right? Or not? or you guys just want to not talk about that? That's fine. Too.
Caleb, do you understand what he's saying?
He's saying is the word nephesh that's used to describe human life, is that also used for animals?
Yeah.
I think we can look. I'll just say that in the New Testament it makes it clear that there's a spirit, soul, and a body. So I think
for sure, yeah. New Testament for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we have a spirit in. Well, I don't think it changed. I think that obviously that's always been that's always been the nature of man. But the spirit, the spirit is what's in the human. But I think animals do have souls. I think animals have souls because I think that's just the seat of their awareness, whatever degree they have it. And then humans have a more advanced version of that, but we also have a spirit. So I mean that's how I understand it. You know, yeah. But I just wanted to say this. So there are babies that are born with like no cognitive function. Okay. Right. So and they don't die right away. Right. They can be alive, like living, functioning, not functioning.
Well, like, you mean like they're on like a respirator, right? Like they're like.
Well, I mean, I don't. So I think we can find cases to show that there's no measurable brain function, brain activity, no cognitive ability, no cognitive function, and you would say, but yet you and I would want to grant them right to life, and I think that that's a problem because.
I would say it depends on. No, I agree with you. Like, it would depend on the prognosis. If it was like, hey, if we insulate this and take care of it for a few more weeks, it's pretty good likely chance of recovery. If it's the idea that this is brain dead, like it's basically just a corpse, and it's like
right.
At that point, I think you could say take it off the ventilator.
But see what happens there though, Caleb, is when you say as long as it'll pull through, we'll keep it. Well, in a pregnancy, they'll pull through. So
that's true, but
yes,
that's where the analogy would break down. But the point is to say that this is where it gets complicated, right? Because it's at a certain point, it's kind of like if you're building a computer, right? And it's like at what point when you get the pieces together does it become a computer? And that's where it gets difficult to say, right?
But what I'm saying is, Caleb, is that if it's the case that a baby's born with no cognitive function, and you're like, well, they're going to continue to live for another 10 years, and they're fine, right? They're not like in pain or anything like that. I don't think it's moral to kill them. And as long as you agree with that, then
are you saying live without like
cognitive function? Yeah, no cognitive.
No, but if you don't have cognitive function, you can't survive outside of like a respirator or like medical treatment.
Well,
you can't have literally a child who has no brain function, because like that would mean that they can't breathe, they can't digest, like they wouldn't even have like a circulatory system.
So for the hypothetical, and we can probably pull the medical stuff to confirm this, but that you could have people, or you could have a person that would have latent cognitive ability, or there'd be in some kind of coma or some kind of thing where
they do still have cognitive ability. It would just be.
It just hasn't come out yet. It has the capacity.
Right. But there's a difference. Well, okay, but there's a difference between someone who has. I think this also gets difficult because if I like get hit into a coma, right?
Yeah.
We know that I was conscious, and the consciousness might still be in there, but it just is basically like. Again, this is sort of like the computer analogy, right? You can have a computer that has a virus that's not functioning. Yeah. Maybe you could repair it and it could work again, right? But that's different than the pieces that haven't yet become a computer, right? You could say that, yes, this person has consciousness, they slipped out of consciousness, and they may or may not come back. They already have that property, where someone may not have yet possess that property at all.
I understand.
I'm saying it's a bit difficult to. It's hard to draw a good analogy.
Having it to losing it, and then maybe gaining it back or whatever, but from not having it at all. And I understand what you're saying. I'll make a further point, but go ahead, Dutch. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering. There seems to be like this huge symmetry breaker in this analogy, where if you talk about the parts of the computer, whether it's hardware or software, like I assume that's a metaphor for the physical substratum, right? That is needed for these functions, and these cognitive abilities, right? But I think Andrew holds to the view that the soul is not made of parts, right? It's immaterial, indivisible, and that's a conception, correct, Andrew? So life begins as a conception.
I'm going to say it's a human. Well, this is a biological fact. It's a human at conception. Real quick, Jana, I invited you up in 2 legs. D. Noel, you should be up here. ATM and Unfriendly, I invited you all up here. But yeah, go ahead.
And look, I'm not even pro-choice, right? I'm just saying I've always been nuanced, and you know this. I just think it's difficult either way because I think there's so many uncertainties here. But the point is, I think it's very difficult to know at what point, quote unquote ensoulment to the degree, because again, like there's no way you could test empirically to verify that there's some ensoulment in a zygote, right? You can look for cognitive signs that are equivalent to our minds if you think that mind's material, but the idea of when does a fetus develop, what we could say is at least a proto-mind, that's very difficult to sort of pin down. I think we'd all agree that if you're 8 months along, it seems pretty clear that there's substantial cognitive ability. That's much more difficult. If it's something that's earlier, it's going to be harder to verify that.
So I think the soul is meant to be an immaterial substance that endures over time. I think it's Andrew's point. So that's where the analogy of the computer parts, I think, break down.
Right, but how do you know that the soul is? How do you know that it's ensouled at conception and not 4 weeks later?
Oh well, as you said, that's something you cannot empirically verify. This is like an article of faith, basically.
So real quick, are you just to be clear? Do you, and welcome back, Nuha and Walter. Love to hear you weigh in on it. But let me just what is the? I'll just ask you, Caleb. Do you think that there's a moral imperative to be concerned about what we do to this earth? Like how we treat climate change, and be considering of future generations.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would just say future generations are unborn, right? These are unborn people that have zero capacity; they're not even born yet, and we are putting a moral obligation. We're saddling people with that, saying, "Hey, it's not about you. It's not about your life. It's about the life to come. That's going to be your progeny. That's going to include pregnancy." That's going to include newborns. It's going to include all the people that are unborn. And if you have a moral obligation to care about climate in that way because you care about the life of these unborn children, these children that don't have any capacity, that's showing that you can have a moral obligation to completely not even conceived of, not just pregnancy-wise, but even you haven't even thought of having sex, right? You can have an obligation to those generations. And that's
future generations are done. You're talking about children who are born, though, who have fully functional or mostly functional cognitive systems, right? In the generational system we have. That's not really the same thing as okay. Do you think that I don't think you would agree that we have obligations to children who aren't born yet, though. You have one. So do you think that if someone chooses to not have children, that's immoral?
Not necessarily. I mean, it could be depending on the circumstance, but no.
Right, but would you say Caleb? I don't know. Let's say that I don't have kids or I don't have as many as I could.
Right.
Caleb, if you were to conceive a child with your wife, you could have little Johnny. It's unfair of you to prevent little Johnny from existing in this world because you were selfish. I don't think anyone would really think that's persuade. There's an infinite amount of people God hasn't created yet that you don't think He's doing anything wrong by by depriving them of life in that sense, right? So that's sort of how I see the generational thing, but that's different than if Johnny was born. If Johnny is in fact born, then yes, I do have an obligation to take care of him and to provide for his needs up to a certain extent. So I think we recognize there's a difference there.
It's a little bit. So what I'm saying is to say every woman on the planet was pregnant, okay? But they're not in the state, the baby's not in the state of development to where, it's before the cutoff, okay? And then this idea of climate change comes up and you say, okay, you are morally obligated to maintain this earth in such a way for the future offspring, right? It's not for you; it's for the future offspring. Okay, well, that's a consideration of all these pregnancies because that's the one where that is directly.
But that's because you know that there's some of them will be born. If you could tell me, Caleb, this climate change isn't going this is going to affect us 120 years out. And every woman who's pregnant is not going to ever, they're all going to get abortions, let's just say. And this is the last generation, all of us will die out. Then I would say, well, at that point, I agree, we don't have the obligations at that point. But your premise rests on the idea that some of these women are going to carry these children to term, and they're going to, we know that's true.
No, it's more subtle than that. It's that there's a moral consideration for ones that will be born that are behind the time of cutoff. So the fact that they're under moral consideration.
They're still planning on being conceived, but the whole point is that some of these women plan on bringing them.
Well, they could change their mind. I mean, you don't know that, right? In this hypothetical.
Okay, but I think you would agree that statistically,
that's fine.
We can be very confident that people will continue to have kids.
Well, but here's the point, though. You don't. That's fine. You may think that, but you don't make the determination. They do. But really, the thing is this. You just even if all of them are going to have their babies, the point is prior to the cutoff, you are giving them moral consideration. You are concerned about what life you're leaving towards whichever one is going to be born. You don't know that yet. Let's just say all of them are, though. It is the case that you're giving it to them prior to the cutoff. So they are worthy of moral consideration prior to the
they're
cutoff.
future human beings.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but a woman who might be considering an abortion, right, is going to think, well, I'm not going to carry them to term, so I don't have to worry about their well-being.
No, I understand. I understand. I'm just saying that the moral consideration tied to the future human beings can happen prior to cutoff. And I'm saying the fact that you can confer moral consideration onto the babies prior to cutoff, that is something that we shouldn't just dissolve or say is not applicable when you have a pregnancy that's happening now.
Well, of course.
And
I mean, if someone was doing heavy drugs or drinking when they were like 8 months pregnant,
right? I think that's another point. Yeah.
Because they were planning, but again, that's because they think they're going to bring the baby to term.
Oh no! There's some states it's illegal regardless of what you think.
Well, I understand it's illegal, but I'm talking about from the abstract, like, you know.
Oh, I think it's immoral.
Yeah, as do I. I think it would be wrong to do
right.
that.
And even if you're planning on aborting it doesn't matter. The point is that you are doing something to affect, you're causing harm to your fetus, and it's something that has consideration. And that's why if a man shoots a woman in her womb or whatever, and it kills her and it kills the fetus, even if the fetus is prior to cutoff, that's a double homicide.
Yeah, but typically they're not charged with the same degree. It's not the same degree of severity as it would be if it was the woman.
But the point is that's moral consideration. And I'm just pointing out that I think that it's very intuitive, and I think a lot of people that's the reason why this war has been waging. But I think that it is just something to show that this moral consideration, this cutoff thing, which is nebulous because it's so funny, that's dependent on current technology, right? You go to a different country where you don't have certain technology, that can deliver the baby or, whatever in such a way where if you were to do an abort, be able to sustain the life of a removal of a fetus, right? If you don't have the technology that's cutting edge, the weeks can change. And so it's very strange to have a dependent thing, like where you go to one country and it's immoral to abort your baby, or it's moral to abort your baby.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that obviously, look, I think that I say most, that actually not true. I think that most people that I've talked to at least would have the intuition that as a human fetus and zygote has some degree of value, right? That it would still, there are some, I think radicals out there who think abortion is actually a good thing, but in general, I think people treat abortion like it's a tragedy. It's like, it's unfortunate the woman had to go through that extremely emotional decision, and it's upsetting, and no one should ever have to go through it, but it's maybe a necessary evil, right? I think that's probably the majority position where people don't actively, I'm not saying that there aren't any out there who enjoy it, but most people think of it like, euthanasia or something. Like, they don't enjoy it, they don't celebrate it, but it's like, oh, it's, you had to do it, but it's sad. So I think they would agree, we obviously as a fetus does have some degree of value, but then the question is, I also think we'd agree that do you think that a living child, like a toddler, let's say like a 2-year-old toddler,
has the same value as zygote?
Is the burning hospital analogy.
Yeah.
Would you agree that if you had to pick between the two, you would save the life of a toddler over the life of a zygote?
Well, if I had to, I mean, I'd be killing anybody, right?
I understand that, but
if it comes down to
conceding that there's some, you would still agree that the toddler's slightly, maybe not by a big degree, but that they can both be valuable, but I get here that the toddler's slightly more so. Then it gets the question, okay, now that we know that there's degrees of value, right, where
but that's not based on but I don't think
so there's degrees of value. Then the question is, okay, we also have the woman's autonomy, and that's also important. So then how important, even if we grant the fetus has some value, is it more important than her value? And that's where the debate goes, and that's where a very difficult question, like what degree of autonomy is more important or less important than the life of a fetus or something. So that's where it gets very difficult, and that's where I think these are tough conversations, and I'm not really sure where I sort of fall on it, because I can see the arguments on both sides.
Yeah, I just don't ever find the elective abortion arguments to be superseding that of preserving the life. I mean, I do think the baby has more value, only in that they have equal value in the sense of both human. But the reason I would make a pragmatic choice to save the babies rather than the zygotes in this situation is because of the connections that the baby has made and the experiences that have been built up with family members, etc., and the effect that would have. I think that's something to be considered. That's just doing the least amount of harm. That's not.
Well, suppose it's a baby that was abandoned immediately after it was born.
I think it still does harm to the society. I think that's still a bad thing to do. So I think just given the fact there's going to be consideration of something that's alive, that has that kind of visual experience. Now, this does not devalue it. Just because the zygote is internal, not visible, that kind of thing, that is not saying that there is a value that is there's still a base value of life there. But I'm saying...
Yeah, there's a base value, but there's still degrees. Okay, like, do you think that saving, if you had to pick between the fire and there's a guy in a coma versus the doctor who's fully awake, you would save the guy who's fully awake over the one in the coma, even though, yes, they, like, ideally you want to save both of them, right? Like, if you had to pick, you would probably agree that the guy who's not in a coma is more, I don't want to say, maybe valuable is a little bit of a tricky term.
Well, yeah. I mean, because look, you have the suffering, you have the emotional attachment, you have also the suffering of the baby. So, like, or the man that's in a coma or whoever, right? If there's somebody that has the capability of suffering, it is something that you do need to consider, because we're not going to be heartless here, right? But that doesn't mean that there's not equal moral value in their life. It doesn't mean that, right? It just means there's other considerations that are pragmatic or that are going to be you're going to need to have consideration of those. So that's why you would preserve a baby or a conscious man versus an unconscious, or somebody in a coma versus somebody not in a coma. You're going to have considerations of that. So I'm not saying that, right? That's just the intrinsic value is still going to be equal. And that's why I'm saying these other factors are they're going to all be about just the pragmatic nature of it. The visibility of it's a big deal. You can see it. It's like that's not to say that just because you can't see the fetus that it's devalued. It's not to say that the emotional attachment's one, right? And then the other one is just going to be the suffering, the ability to suffer. Because I agree, nobody's arguing, or at least they shouldn't argue, that a fetus, depending on the stage of development, is not going to suffer very much if you were to kill it. That's not the argument, right? That's not the issue.
So excuse me, Andrew. So I know, like, you love to read the chat, so there's like a comment. The most sort of recent two comments.
Oh my God,
interesting.
Timothy, you sound like you're like either drunk or about to fall asleep.
He's always drunk.
I don't drink. I'm a Muslim. Look, check the chat, Andrew. Just read that.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm not sure. I think he's unfortunately state banned.
Usually you read the comments out loud.
Well, I'm in the middle of talking. I don't usually read while I'm talking, but
No. But you're not doing like right now.
No, I'm not.
It's just Christians did bad things in the past, therefore they're hypocrites.
The weird thing is he's a Christian. I mean, professor.
He asks you a question initially. She's like, why are you obsessed with baby killing? And then he goes on to say that, like, your people, your tribe, your group, have habitually slaughtered millions of babies over the last 500 years while they were raping, stealing, and killing brown peoples while spreading the message of Jesus and love for them. Wouldn't all these death issues be put into proper perspective once you
I don't know that, the proclamation from the very Christian Spanish, you'll recognize our God, or we'll dash your babies' heads against the rocks. I don't know that that's very pro-life.
Well, that's just a weird thing that I'm saying. So, obviously, why this obsession with baby killing? Well, hopefully you have some concerns for babies. I'm not sure why you're asking that.
Can I ask a question? So this is completely.
Timothy, what would be your non-frame lordy question you would like to ask?
This is completely related to what you guys were discussing. Which is, our Christian brother. Well, I say Christian brother. I mean, our Christ-following brother, Yawael.
Yes,
I think I'm pronouncing it.
Yes, good brother in Christ.
It seemed like the kind of smoking gun in the case that was being presented against him was the fact that he himself admitted he was a racist. Is that correct?
Well, that's a good smoking gun, but I mean, it's just he called himself a racist, so he admitted it.
Yeah, it's pretty undeniable.
I
mean, it's just interesting because it feels like I can think of another case in which someone did that.
I know.
And like,
but that's not.
There's like some people, and I can't remember who
I was
off the top of my head.
Yes,
But they were very like they.
And
okay. Yeah. Also, okay, so it's the combination of saying racist things, racist slurs, attacking whole groups of people, and then being a self-admitted racist.
Right.
And that is just irrefutable. That's just undeniable, right?
And having authenticity, right?
And the authenticity. So presumably the authenticity is that which is gleaned from the admission, as well as the fact that you say the racist things. Presumably. No, it's not like you know the person. It's not like you've hung out in real life. You've been to a religion.
So I know Cool Man, and I know the stuff that he has said. He's consistently said the same thing, and it's going to be.
No, I mean, that's not like that's okay. But like, I just want to because this isn't really about you.
Devils. They're
yeah, I can't actually even remember. Like, I'm just saying, I can think. I'm trying to because I want to get your evaluation of this individual.
The asymmetry Jews be you have a troll.
We're talking about symmetry as like I'm trying to get your evaluation of the individual who, unlike you, has heard someone admit that they're a racist, has heard this person say racist things consistently, has maintained the position for quite some time, and doesn't think that person's racist. I just want to be like, can you like evaluate that guy thing? I don't know what you think. Like,
yeah, I don't agree with all that. Well, I mean, there's a couple obviously problems because you're gonna have different.
Things going on with that guy.
You're gonna have different confessions from him that are gonna tell you.
Okay, so who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Shamos. You're gonna have different confessions.
Oh, you've done that as well. Now that I think about it, that's right. That wasn't what I was thinking about, but that's a good. That's a good. I see the connection you made. That's good.
Well done.
I actually think about that going into this.
You knocked it out of the park.
It wasn't me that. Like I just,
Yeah, you're just thinking.
I guess I just stumbled upon that coincidence.
Yeah, somebody who wasn't. Your friend Dishonest was here earlier. Timothy.
I'm not speaking. I will speak about that in private. We got.
You were what? What'd you say? Oh,
we can talk about that in private. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you missed quite the. Welcome back, Cecily. You missed quite the.
Let's not do that.
Display of dishonesty. Well, Sully just got upset about it down in the chat, and I was just.
Yeah, it was. So I just want to be clear there. So like the thing that differentiates the two cases is that one is authentic. And how we determine one's authenticity presumably isn't by the aforementioned methods. It's like some separate quality or something like
Well, you're going to infer it on your own. I mean, I'll give you what I inferred off. I'm saying that he's made multiple cases that he's, in fact, not that. And he repeatedly said that he doesn't feel that way, both in private and publicly. But then he said he changed due to chillism. That's going to be a difference. Second, he's an edgelord, maxed out. Continually. This guy's actually espousing his doctrines publicly and defending them rigorously from scripture and making an authentic case, right? Whereas it's going to be much more.
Based on what I heard, he denied it. From what I'm legit, I'm not like even trolling now. I'm being serious. He denied it. Like from how you described the guy, I thought it was going to be an easy case to make. But what I saw is he denied it, and he went on to say, Christians like you. He kept saying Christians, people like you. And every time he slipped up, like he definitely did slip up. There was like one time he said, these animals, and this, he said something
I'll
tell you exactly what he said. He said, yeah, do you think I have time to differentiate between the guilty, differentiate like these animals between guilty and innocent or something like that? And when you pointed that out to him, he said, that's not what I meant. And if you give me time on it. So basically, every time you charged him with racism, he said, you're wrong, and I'll clarify. Versus, in the other case, the guy said, no, literally, I'm a racist.
Timothy, you're exactly right. This is not on topic at all.
Yeah, and
I said it. What do you mean? I said the opposite of that.
But the thing is, though,
so this is exactly what you.
Obviously, you're enjoying it, but the other thing is too. I told you that I was sympathetic to the idea that maybe he is racist, but I wasn't going to jump on board with that because I don't know, given the fact that he is so edgelordy and says inconsistent things and disavows his connection to racism.
You know what? I think Caleb, I feel like you'd agree with me. You'd endorse what I'm doing now, which is just say like I'm trying to get justice for a fellow Christ follower. Yeah, this guy. His name's Yao. He's been slandered. He's been accused of being a racist. And basically, like, when the case was presented to him, he not only denied it, but he kind of ardently defended himself, I would say. And it's just like, I'm just trying to ask Andrew now kind of why it's the case that, like, you know, such slanderous accusations are made towards your Christian brother, Yoel, but like not, you know, Seamus. And the way that relates, the way that relates to the previous discussion is he's a child of God too. You know, he has a soul.
Child of God too.
He has a right to be defended. He has a. Don't you think, Caleb? I don't think that in that way it's pertinent to the discussion that was being had.
Yeah, I think it was to stir the pot. Someone needs to get you a wood.
He's a child of God, Caleb. So we're just gonna turn off the life machine, the life support machine of justice. Is that what we're gonna do, Caleb?
Well,
only if God commands it per Andrew's morality.
That's right. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna target your pro baby killing now because that's on topic. Committee, or
do we want to stick to this because we've been on a
no, we don't have to. We can tell.
Abortion. No abortion.
We can.
Piper, do you understand what Andrew is saying just now? Because I don't know. So basically, this guy, his name's like Yoel something, yeah. And then,
all right, to everybody, he's got to do it. We'll let him go. Go ahead.
This might be more interesting, legitimately, and it kind of ties in both. So basically, like, Andrew had like a horror show performance the other day in a BHI room. He went in there to prove this guy was racist. He came out looking like a racist, and all of his friends looked like racists.
His A1s as whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Hero's reputation was like it came out like somewhat blemished, but not too bad. Like everyone else,
not hanging around BHI people. They're kind of wasted.
Completely trash.
It was Down syndrome come to see, my brother. It was pretty.
I know. I just don't know why. There's very few people I want to interact with, but flat earthers and BHIs are on my.
What do you mean? Caleb, he lost to them. If that's the case, then you have to distance yourself from Andrew too.
To be fair, I think also Andrew would lose a debate to a flat earther, but
that's true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Sam
so your point is Andrew lost the debate. I don't see what the
Sam has lost numerous debates.
No, Charlie lost the debate to flat earther.
I don't think.
Bro, there's a flat earth final boss. His name is John.
Some of them, yeah, because these
Piper, I fear for your safety.
These people know these like hyper specific details that no normal person's gonna research because it's like
Well, that's the thing. Like they're very.
You know Albedo's champion in his new campaign, Andrew.
What?
So I only remembered because he just came in the room that basically on whenever it was the other day's evidence that Justin Wilson is a better reasoner than.
Whoa! Yeah, I remember that. That was fucking insane.
What?
No. He came into a room and he was like, Timothy, you have to admit that was good evidence. He's like, do you imagine Justin in that room would lose as badly as Andrew? And he convinced me. I was like, nah, you know what? I have zero faith in Justin's like reasoning capacity and ability.
I don't know. I think
the worst epistemology in the world.
You guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, I think if they teamed up, they'd both get like smoked equally.
Well, here's the thing.
I think Justin's
I actually don't take that as an insult, Justin. I take that as a pretty good assessment. You are.
I think that is an indication of Albedo's thesis maybe being correct.
Yeah.
Justin, what do you think?
No, it has merit.
Where does Matt Adams fall in this scale? If we're going to compare.
We don't talk about
I don't think Albedo's goal. No, but I don't think Albedo's goal is to actually insult Andrew. Like it legit was a.
No, I think he
made. No, I promise you, he made a legit case to me, and he was.
Actually, I mean, I shouldn't say that. Justin. That's actually that I don't. I have mixed feelings about it. But let me just say that I think you actually do well, and unfortunately, because people are so staunchly against you because they're evolutionized, they're naturalized, that they don't like what you're saying. Like they think that it's just completely nonsensical. They're starting from false premises. It's axiomatically you're just off.
Justin Wilson is in the top, like just definitionally almost right. Is in the top 1% of like the worst epistemologies in the world. He literally said, the worst possible epistemologies. He literally said, if 99% by his life of the evidence disfavored God, he would still believe in God.
Andrew, I have a confession. Every time I talk to Justin, my faith in evolution gets shattered, and I have to go to God and pray that He will restore my faith.
Very good. Okay, Justin, we gotta allow Justin.
That was not. So that is verbatim. Like we're not gonna debate that. That's a quote. No, direct quote. He objectively has. He objectively has. He is objectively in the top 1 percentile of the worst epistemologies that you can possibly have. Like that.
Well, Justin, I wholeheartedly reject what Timothy just said.
That is a fact. It's Piper. Did he not say that?
It's undeniable. I'm denying facts. Okay, you can say whatever you want. Justin,
if that's because you're a subjectivist.
Just because he's a co-mod, I completely do not endorse what he just said at all.
It's what Justin said. What do you mean?
No, he did not say he's in the top 1 percentile of.
No, he said if 99% of the evidence went against the Bible, I would believe the Bible.
No, I do want to talk to you about that kind of a statement, Justin. I mean, you would believe.
In fairness, Andrew has also said in the past that he's more confident God exists than he exists.
Well, than my own mother, not me.
I don't know. Jack Engstrike said that you said yourself too.
No, myself is an interesting thing because I said myself.
Well, Albedo said that as well, though, to be fair. Albedo said you can make a better case for God than your own existence.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close, but I don't know that I said that, but maybe Jack said that. But of course, Jack also, said, "Hey, come here."
Well, if you didn't answer, then I'll take your word for it. But if you still say your mother, I still think that's like
you little fisher. You little fisher.
Yeah, you little fisher. No, but here's the thing, Caleb. I don't think that's crazy at all. I mean, that's fine. Honey Badger likes to badger on that, but he's not a very good reasoner. I mean, Ethan just absolutely emasculated like 6 people at the same time. They ended up moving it down. When they said stuff like that, they brought up me saying that there's more. I have more reason to believe that God exists in my own mother, and he just cut. He was castrated, decapitating left and right. It was insane.
I'll let you address You can address what you said about Justin. I do have a follow-up question I do want to ask on that.
That's fine.
More about like intuitions and like.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'll let you go ahead and finish the point.
Well, yeah, just because Justin needs to be able to fight. You guys have no idea how much self-restraint Justin has, and the fact that he doesn't cuss anybody is what people are insulting him left and right.
By the way, when you're done that, the way I was going to kind of merge the two topics.
Yeah, sure.
Because I wanted, legit, like, I think you definitely did get fried by the VHO, but what might be interesting to discuss with Piper, and we could talk about that some other time.
Yeah.
When your wounds have healed, but one thing we should discuss with Piper is about the stuff about the slaves being martyrs and basically the justification for basically what measures you can take to liberate oneself and what constitutes an unjust killing. That might be an interesting I can have a serious discussion about it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm down. I'll just say that obviously your mindset can be so warped that you might lash out as a response to something unreasonably, and I think you are accountable to the degree that you're negligent of the conviction that I shouldn't do this. That's understandable, right? You've been enslaved. Whatever, right? They've been beating you and they've just made you traumatized and you're like freaking just totally disoriented as far as what reality is anymore, and you're not able to make moral judgments properly. I can have understanding of that, and I can see that. God knows where they're at, and that's fine. Pragmatically, we might still say, like, if we were to come into a society where the slaves are like killing all of the daughters and sons of the slave owners, and they're just like, we might stop it and be like, hey, no, you don't get to do this. And not only that, we're gonna like restrain you and wait until you like restored presence of mind. I don't know what kind of penalties or punishment we might put on them, but I would just say this: you can't go. I don't know why you're doing that, Selah. Look, you can't just go and kill innocent people that are.
No, but you know something that you missed, I think. And when we were summarizing your crushing defeat, I brought up many times, which is like there is a distinction to be made between take a like Nat Turner slave revolt or something. It's like, right, I don't think it's justified slaughtering the children of a slave owner in the sense that like it's a good thing to do. Wait. But it doesn't mean that like you being murdered for it, so you being killed for it, is in itself justified. And it seemed like what you were supposed to be defending at that point which obviously they didn't pick up on because you're not what I was debating. No, it was though, because remember, his point was that this is literally what you were defending. His point was that all the slaves that died were martyrs, and the reason they were martyrs is because they were killed unjustifiably. And you were defending the claim that actually some of those claims. I promise you were. You defended that.
I made a hypothetical. That can't be what I did. I made a hypothetical completely unrelated with none of that stuff involved at all.
But what are you talking about?
Yeah,
what are you responding to? I mean, to be clear,
you're saying that the whole thing was supposed to be a response to the martyrs. I'm trying to make it seem like
the clip he played that you guys ended up debating.
Yeah,
was you saying what he said was retarded because of course there could have been some black African slaves that were murdered justifiably by their slave owners. And one of the cases that you presented was if they had murdered.
No, okay. I was arguing that it was immoral. I didn't talk about what should happen to them. I said, you do not, we can go listen to it, I recorded, you do not get to go in there and just
think of what I'm saying. Just slow down and think of the what? So how would someone be martyred? How would they be a martyr? What would need to happen to someone for them to be a martyr?
That are all on board with all the stuff he's reasoning, they're so horrible with their reasoning.
You're doing so much, but not answering my question. Just think of what I'm asking. How do you become a martyr?
Oh my gosh, dude.
How do you become a martyr?
For a cause. No, but
what needs to happen to you?
For a cause.
Persecution. But in this particular context, we're not talking about the enslavement. We're talking about what happens to those people. Okay. Right. And the point he made was the justification he's giving for why you should accept they're all martyrs is because they were killed unjustifiably. And you push back on that. What do you think? What's the antithetical claim there?
No, I didn't. I wasn't saying you can't. That wasn't what I was pushing back on. I was pushing back on what.
So your hypothetical wasn't in service of the proposition that some slaves were killed. When I joined the conversation to help you, that's not the question I posed to you.
If you're enslaved, you can kill anybody that stands in the way to your freedom. And
that was all subsequent to you saying your thing is retarded. And the justification you gave was because you can think of at least one case where it's justified in killing the slave. That's what you argued for.
Talked about killing the slave. I don't know why you're saying that. I didn't talk about that.
Then maybe part of the reason you just look so terrible in that exchange was because you didn't even know what you were talking about.
No, it's not that I look terrible. You're the only one that's saying that. So
obviously I'm not.
You are. Apart from actual racists that were saying their stupid stuff.
I'm not going to name any names, but if you have a conversation about it, you'll see that anyone that isn't solely focused on insulting the people you're debating and is just actually evaluating your performance will obviously say you look crazy.
Yeah, that's you can say whatever you want, but I mean that's why
I can explain how, but that's besides the point.
No, it's not.
Because right now it seems like there's a real confusion you have about what you were even talking to the guy about.
No, there's confusion. Your confusion to track what points I was responding to. I wasn't responding to everything he said. We were over talking each other. There was a ton of stupidity said. I wasn't trying to respond to everything he was saying. I was just latching on to specific points that he made that were absolutely ridiculous, such as someone who's a slave owner can just do whatever they want to get free. No, you can't. Period.
I'm not denying that was part of the conversation.
Okay, but that's something I was earlier.
No, what am I talking about? And
you're talking about martyrdom, and
I'm saying to you, part of the reason you're really bad at this.
Yeah.
It's because what you're
I
talking
think you're bad at what you're doing.
No, but I'm saying what you're talking about is so it's so divorced from what you actually need to respond to, which is if his point to you is that they're martyrs because they're being killed unjustifiably.
It's weird.
You don't need to say it could just be true that the fact that they've killed children, the slavery, the Nat Turner, and that's unjustified. That can be true, and it can still be true, right? It can still be true that it's unjustified for the slave owners as punishment to kill them. That was what you needed to defend in that moment.
I already said Nat Turner. I already said that was justified. I wasn't really arguing about the point.
What was justified?
I said the Nat Turner case. He said that he tried to explain.
They killed children. What do you mean? They killed women and children.
I wasn't saying I can understand that depending on what we're saying, but if he's saying that it involves killing innocents who are dispositioned against having the slave even be there, then it's not okay.
And I was just pointing out that his point that you can do whatever to get free, which he did say prior to you coming in. This is something he said a while. If you go out and enslave us, we'll do what we have to do, and we will overtake you, and we'll do this, and we'll get free. That's absolutely a stupid position. It's a retarded.
No.
And he's been
What?
Yeah, it's a retarded position. You can't just do whatever you want. Are you kidding me? It's absolutely stupid.
No, but he's being like he's being Sailor, before you get. He's being autistic, like he's saying, like, "Oh, you can't fucking rape someone."
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Obviously,
he's certainly
a lot hinges on anything for Andrew in this, like,
that's
the way he converses with these people.
That's the framework.
I'm sorry, but
How's that
Andrew,
framing?
like,
what you're proposing, because he's making a categorical. I hate this. This stuff's so dishonest. He is
How is
making
it dishonest? Do you think everybody talks in like autistic Philbro speak?
He
Do you think
literally
that's like how normal conversations are conducted in the
listen
world?
to what I'm telling you. He literally said you can kill anybody. I don't care who it is. He said anybody that's even part of the society.
Yeah,
that
so
is not,
Andrew, there's
that is not disposition, that is not actually trying to get you free. You can kill them. And that doesn't follow.
All right, hold on. I grant you that, but like it's almost like you're saying that if I was witnessing the Haitian massacre, like I would stop the people from doing the Haitian massacre. But here's the thing, that is exactly why colonizers don't mess with Haitians. Like that, like literally, like if you come over here, any of you can get it. Like if you come over here setting up shop, trying to rule us and oppress us, anyone you can get it for trying to do that. Being like that is one of the reasons why people deem you uncolonizable. Being like that is one of the reasons why they say, well, maybe we should just go on and, we just can't get this area. It's because they're like, you will not oppress us. If you come here with you and your family and you make us unsafe, you are unsafe as well.
I'm confused. Like, so just to be clear then, the relevance of the martyr stuff, because maybe it's true, I just wasn't paying attention. I mean, I didn't listen to the whole conversation from the start. I was in and out the whole time, right? So, what it means to be a martyr is to be like Jesus? That you never sinned?
I think that you can be a martyr, and I told him, I said, that's one of the greatest achievements.
No, I was saying, well, does it mean that you never sinned?
No.
Okay, so you can do things that are unjust and still be martyr, right?
Yeah, while being martyred.
So what were you denying then? What were you denying about martyr?
While you're being martyred.
That's what I'm confused as to, what is, because I think there's probably a recording. I can ask Brother Yoel. We're good friends right now.
I think somebody has the full recording. Daniel.
Okay. So I want to be clear what you're saying. Maybe I'm wrong. You're pretty much undefeated when it comes to replays. So it's probably kind of folly for me to challenge you on this, but I'll try. So you're saying that you never said that some black people, some African slaves were killed justly. That's not what you said.
No, I am saying that some black person could be killed justly. Absolutely.
Okay. And the example you gave was the reason it's just to kill them is because they killed the daughter of a slave owner, right?
I was saying there's certainly a case where
did you at least one scenario like that? Did you?
Yes, I created a scenario that I said.
What were you arguing with me about 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, because
I was wrong. Why did you do that?
Because I wasn't saying that was a response to just martyrdom.
Okay, but that's what I said. So I beg you. Don't just use me as a platform for you or a soapbox for you to make some fucking separate point if I'm the one who's talking to you. If I'm making a point to you and it is coherent, you understand it, and it does relate to something you said, can you just engage me on what I'm saying? And then make a separate point about whatever it is you want to say. It's kind of rude.
Yeah, but to be fair, you're coming into conversations in and out, and out. You're coming in here, you're kind of...
I was right, though.
But hold on, you came in this kind of disingenuously, obviously, kind of sarcastically, and then now you're trying to be serious. And it's a little frustrating. It's like whiplash.
Wait, what's that got to do with what you're lying about?
I'm explaining it to you. I'm explaining to you. You don't listen to the conversation, so you don't know actually what's happening. And then you hear bits and pieces, and then you come and press me on it, and you do it in a way that's framing. Okay? You come in, you're just like,
I don't actually know what that means. That you completely devalued the term. I don't know.
I'm not devaluing. No. I'm okay.
I don't know what you mean. I mean, I'm going for breakfast today. It's going to be framing. I don't know.
No, I'm saying that you are definitely not trying to be fair to what it is that I'm doing in that discussion. You're framing it as I'm
not really into. That's what I'm interested in.
Here's what I'm saying.
I don't need to be. I don't need to be faithful to random discussions you have with dickheads on the internet to have heard one point you made and said, do you know what? You know what? You shouldn't conflate. I haven't heard I don't have the complete transcript of the discussion you had, but just the point I made, which was accurate, right? It did accurately describe what you had said, and it is a direct response to something you had said. And I think what I'm giving you is like something that's pretty informative. You should just address that on its own, regardless of whether I was trolled in 5 minutes ago. It's like not really relevant.
Murders are immoral. I'm saying they can be. Okay?
Yeah, no, I know. Remember, I came on the stage and actually tried to help you there. Like, I tried to use my framing powers for good for a moment, but they didn't allow me to. So I know, but what I'm trying to explain to you is, you should have continued in that vein, which is to say, and you should understand this thing which I think you don't understand, which is, even if it's true, what the slaves did is bad, which I agree. I probably tried to refrain from condemnation of like slave oppressed people, generally speaking. I don't think it reflects well on the individual, who's condemning them. But nevertheless, I don't think it's like completely like untoward for someone to say, okay, yeah, killing a child bad, Nat Turner killing children shouldn't have done it.
Saying what they think is acceptable by saying all this oppression happened, therefore
just don't worry about narrative. We're just like don't worry, bro. Don't worry. They're not here. No one can hurt you. I promise you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'll protect you. Don't worry. I'll talk to them. And I speak their language. You see, we're from the same country.
I wonder what that is.
But I'm saying to you that it doesn't mean that their subsequent killing is justified because of the bad thing that they did.
Of course.
Does that make sense?
Of course.
Okay, cool. And it seemed like what you were committing yourself to, whether intentional or otherwise, is that black people, or like at least some black people, couldn't be like martyrs and thus, were killed justly because they did bad things. Does that make sense? Like, it sounds like you're saying that if you deny their martyrs, and someone says, why are you denying their martyrs? And the definition he's given for or the justification he's given for them being martyrs is that they were killed unjustly. If you push back on that and say, I don't think all of them were martyrs, then it seems like what you're saying there is, okay, some of them were killed justly. And when they ask, how could you say that, when everyone's all incredulous and outraged, and you say, oh, they could have done this bad thing, even in the case where they've done this bad thing, it still doesn't justify as retribution the martyrs killing them.
Agree with that.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay. No, look, if somebody says that, look, they're all martyrs, okay, and then you're like, you think it's okay for a martyr to be killed? Well, yeah, I do. I think there are martyrs that have potentially did something that led to, you could say, I wouldn't even call it martyrdom at that point. They're putting themselves outside of martyrdom, because dying for a cause is like out of it being being a zealot for some particular ideology or some kind of thing that you're willing to die for. It's very strange to say you're a martyr for slavery. I don't even know what that means.
To be honest, I didn't even get, like, I didn't know what commitments you had made leading up to that. It seemed like that was part of, it seemed like he was trying to catch you, like you'd already agreed to something.
Yeah, he was being an absolute moron. He was saying so much stupid stuff that I didn't agree with, the way he would frame stuff, the way he completely mischaracterized what I would say, overtalk me, not listen to what I was saying, not hear my connecting point, do absolute rhetorical flourishes all throughout. Disgusting. MJ got a taste of it. I did it for hours with him. This guy's ridiculous. The thing that he said about the freaking martyr thing, which is a stupid way to frame it anyway, I'm saying, look.
But you didn't address that. Like, why didn't you?
Because I can't only address so much. Other people talking. There's
no. You had like 10 minutes to speak. There was like,
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
your talk time. Why didn't you instead focusing on
because I wasn't trying to
the black bad apples? Why didn't you focus on? What is this definition of martyrdom? I don't even agree with this.
Well, I couldn't, but I did.
In virtue of what are we calling people martyrs? Like, instead you went straight to like, oh, here's this really autistic logical point about it being possible that some slaves raped people. Like, what the fuck? Like, why do you think like that?
He thinks that's true, and he's got all these people thinking it's completely acceptable to the point where they think they can oppress us and kill us now.
It is, but like, bro, with the greatest of respect, like, what, like, it's like, are you out here like fucking making eggs with a hammer or something? It's like, yes, autistic Philbro bullshit for autistic Philbro conversations. Talking to people that are simpletons, think simply and try to convey the points in as simple terms as possible. Like, you're talking about like broad logical possibility and stuff with a fucking moron. Like, obviously you're not gonna look good. Like, you can't go like super technical about like, it's at least logically possible that a black guy, like a black slave rapes a white woman, and then also like, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Look, I hear what you're saying, MD, but look, hindsight 2020, if it's even that, right? I don't even know. But it's not easy, dude. You're dealing with some people that are absolutely frustrating.
It really is. They're stupid. That's the whole
But
point.
it's
When
not
people are
easy.
dumb,
You don't even do the you don't even want to do the conversation. You're not even there for it.
That's how easy it is. Yeah, they're dumb.
That's how easy it is. You just don't do it. But I'm doing it, and I'm saying in the middle of it, it's not easy to dialogue with people who are saying such horrendous nonsense.
You have like 10 minutes to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's not easy to dialogue with somebody who's saying.
You're not going to dialogue. It's 10 minutes for 10 minutes. Of course,
Yeah,
it's not dialogue.
You not understand what I'm telling you. When somebody says stuff that's that stupid, it's hard to maintain composure and think.
I don't think it's like you don't like have the luxury of like being able to completely like it's not that stupid. Like clearly, if it's that stupid, then it reflects really poorly on you.
What are you
talking? That stupid. If it's that stupid, then you're the idiot who's responding to it.
No, because I told you before, Timothy. Just because somebody has a position that is
it's worthy of a response clearly because you dedicate like 5 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And
okay, so then you can't just outright dismiss it as like it's the most stupid thing in the world. It's not that.
No, it is stupid, but it deserves attention. There's a huge contingent of people who think it makes sense, and it doesn't. And
I think it makes perfect sense. He's saying that he thinks you're a white racist and that your brand of Christianity is oppressive to black people.
Yeah,
and he's going to demonstrate that by the dialogue. Your position was that he is in fact a racist, and your evidence for it was that he had said it. You ended up debating slavery. One witness you called black people apes.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah.
You admitted that a significant number of slaves were killed justly. African slaves. Black African slaves were treated totally. Exactly. Okay, tell me what's brainwashing about these three things.
Because you're undoing, dude. I mean, I don't know if this is a nod to the crowd or whatever to their crowd, but that was stupid, dude. That was
their crowd though. Their crowd's not here. I think
the audience.
I think 99% of the people in that room were like probably subhuman level intellect. So that they're not my pals. Okay, I'm just being honest.
There are people.
These are three things off the top of my head. I can think of more. One, you said that you said that like I think it was clearly like you could clearly infer from what you were saying and the stance you took was that like there is a countable number of black slaves that were killed justly. 2, you ceded your time to someone who called black people apes.
Well, I don't know.
And three, you said that black African slaves in America were treated decently, or at least some black African slaves in America were treated decently. My boy, that's like.
Are you for real or you just don't?
I swear to God.
You're being dishonest right now, or you don't.
Andrew goes Sasha to the stand, and Sasha proceeds to call them apes, to call someone a gorilla.
That's one of the charges. All right, that's evidence for one. The second one is Andrew said that he just admitted that as much. That he said that some slaves were killed justly. And the third one is that he said, I think Sonny quoted it in my DMs. Like, and the third one was that Andrew said that African slaves were treated some African slaves were treated decently during fucking
That's
slavery.
absolutely true comparatively to the other people.
Yeah, so what the fuck am I framing?
Listen, by not saying that I said relative to the other, this is stupid. You guys are just being absolutely ridiculous right now. Yes, Sasha said something stupid. Dumb Sasha. Cool. Secondly, I said hold on. Let me respond, Timothy. Second, there were people who were killed that were black and did stupid stuff and got themselves killed that they shouldn't have done. Yes. Thirdly, hold on. Like, can I finish? Is it okay if I respond now? Thirdly, there were people who were treated decently relative to the other slaves. I am not saying it's good, and I made it quite clear. Slavery bad. Slavery bad.
That's another quote. Sorry.
The problem
he said some slavery. He said some slavery was justified.
Yes.
When you're talking about
that's 4 points.
When you're talking about slavery, like any comment for you to be like it's better relative to,
that's fine.
is like so insensitive.
Yeah, no, so insensitive. I get it.
You're like a bull in a china shop to be
I mean, you can look. It's easy to target that rather than the nonsense and garbage he was saying. I'm not gonna stand for that.
There's no doubt about it. The guy was just absolutely.
The stuff he was doing was so dishonest.
He was horrible. Well, that's not what's being discussed.
Disgustingly.
Yeah, we're talking about
qualities that you.
about your blunders.
No one's dealing with the blunder that you guys perceive. I'm telling you my response to it. You take it or leave it. I'm telling you what that guy did.
Your ace in the hole, Sasha, right, proceeded to call them apes and gorillas. For heaven's sake, you don't see that as a fucking blunder.
But this is really important. Okay.
I see it.
Wait. That guy.
You know what? What's nice that Victor was actually there, a black man down in the audience. He's not necessarily in favor of anything that I say, but he's not against me either. But he said, they're like, you at least, Charles, brother Charles. He's like, or brother Charles and cool man. They're like, if you're gonna have somebody speak on your behalf or in your stead, and the way they were phrasing it was like, this is my spokesperson. It was really weird. But anyway, he's like, if you're gonna do that,
ask for her to speak.
No. Hold on. He said, if you're going to do that, you should at least give some qualification and say, hey, look, this person's a little unstable or whatever. And I did exactly that. And Victor pointed it out in the chat prior to me having
don't get yourself
I said, this person, they say some wild stuff. They say some stuff. I worded it however I did. But it was something to the effect of, no, there is something that Sasha's unpredictable and might say some stuff that I don't agree with. There's something that I said to that effect. And Victor pointed it out. And I was like, yeah, that's right. I did say that. And it's just complete.
No, but you're not. But Andrew, look, brother, look. The point is,
what's the point here? What's the point?
You can't appeal. I'm trying to explain to you, but this, because in all of this,
I don't have a debate about my when we're talking about.
Because you're so. Look, I'm not. I don't make I've been pretty clear. I'm always clear about what I'm saying. It seems like you're always in this manic, frenzied state with so many points that you want to respond to, half of which are not being proposed by me. You're talking when I'm talking now. You ask me a question. You're talking when I'm talking now. So this is evidence of the mania. All this frantic. There's 75 points on the table. I don't care about the 3 that you've presented. There's far more for me to respond to. Kind of attitude. Obviously, it makes it difficult for you to understand what I'm saying. Because you're not really listening and you're not really thinking. You're thinking about so many things you want to respond to. Okay, I said something pretty clear, which you said accused me of framing. You said I was framing in service of it, which is, okay, it seemed like the debate from why I stood. Because I remember I messaged you and told you to go into the room initially. I said, he's talking to Truthy about racism. You came in and accused him of being a racist. He countered with white Christians like you, and the kind of Christianity that you kind of, propound or whatever, the kind of Christianity that you're responsible for or adhere to is oppressive towards black people. So it's basically you're calling him a racist and he's calling you a racist back, right? Pretty much. It seemed like that was what was at stake in that debate. And I'm saying that, yes, he's an obnoxious retard, super, Dunning-Kruger, kind of character, 100%, no problem. Nevertheless, I don't think a great case was made that he was a racist, because even though you pointed to problematic things he said, he tried to defend it. Versus, you came to the discussion, right, and things he wasn't accusing you of. Evidence of you being racist that he wasn't accusing you of, you presented on your own behalf. It almost seemed like you were making the case.
Not at all.
You were making his case. And I gave you 3 instances where at least in terms of optics, I 100% understand there's subtlety and nuance that you want applied to all 3 of these points. And I'm not even denying
each one.
I'm not even saying there's kind of exculpatory. There's exculpatory context. I'm not denying that. Listen, I'm not denying that. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm just saying there's 3 instances of, in a room full of 250 people, all of whom are black people baying for blood, who think you're this white racist Christian guy who's trying to okay, cool.
Yeah,
you said slaves killed justly. You said slaves treated decently.
Yeah.
You said let this person speak for me, and this person proceeds to call them apes. Okay, do you think you look good or bad in that?
I think good, but I think the majority of what happened there, he looked absolutely
comically bad.
Obviously not, bro.
Crazy. What do you mean, obviously not? I'm talking to a rational, neutral observer. If we're talking about
he's just jibbing bullshit. That's what he was doing.
If we're talking about his acolytes, of course not. I could say this guy could literally stab me in the face.
Oh,
I hate you because and they wouldn't care. They wouldn't say that there's anything wrong with it. They'd be like, he got what's coming to him.
He wasn't saying things like that, though. That's the point.
He was saying things like that. You weren't there.
I'll explain. Look, in this, I've already made this case. Historically, there are people. I think abolitionists. Norman Finkelstein often quotes them when he basically says that refraining or being reticent to condemn the acts of oppressed people is almost like a political strategy, where it's okay, clearly, like, it's why people like Norman Finkelstein only refer to October 7th as like an atrocity and don't call like Hamas evil and blah, 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 because they say it's an inevitability, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not to say clearly they think they don't think it's wrong. It's just to basically be like a quietist, to like withhold judgment on it, because it's like, it obviously doesn't serve their political end. And clearly he's someone like a black activist, blah, 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 blah. So he wants to kind of like basically refrain from condemning black people in that context. But what's interesting, and what I was telling you, what you should have been doing is going like the condemnation of the black people doesn't justify their mistreatment and their killing. And that's how it was being framed. It was being framed like, Andrew, if you deny they're martyrs, then you're saying they're being killed justly. And you just weren't even focusing on the implication. You were just like focusing on these weird fucking thought experiments, like you were talking to Sam or something. Like you're talking to Easton about like hypotheticals. You talking to fucking
Andrew, I do think that you're being honest. Like, I think that you're giving the information that you know and the information that you think is right. But you have a lot to learn, particularly about other cultures and how they frame things.
Ayla, but you're taking up for the position that they were espousing, and I think it's disgusting. I think their position is disgusting. I think all of that is disgusting. Give us empirical data. White people can be trusted. Shut the fish up. That is some dumb stuff. And the fact that he did that and tried to employ that, and we had to sit there and entertain that for so long, that's disgusting. That's a disgusting statement.
Based off of some of the things you said, I wouldn't doubt that people got triggered.
No, I'm not talking about that, Sailor. You don't get to do that. I'm saying that's his position prior to him meeting me, okay? His position is white people can't be trusted. And he
maybe the very reason is that you're blaming them for the...
No, not you. Did you hear what I just said? Prior to me meeting them.
But maybe because they're white people, maybe because every time he has a conversation with a white person, they prove themselves to be a threat.
Is Sailor for real right now? Is Sailor for real?
Yeah.
Damn, you
really fair? No, I'm gonna be honest though. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, from what I heard, he was hard to listen to because he goes on for like ages and it's like all gibberish. But from what I heard, when you said that he doesn't differentiate between innocent white people and guilty white people, he denied that and said
that's not the only thing.
Look, no, I know. Just wait. I'm trying to my best to try to stillman him. Right. It seemed like what he was saying there is that like collectively versus individually. I could be wrong. He could just be. But I never heard him say when you said you're a racist. He said no. He denied it. When you said he thinks all white people are guilty, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but that was like the kind of the summary of the exchange. He said, I don't think all white people are guilty. He said you're taking me out of context or something like that.
No.
And then, so I think an inference from those two statements, could be completely wrong here, could be doing him a massive favor. I think what he's saying is like a collective distrust versus individual instances of like white people being good. Because I think he said, and he also said this. You said white people, you hate white people, and he said, no, I hate. So you said you hate white Christians or white people, and he said, no, I hate white Christians like you.
Yeah,
he definitely did say that. Yeah. That's like a verbatim quote. And I think a fair implication of that is that he's saying that like your kind of Christianity. Obviously, he thinks you're a racist. He's saying your kind of Christianity.
It's grotesque.
What you said?
This is grotesque. This is grotesque.
I'm saying what though?
I think and Walter, I know you guys are talking about opening a room because maybe you don't want to talk about this or hear about this, and that's fine. We can switch the topic because obviously it's very frustrating to me. I find what he says to be the fact that you're making this case, you're cobbling together some statements, you don't understand what happened with that conversation, you don't understand how sick this guy is and how sick it is that there are people that agree with this. And the fact that you're putting this together to try to critique me right now, and Sayla's over here banging her drum, this is crazy, that's disgusting to me. It's disgusting. It's absolutely wrong.
What did I just say that was wrong? What did I just say that was wrong?
It's the fact that you're trying to make this case like.
What did I just say that was wrong, man?
It's not a matter of what you're saying. It's the framing of the way you're putting this. It's like you're trying to go after the nuance and say you didn't look good and optically didn't good, and then the white people statements that he said where he put this together and if I was to infer and give him be real charitable.
Is that wrong though?
I'm telling you,
I could be wrong.
He said, I'm telling you the statements. I already gave you them.
If you wanted.
Okay, you apparently forgot the statements I said. He said white people can't be trusted. We need to get away from you all. You guys are just being white. You're a demon. What?
How is it even possible to be upset by the words of an obvious low IQ grandstanding buffoon like Joel?
Did you
Do
think
you see me going around? You see me going around creating rooms, being all huffy and puffy about the latest caveman thing Cynic Mikhail said, and then litigate that for 10 hours?
Oh, that's a great example. I'm glad that you
Honest to
brought.
God.
Hold on. I'm
Honest
so
to
glad that
God,
you brought this
I
to
can't.
that.
I
I'm so
can't
glad that
wrap
you
my
brought
head
this.
around actually being upset at the words of these cockroaches. I don't get it.
Oh, these cockroaches. Listen, even with people like Cynic or even like people like
That is a cockroach.
yeah, no, excuse me. This is the thing. Listen,
you're right, I'm wrong.
can y'all please let me finish my sentence? May I please finish my sentence? You have sentiments that people feel and think, and you have them from level 1 to level 10. You're gonna meet people that vocalize a sentiment on 10. They exaggerate something that is very true. Hold on, no. Cynic is a cockroach. 69 members of his family have been killed.
So
How mad would you be? No, hold on.
Bro, it makes it racist the bigger.
No, but at some point.
He doesn't get that. He doesn't get that outfit.
At some point, listen, how mad does somebody get to be when up to 70 members of their people have been arrested?
This is legitimately October 7th logic. This is legitimately October 7th
to me,
fucking logic.
How mad is somebody
justifies colonial project.
How mad does somebody have the right to be? Are you listening
to what I'm saying to you in response? Are you listening to what I'm saying to you in
response?
response?
No, my dad's calling me. 1 second.
Yeah, that's like a name.
But
I'm happy. Here you are. Please, before you go. Do you think, no prompting, straight, let me focus. Do you think Andrew looked good in his exchange in terms of what's at stake is he's arguing this guy looks like a racist, the other guy's arguing he looks like a racist. Right. Given that's how we're like the metrics we're using to judge the debate, do you think he looked good?
No.
Andrew, do you think he was as biased as me? No, I mean it's fine. Maybe I didn't. I mean that's fine. I mean I don't think again.
By the way, you're talking about two people who came on that stage to defend you. By the way,
yeah, that's fine. Look, that's
so like before you tried to call me a frame lord.
No, I'm the only contribution there was to save your life. Why it was there.
Well, no, like as in when you asked the question,
talk Bob during the stuff that happened, but that's fine.
When you asked Bob,
when you say I didn't,
Bob would have vindicated.
What do you mean by I didn't look good? What are you targeting?
I mean, you said several things that even though at the bottom of the barrel you had a reasonable point to make, that's never going to be what anyone is going to take away from that conversation.
Yeah, I probably agree with that. But
oh fucking no! So when Bob says it, no, when it's me, are you frame lord? You're a frame lord.
I agree with you on the optic point. Okay, and to that degree, yes. But what I'm saying, what I said in there, I stand by, and I would defend it against all the freaking nonsense they were saying. The point is,
the goal? Yeah. Why do you do that then? Everyone just comes away from it thinking you look like a racist. What's the point?
I don't normally engage in 250 room debates with racism.
Well, why don't you take advice from people that
what do you mean take advice? I'm not going to stop.
Because of your attitude now, is why you're almost certainly going to find yourself in another one of those.
Of course I will. Of course
I will. And you're going to come off worse again. So what's the goal?
I will.
Is the goal just to convince everyone on the app you're a racist? I mean, I
said I can take your optic point. I can modify it with optics. Huh? What'd you say?
You want me to be real with you?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think you have the tools to have a conversation in a space like that, given the fact that you're prone to being emotional about stuff that you care about in that manner. I don't think you have the tools to go in a hostile environment and come out looking good.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think you can develop them. That's the thing. It's not like you're fucking...
Listen, I'm receptive to constructive criticism, but what I don't like is that the emphasis isn't put on what a numbskull he was, and the stuff that he was saying was absolutely...
We all said that though. Everyone who's
no.
Daniel said it. He said it. I said it.
But not just that.
the doctrine and the stuff that he's putting, the ideology.
Yeah, it's all bad. It's all terrible.
He's being high, bro. Like, we think we don't know what he's
It's a delusion.
No, I'm not talking about BHI. I'm not just talking about BHI. I'm talking about this white hate.
He is tame for. Have you spoken to
any
him?
Andrew?
He is tame
on
for
any
BHI, bro.
Yeah, I just don't hear
any intellectual analysis. On any intellectual analysis, he's going to look very, very bad.
Well, let me just
because his ideas are crazy.
Oh yeah, well,
but that's not the point.
Yeah, well, let me just say no. Then I get all that. I can receive all that. But let me just say this. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, MJ, he's obviously pretty educated and can engage in stuff and is pretty able to blow things up.
By the way, MJ got wrecked too. It wasn't.
He was getting fired up. No, he didn't get wrecked. What are you talking about? These guys didn't even track what was going on. He got wrecked. He got wrecked by the dumb. He got wrecked by the dumb rhetoric. I know somebody in 9/11. Therefore, you're an idiot. Absolutely stupid. Numbskull. And that's it. And
to address, if I may, just for one moment, to address the cynic thing real quick. If it is the case that he lost a bunch of people, and that's why he's like uncontrollably mad about, I don't know, Zionists or the West or whatever, I'm sensitive to that. And if you're saying that that's the reason he's mad, I can let him get away with some of what he's saying, and I'll freely admit, maybe he's a bad example of the kind of person I mean. But just take like Warrior of Freedom or just whoever. He
hasn't lost people.
I appreciate that, and I think that it is something to think about. What in the world makes somebody so cynical? And I know a lot about the reason why I don't hate him and I don't cancel him out is because I do understand where a lot of the pain comes from.
Don't condemn Israel. Mikhail says his sister lost. His sister lost. He killed her. Don't condemn Israel. Apply the same logic. Don't condemn Israel. They lost. Think about how many people they lost in the Holocaust. Look, black people, didn't kill. Black people didn't kill 69.
You can't criticize Israel because
black people. Whoever's talking, stop, please. Look. Black people didn't kill 69 of Cynic's family members. I'm assuming it was the Israelis. Okay. He still is happy to call people the N-word freely because they disagree with him about fucking the B theory of time. So presumably then, the Israelis can justifiably use your logic and say, well, look how we were mistreated by the Europeans. That's why we're punishing the Palestinians. Sorry, hurt people hurt people.
I do believe that part, hurt people, and I'm not arguing that Mikhail's not a mess. I'm not saying that Mikhail arguing that Mikhail is not a mess, but I even actually, like you say, do understand why Israel is a mess. I do understand why all of that is a mess. Just like that, as humanity, knowing that the anti-Semitism of Europe pushed the European Jews into Palestine. Like, here, we don't want these people. This is our anti-Semitism, and now let us put that on top of the heads of the Palestinian people.
Please don't use
this as a random platform
to preach about it. He's a piece of shit person. That's the point.
All I'm saying is that we can understand what causes people to do things out of fear, out of pain, out of anger. We can understand that, but we have to rectify it.
I don't think if my family died, if all the members of my family died tomorrow, I don't think that would make me hate Indian people. But
it might make you a grumpy person. It might make you an all-around grumpy person.
Not a racist. I don't know.
It's not specifically justifying it. It's kind of like if you go into a coffee shop, if you go into Starbucks or something, and there's some Karen there that's like yelling at some poor 19-year-old trying to serve her coffee, acting like a complete asshole, whatever, making a whole ruckus, treating the employee really disrespectfully. I mean, we're all gonna look at it and like, what the fuck? This person is like, this and that. But if I found out later, but if I found out later, like, oh, she lost a child the other day, like, okay, that's not going to justify her actions, but it's certainly going to deflect some of the indignation I have.
No, but this is so random anyway, because they're not even talking about like immediate family. Like, he's talking about relatives that live in a country that he doesn't live in, right? which is sad. It's terrible. It's happening. It's very sad. It's sad. I feel sorry for his family members. I feel little sympathy for him.
You're pulling at Andrew
I feel
right now.
but like,
You're about to pull at Andrew.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind because I'll stand by everything I'll say. No problem. Right.
That's what he's.
The fact that 69 members of your family have been killed. I mean, presumably, most people from third world countries have family members that have been the victims of atrocities. Do you think that fucking justifies racism towards groups that weren't responsible for the murder of your family? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Like,
you're
retarded.
literally making the argument that you were giving to Andrew. No, it doesn't justify.
No, I'm not. I'm literally not. Like, the fact you can't see is very sad.
If a group of people when you lose a lot of members of your family, you're going to be prone to depression and anxiety and all
piece of shit. Yeah, look. The death of your family made you a piece of shit. That's fine.
Telling Andrew that it's not like we're not saying it's a good thing. It's a thumbs up. These things are a byproduct of what happens from dysfunction.
He's not the victim of something. He's not enslaved.
I want to give my personal guess.
Listen,
I don't think.
You're trying to halal.
I've been trying to speak for a while. My blood is boiling on the screen. It's actually disgusting that you want.
I almost guarantee you don't know what the fuck is being spoken about. I can almost guarantee it.
It is disgusting that you want Palestinians to be well-behaved victims. It's actually. It's so disgusting.
Let her speak. Stop being disrespectful.
Why? No, I don't like to let her speak.
Why can she not speak?
She doesn't know what's being spoken about.
It doesn't matter. It's her opportunity.
In the middle of a
conversation.
No.
It wasn't random. There was nothing random about it.
It was random. She doesn't know what's being spoken about. Who's cynic? Wait. Who's cynic?
She knows exactly who's cynic.
Who's cynic?
Can you flash on my profile and see who I was talking to? You can see his profile on my.
You're gonna just say his name then. I'll save time.
It's Mikhail, bro. Relax. I know the guy. I'm from Gaza.
Okay, cool.
This guy,
and what did you hear? What did you hear that justified the mistreatment of Palestinians just out of interest? Given that that's what your response began with.
I know exactly what you're talking about because I've been in a lot of rooms where cynic is. This is not about cynic. This is just about you.
But it is about cynic. It's about him being a racist bastard and Taylor saying it's okay if 69 members of his family died.
No one is
maybe that's what you're gonna say.
Can I speak? I don't know why you're trying to check my credibility here. What you're saying
maybe you can see.
You were literally arguing this with Andrew. You realize that, right? You were
I don't think you have the ability to see the logical connections there. No, I don't think I was. No.
Anyway,
you were telling Andrew that it's not justified. No one's justifying these things that people do, but it's a byproduct of what happens when you are in.
I'm saying they refrained from condemning slaves revolting. Do you think this little fucking spastic on the internet racially abusing everybody, being homophobic and transphobic and attacking people because of fucking disputes about philosophy? Do you think that's equivalent to a slave revolting? Are you an insane person?
No, we are also
saying.
Insane? No. Look, I'm not insane. We're also saying that even though those things are not okay and they shouldn't be done, they're a byproduct of what happens when you're put under extreme pressure.
Yeah, you just give people like Sam so much ammo.
No, I understand where people's blood boils from sometimes.
So what, bro? There's an etiology for every instance of fucking racism in the world.
I'm
sorry. Causal history for every racist. What does that
matter? He wants Palestinians to be shredded in a genocide and watch our families be blown into pieces. And
That's stuff.
They brought it on themselves. They brought it on themselves.
Don't be mad.
Listen, I've had a reason to cancel every single one of you. I've had an opportunity to cancel all of you, but I don't cancel you.
You can't cancel me like that. So you're comparing me and Bob to cynic?
No, I'm saying.
Okay.
No. I have reasons to cancel you guys too all the time.
I don't care what your reasons are. You're comparing us. Are you saying we're equally? Are you saying that we behave like cynic?
I'm saying that y'all all have y'all's malfunctions and they're particular.
What, bro? I'm not even gonna lie, bro. You just invalidate so many other opinions you have.
And the fact that y'all walk around and y'all think that y'all are so perfect, really trips me out.
Nobody fucking thinks that.
What are you doing, bro?
I mean, let's get really in the room trying to justify why we should hate on Islam and depictions of the Prophet Muhammad. You were arguing, there was people in this room who were trying to justify that. And
there's plenty of reason to hate on this.
It's an issue. So it's an issue when it's the other way around. It's just
what are these people? You know, these people, they're like these magic 8 ball, just shake them and say something
random victim identification mode activated. Like, oppression of Palestinians is bad, and this is what you're agreeing with. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's just responding. It's just responding to this is what I call a keyword warrior. They just identify keywords and then they associate with this word and code. That's what I'm gonna say.
That's actually sick, bro.
And unfair. And look, she went away. I hope y'all are all happy with yourselves.
Who gives a shit, bro? I don't care. She's like a dishonest person.
I mean, Selah, this is kind of ridiculous. She interjects in a conversation the context for which she's oblivious to. And she just starts spouting off about, do you think that, killing Palestinians is okay? That wasn't even in the remote ballpark what the conversation is about. And instead of telling her, hey, new person, you're kind of interjecting and you're interrupting the convo to ask questions. To ask questions that have nothing to do with the current topic. And instead of doing that, you empower this person to further kind of disrupt the convo. It's like
Timothy's sitting there going they're not even, they're living somewhere else, and those family members, it's not even that big of a deal. They're over there.
I don't agree with that.
To her, she's like, you don't care about Palestine.
Of course. But
well, that's what she was asking.
We care about Jews too, Salah. We care about Jews too.
I'll tell you why. That just reinforces my point that she wasn't in the know about what the conversation was. So instead of letting her further embarrass herself by asking these inflammatory questions that don't address what's in contention, you empower these people.
I think you were making assumptions that she didn't know what she was bringing to the
table. She clearly didn't. It was obvious from her questions.
Lived in the West his whole life. Let's not do this. Lots of us have lost family members. I've lost people close to me. Okay, that's not a justification for me to be a racist bigot.
No.
Sorry,
it's not a justification.
No, but in the case that you gave, the reason I pointed to that was because you're talking about someone who's dealing with it kind of immediate, bereavement, is in kind of immediate grief, right? It's very close.
I agree.
And because of that, I'd say in the case where if the Karen did have a racist outburst, and I found out immediately after that her child had just died, I probably would I probably would be very forgiving and very compassionate in that case, right? And I'd be very tolerant of what occurred. But in his case, what you're trying to do is appeal, right? But you're trying to appeal to this thing, which I admit it's horrible, right? And it's horrible in my case. I imagine you've lost people too who are old enough where it's very likely.
I don't think if Cynic Mikhail didn't lose anyone, I don't think that means that, in this counterfactual, he would have been a virtuous, upstanding person. No, I think
even if that were the case, I'm still just going to call you a piece of shit. The fact that you haven't learned to cope and deal with it, and you represent so much of a harm to other people. I just can't appeal to the fact that you were at some point a victim. It's just that's going to be trivially the case. And just to be honest, if we're going to try to do some like-for-like comparison in the case of the woman, I don't even think you have that immediate appeal. I don't think there's kind of this I think immediacy is somewhat exculpatory or the kind of distance from the event in terms of the people who have died, your relation to them, and how long ago they died, and where they died. I think all of that does kind of play a part in how we evaluate whether or not someone is responsible for kind of misbehaving or something, right? And I'm thinking in his case, a lot of those things go against him, so I'll happily point that out. But ultimately, anyway,
that sounds like Andrew's saying slaves.
Yeah, that's fine. You are more like Andrew here than me. You are literally someone who's going, the guy that called you the N-word the other day, he's okay with me. Why? Oh, because he's he lost family members. It's okay, I don't agree with that. And my family members, there may be a case for you saying whenever he says things that are perceivably anti-Semitic, it's just in response to the people who are Jewish that killed his family. And even then, I'm kind of the argument against the argument for the unjust. The argument for why it's the case that those killings are unjustified is because the people are killing, based on bigotry, right? They are bigoted. These are hate
crimes, essentially. But if you just justify his anti-Semitism, virulent anti-Semitism towards them, then I think that kind of just like negates the justification you have for outrage, right? But even then, I'll be a little bit more sympathetic to that, because it's literally the people who killed his family member. But he's just racist to like mad different people. He's homophobic. He's transphobic. He's just a piece of shit.
He's homophobic. He's transphobic. Like, do you realize the allegations that we have against our house right now? Let's see. Andrew has all the black people mad at us. The Muslims have been slapped around by offensive content. You just silenced a woman from the room. Like, what's next, folks? What's next?
But those are obviously not all equal.
No, obviously not. It's not.
Like this is some frame lording. Like you're the frame dude. Or in your case, not just.
Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
I finally came to a verdict in the Sasha case against the Muslims versus the Muslim people.
Muslim versus Sasha. Sasha wins.
So I came to a verdict on it. Yeah, I deliberated. It took me some time, but I made a final decision.
Yeah, what's the jury's decision?
Okay, so Sasha should have the right to wear. Oh, not wear. The way that I play this scenario in my head is like a T-shirt, right? Imagine that Sasha is wearing a T-shirt. If Sasha shows up to let's say something like Speaker's Corner in a T-shirt, nobody is there to say, like, you can't come to Speaker's Corner, or Speaker's Corner is going to ban you. You don't know who's going to show up to Speaker's Corner and what they're going to do. Now, on the other hand, it's a right thing for a friend to point out that if you come to Speaker's Corner wearing a shirt with that image on it, you could get yourself yelled at, you could get yourself attacked verbally, and maybe even physically. But at the end of the day, Sasha has the right to wear or whatever she wants as a T-shirt. If we're looking at it like that instead of a profile pic, she has the right to wear whatever she wants. And then what Muslim would be like, I'm not going to Speaker's Corner anymore because somebody might show up trying to steal the show in an ideology that I don't believe in. That's not how things work.
Yeah, I think it's disanalogous in the sense that Speaker's Corner is an open event.
This is an open stage that people can go to.
Run.
And you don't know what they're going to be up to that day.
Well, but we run it and they know that we know Sasha and we're affiliated with her.
You should guys do like a mod something, maybe something.
No, it was fine. Well, we talked about this publicly, but that's why I don't want to stick on it. But I just want to say that I just think that this is the issue is that any Muslims that we're affiliated with are, and this is the last thing I'll just say, any Muslims that we're affiliated with that we care about, apart from just wanting to have conversations with Muslims in general, are going to be like, hey, why are you letting somebody sit there and say F you to the closest person in my family, right? The closest person that I know, why are you letting somebody just sit there with a finger up to them and not say, hey, demand them because it's not much for them to change their profile picture. That's the perspective I can see from their side, right? And I could still man Sasha's side too. I'm just saying it's very hard to come down on a decision on that.
If you guys keep perpetuating it, it's just going to be very difficult. She's going to keep finding reasons to want to put the picture up and stuff. It's like hard work to get her to take it down. So
well, you did a good job there. That's cool. Well,
it's going to make it more and more difficult though each time.
Yeah.
Other stuff now and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think she should take it down.
All right.
It's down, Sailor, so we could probably we'll talk about it more. But
you'll be silly anyway. You love talking to these people. Don't try ruin it for everyone else.
No.
You get to go into whatever room.
Okay. On the consideration of talking to these people, okay, maybe that's. But I just
thank you.
On the more moral, like, is it wrong? Like, I understand from the mod sim, your way you're thinking about it. For me, I must say, like, I think it's like a justified act towards Muslims to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your.
You should do that. You should do that back home. That shouldn't do.
Funny enough, I said this yesterday that like literally the state I even live in Nigeria. If I do that, I'll like be lynched in like a minute.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you for your Islamophobic.
Which is a more reason why Sasha should represent me online and do it right.
Habibi. Just because we're doing a little survey here, so you talk to the BHI people.
No.
no.
250?
No.
What do you think?
No.
But why can't you use this as like a constructive kind of work?
Because you're not constructive, and you're.
Why? How am I not constructive?
Nonsense mouthpieces.
He's not going to get what he wants to get. So let's not.
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry. We're moving on. Thank you for that. I appreciate your time. It was great, very helpful. Thank you.
No. Ask the question. I want to hear.
I'm very concerned. No, it's fine. We're moving on. Please. Good luck with the lynching. What do you think? Why do you think it's not constructive, though, bro?
Because of the way you approach it, and the fact that you are too quick to just bypass Joel, and you want to try to make it seem like there's some comparable case that I was making versus his. It's just ridiculous. His case doesn't work from the outset, and it's just like I just don't.
Like you can both lose. Like, look, if the case is like
lose objectively, that's fine.
No, but I'm saying like, look, let's say there's a judge, and it's like the plaintiff, the defendant. I think that's how it works. And then it's like, you know, you're suing, counter-suing. It could be the case that both of your cases fail.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or similarly, both of your cases are granted. So, like, actually, you know, he owes you money and you owe him money.
It's like Joel
like
is the fire and you are the logs.
Yeah, but I think
it's a double KO.
But I think it's like even though like personally, just to be clear, I do think Andrew is racist personally. But that being said, right? that being said, like in the conversation, right? I don't think it's like comparable to like talk about who lost or who won, because that Joel guy is just like a babbling retard or something.
No, who said he won? Who said it? Like,
no, it might sound like no, I'm not saying.
If I say like he cooked you, like he cooked MJ. Sorry, he did cook MJ.
Okay, I didn't hear the conversation with MJ, but I heard some of what him and Andrew were talking about, right? And it seemed like, Andrew might have said some things that could have been construed or made it sound bad, and some things I even think were racist or had like racist like tendencies, or like they came from like some racist part of Andrew. But
you don't think he's really like, is he racist like on accident?
No. I think Andrew is like racist. That's why.
I think that the ideas that he has, because he has.
But why are you shutting down Ade?
One perspective. He doesn't realize that those perspectives are kind of rooted.
He's not a woman of color.
Why are you shutting down Ade? He has things to say. He's actually tracking.
Who?
Ade, you just interrupted him.
Kennedy.
Oh, Tinubu. No, I'm agreeing.
And I'm a poor African kid, so like you should actually.
To some extent.
Yeah, but you're not from Western Asia. You see, if you're from Western Asia, then Sailor would be far more sympathetic to you. If you're from Western Asia, you could racially abuse all
No,
of us.
I'm asking if you really think that
make completely fucking just tangential, non-tracking points, and Sailor would defend your right to speak. Sailor would defend your right to abuse me
Tinubu is saying that Andrew is racist, and I'm saying, do you think it's on purpose racist? It's just like not knowing that some views are from a racist perspective. Like, I think he's doing it on purpose.
Let me be clear, right? I feel like terms like racist, misogyny, all those type of terms, I think people like use them like too broadly a lot of the time. And maybe I'm doing that now too. But like, I think Andrew has like some views that I think would be like reasonably called racist views, or like maybe he's like blinded by like some of his like white privilege, or like, and I don't even know if it ever has to be privilege. It's just like, you know, we all have like biases to like, you have blind spots depending on what position you are in life, right? And the same might even apply to like a black person. Those are the type of racism I think Andrew has. But it's not like, I like Andrew, I think he's a good person. So if you think racist means the person is a bad person, then I don't mean that type of Andrew is racist in that sense.
Yeah, but like
exactly,
like I said, he lost in terms of like his own objectives and his own goals in that conversation. Like his goal was to prove this geezer was a racist, and
it was.
I don't think that's the main thing. Like, I don't think people's takeaway was like, oh, that like this strong case was made. Instead, given like, I guess owing to this guy's like fucking stamina, bro. Like this fact he could just talk for so long, whatever. It's such like long fucking bursts. It's like I don't think it was clear. Like it's not like he clearly tripped himself up, kind of thing. Where it's like, he clearly like, you know, he wanted to add context to absolutely everything. He wanted to go. And then Andrew, I think like Andrew, there was like multiple foot in mouth gaff kind of moments. So like clearly like the highlights or lowlights, depending on how you look at them, clearly like were in the guy's favor. Like it was like Andrew said, like if someone was to say like, oh, what was the outcome of the discussion from his perspective, he's just gonna point to a few things. Andrew, you know what this Andrew guy says about slaves and his friend called us apes, like.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to say something about this Sasha calling people apes. So, like, do you guys think first of all, is ape a slur? And do you guys think Sasha says it only to like black people as a slur? Because it seems like she just says it as like just an insult to anyone she thinks is stupid, right?
Oh yeah, it's not to say that she like racially abused the person, like she called them an N-word, just to be fair, that's not what's being said here. What's being said is that like from their perspective, yeah, historically it has been used as a slur towards black people, yes. And from their perspective, that's why she said it to them, and she doesn't sound black to them. So Andrew called his white friend that was like meant to vindicate him, and instead that person implicated him by calling them more, or condemned him, as it were.
Yeah.
By calling him apes.
Let's be clear, though. She said it specifically to get that reaction.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. Because how often Sasha said it.
All over the facts. Go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not sure Sasha said it to get a reaction particularly, because how often Sasha just says it too. Like, I can predict the people Sasha would say that to, and I don't think it would like matter what race they are. Even if that room was not like of black people or whatever, and they were like that level of crazy, I assume Sasha would call whoever that is. But yeah, to Timothy's point, I do agree that like in terms of the optics, right? Yeah, he might be able to point. And by the optics, I just mean like to most people that I think probably don't like know the context of who Andrew is, who Sasha is, and maybe it might seem that way, but at least from my perspective, it was clear to me what was going on.
But I don't even get what Andrew. I don't know like how you socialize in the real world, Andrew. But like, what do you like? How do you expect people that you closely associate with to kind of react to instances where you perform poorly? Like, what do you think? Should they lie to you or something? What do you think they should say?
What is that? What kind of question is that?
I mean, it was interesting because it seems like you don't really like take criticism well. Like,
because
can't really give you advice. You don't seem
first of all, I think doing public stuff like that, I think obviously has other motives. Usually, it's not just hey, I should tell you.
Did I not send this to you in the DMs?
No, but you could. But to make it public is
not. I did say it to you in the DMs.
No. That's not my point. I'm saying you could, and it's fine, right? But I don't think you said obviously all this in the chat. But
I don't type that much.
Yeah, right. You could. That's fine. Obviously, I think correction is usually a one-on-one thing. You don't go and do that stuff. However, if there's a public thing,
I said you're making Joel look good right now. This is what happens when you want something too much. And I wrote R.I.P.
Yeah, but that's not what I mean. So I'm just saying. And then obviously because you don't listen to conversations all the way through and you just pounce in and out, you cobble together these kind of strange.
I mean, Bob was there longer than me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Daniel was there the whole time.
I think he had more context, and I think MJ was there for quite some time.
Albedo was there for a long time.
Sure.
Yeah, but MJ's a victim. Like, you two are both victims, obviously.
Sure, victims, that's fine. But the point is like, when you don't know how people are going to react.
Both in the infirmary together, like, locking hands, like,
I'll tell you what, several people.
His face is all bandaged up, you can only see one eye looking at you.
Yeah, exactly.
He squeezes your hand like, be strong.
Andrew, I want to make note to you that your favorite senior Catholic conservative is very tired of talk of racism. So just putting that.
Well, can you bring him here? Are you able to tell him? We'll talk about some other things. I would actually be curious on his take on it.
No, not him. What are you talking about? It's her.
Walter?
No. I said senior.
Oh, wait, who are you talking about?
Oh, Michaela.
Yeah.
Michaela. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying. Sorry, Michaela. We're almost done. I just wanted to say that, but hear me, I don't need to make my case for it, but several people from that crowd actually have come and said, actually, you were right on that. And Joel.
Huh? Thank you.
multiple people I didn't even know.
No, who ranks higher than me and you?
They go
I'm not talking about the critique you're giving me. You probably have nuanced critique, and that's fine. Bob might have, and that's fine. Or Shannon, or whoever.
I think me and Bob think the same thing.
Well, that's fine. Look, the points you made.
It's not really nuanced. I mean,
anybody who has half a brain would realize what I said there is correct. If they don't, that's fine. It is the case that there's going to be a decent.
But that's obviously not true, though.
It is. There's a spectrum of treatment for slaves, dude. One can be treated decent versus the other comparatively. A guy can be like
obviously that's just not the point. Like,
no. It is.
If I went into a debate, like a public debate, and my goal was to prove was to like exonerate myself, absolve myself of accusations of racism, and I went in there and I called someone the N-word, right? But I explained it was like I was trying to explain to them the subtleties of the use mentioned distinction. What do you think? Do you think it's fair about you? You fucking folded. You fucking threw that debate, or you fucking lost. Like, do you think it's fair for people to say that?
Yeah, maybe the use mentioned distinction is something.
Yeah, man. If you don't, I think you have like a good grasp of like.
Well, listen to what I'm talking.
I think that undermines the purported motivations you have.
You don't know what all my motivations are. I've explained.
I'm saying, like, when you try to bullshit us and you say this isn't you flogging yourself or some self-flagellating indulgence of your masochism. When you say like I'm actually going there to convert people
way off.
You say that, like, it's obviously wrong if you're absolutely happy. Right? If you're absolutely happy to completely cede ground.
I didn't say I'm absolutely happy.
Okay, so then you should care then. What's being said is you shouldn't think you won. You should think you lost.
No, dude, you just shotgun a bunch of stuff. The whole thing you just said about the N-word and saying the N-word and saying the use mentioned distinction, no, that's a debatable thing. That's going to be very hard to sell. What I said is not a debatable thing. It is a fact.
No, obviously is.
No.
You're obviously missing the point.
No. It is a fact. The slaves are not treated identically. Listen, can you listen? It is a fact.
I mean, you're just not getting the point here, though.
I get the point. I'm not talking about Timothy. I said
it's a fact. Like, the use mentioned distinction might just be a fact. Like, we might just agree.
You didn't let me finish.
Insofar as that's a good analogy, we might just agree. That it's a case where actually your statement is a fact. However, in terms of the optics,
I'm not talking about optics.
It's really bad. And I'm saying, in the case where that's your actual goal, can you just concede that you failed there then?
Timothy, I can tell in the points that you're making about the optics, I already conceded that. That is not my point that we were just arguing. I said anybody with half a brain concede that what I was actually saying was factually true.
So why do you think you're losing ground on the optics if everyone with half a brain
because people are so entrenched and don't think very well. That's not my fault. If you can have somebody who actually is able to reason.
They can be motivated.
Pardon?
Because they can be motivated.
Extremely motivated.
That's not the... Bro, clearly that's not the point. No, it isn't the point.
Andrew is saying...
We're just going to make the same...
Andrew is saying on an intellectual analysis, you should come up favoring his view. And that might be true, while at the same time, he lost up.
That's fine. But I think the reason that that's not the kind of strategy to employ is because even if, in a sense, like, I'll give you a perfect example. Like, I think Sasha once had a discussion with me. She was like, you asked us to have the discussion about age of consent and whether or not age in and of itself was like some kind of like necessary condition or something for consent. And there's a portion of the discussion. There was a point in the discussion where she said, I don't want to talk about this anymore because it just reflects poorly on me. Kind of trying to drive a specific point home or commit myself to this point just doesn't look good for me. Now, like this, she's saying that no one in this room has a brain. No, I think her point is that, like, actually, an inference can be made from the kind of people that defend this, that they're using this as a means of justifying some more pernicious beliefs they have, right? And because of that, she's saying, I don't even want to be in that conversation. So I'm not like, I'm just so smart. I'm the smartest person here and everyone else is a retard and they don't get this really simple point. No, more that the proximity I have to a point like this or to a conclusion like this just doesn't reflect well on me. It opens the door for these other kind of inferences. And I think like that's just going to be true for like a lot of things where like people are going to pretend that they're making this super nuanced point. I'm not saying this is you, just to be clear. I don't want anyone to think that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's what you're doing. I think there's a real naivety you display display when you discuss these things with these people. But I think other people use these kind of super technical kind of almost like autistic pedantic points to really try to smuggle in some kind of more like kind of nefarious belief, right? Or to justify, I should say, sorry, some kind of nefarious belief. Yeah. And I'm saying that's why smart person goes like, I'm not defending that.
What Timothy is trying to say is basically like, you, Andrew, want to discuss and argue on the intellectual merit of your view. I think Timothy's saying that's not the battlefield where the war is going to be won.
Yeah, I can agree with that, and I can learn from that, and I'm fine. I already said criticism taken. I understand that, and I'd probably do it differently. I'm still going to combat this stuff because I think it's absolutely disgusting, and whatever the route is that take to speak to these people, that's fine. But I will tell you, several people have responded, and they've said, yeah, actually, it is the case that you did find there. Joel was disgusting. The way he was treating you was wrong. And look, I'm even a BHI, and I actually agree with what you were saying. I actually have had some responses like that. Not too many, but some. And it's enough for me to say, you know what?
Who's someone like legitimately, like, I'm not even bullshitting that. Because
there's people in the chat that I didn't even know. Like, they came in and they said, hey, I just want to tell you.
But there was a guy that was on the stage that was defending you that literally called someone the N-word with the hard R. Like, clearly you don't value his opinion, right?
I don't, look, I'm just saying.
There's a black Christian guy that was like, Joel kept saying, why are you people like this? And then he called him the N-word with the hard R. And then Joel was like, can you get moved off the stage?
The hard R
No, I'm saying like the fact that there was some like morons there that have a personal issue with Joel.
Whatever.
Guys don't always do good evidence. What you should be more focused on is that like what people are telling you. Like you've asked me multiple times. I've told you here's these 3 instances.
Yeah, I don't think Chinadu saw it the same way. I certainly know MJ didn't see it the same way. I don't see it the same way. Other people don't see it the same way.
Sorry, the last point Timothy made, I actually absolutely agree.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. On the battleground point, I agree. But you don't see that what I'm saying is. If somebody is able to understand what I'm saying, which there were people who did.
Yeah, but Himothy also agrees with that, right? So I think what Himothy said last made it clear, and I tell you agree. Like, with no one is saying, like, the point is, like, although it's not necessarily, like, he's not really addressing whether the point is correct or not. He's just saying that, like, the way you are approaching it, if you're saying, oh, I find this disgusting, I want to, like, address it to try and fix it. The way you're going about it is like counterproductive.
You know, can I say this is a bit vague, but whatever, I'll do it anyway because it kind of is illustrative as well. Yeah, like see earlier when I was speaking, I was trying to make the point to you, and I actually wasn't even intending to be this contentious. I thought it was going to be kind of jovial, like I was just going to take the piss or whatever, right? But then obviously you dug your heels in, so did I.
Yeah, because you know that stuff, and so for you to come in and just make
I think it's fine. I mean, look, I think you talk to retards. Then I mean, this is like what should come with it. Like you should get ridiculed if you fail epically. I don't know. This is how I treat my friends. I don't know. This is how I treat people. People troll me. I troll them back.
I think your desire to say that I failed epically is just a little bit too motivated because you're not understanding.
Wow.
Look, it can be the case that optically it didn't go well. Whatever. But it's still the case that what I said was correct.
I was writing all this in the chat.
Yeah, but I think I would agree with
Joel. Me and Sully were trolling you and shit. Like, I hope you don't think this is like something contrived. Like, well, it's contrived, but in the sense that like, oh, this is something I feel like you knew what I was gonna be saying.
You know,
even though I tried to help you when I was there, I was gonna troll you regardless.
But I don't understand is why aren't you targeting what Noel's saying? Or Joel's saying
it's spastic. Like, what do you want?
No.
Like, you think I didn't argue? I tried for 2 seconds. He overtalked me, and I tapped out. And that was it. I'm done.
Because nobody has any expectations on a guy like that.
That's fine.
So as soon as there's some resistance, like you're going to very, very quickly listen to what he says for like 30 seconds, and you're going to immediately be able to diagnose him as a complete moron, not worth your time. Like he comes across immediately as this completely intractable person, intellectually and rhetorically. So like, why don't you call him out? It's like we're in this like hyper hostile room.
No, I'm not talking about this.
Just like super incorrigible guy.
I think even now he's asking us why now.
I'm talking about there's people down
retarded.
Now
he's retarded. Like what? You call him
the same reason applies to why we don't condemn him now. Like, do you genuinely think any of us need to explain to you that what he said was retarded?
Not to me.
To whom? To his friends are dumb too. Like, what are you like?
Optically, is there anyone in this room who's like under the impression that some BHI retard is making a valid point?
You have this like. You have this burden, like none of us feel like we have this fucking malediction where we must go and like convert the minds of the fucking the BHI addled minds of fucking Black America. Like we don't believe that. We don't think that.
The same reason I don't. It's basically the same reason why I don't feel compelled to like go and argue with flat earthers or explain to people that just so you know, flat earthers are fucking retarded.
Well, that's not quite what I'm saying.
That being said, That being said, right,
in English, please.
I agree that you shouldn't like. There's no point. I've always said it that like I find it really weird when Andrew talks to many people. But yeah, that's point. But I still think there's a way Himoti is like saying, "Oh, Andrew look bad and all that." I think is even though I agree with the main point he's making, there's an energy that I'm not sure I get where that is coming from. The way he's addressing Andrew about the topic.
Yeah, like I said, can you like try to elaborate? Or like expound.
Yeah, like it seems like you're saying, okay, he went about it the wrong way, but like, as I said, right, when it comes to like the exact points you're making, I agree and it's correct. I think it's correct.
No, explain the energy.
Yeah, like it's almost like even in one breath, it almost sounds like you are saying he didn't make good points, although it's not like you are saying that.
I'm saying that.
You are saying that?
Yeah, 100% I'm saying that, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying, wait. So you're not just saying the approach was wrong, right? Mm-hmm. Because you gave the example, the analogy with like Sasha not making that point, right? And in that,
I think that's consistent with that not being a good point to make. Like, obviously, like,
okay, yeah.
There could be some kind of argument, but like it's correct, but it's not a good point to make, and the point is like that's not a good way of approaching this argument.
Right, you can obviously make bad points while still having the facts on your side.
Yeah, like I'll give you a perfect. Let me give you a perfect example.
Like I'm an atheist, and I think atheists make bad points.
But this is a perfect example that's going to directly reference the incident, right? Which is when he was talking to the guy, and I think this is further evidence for like Andrew, like this kind of frantic way he discusses with people, undertalks them. Even when he gets a moment to speak, his thoughts are not clear and organized, because the central contention there, the thing he should have been focused on, was that this guy somehow, I don't know, tacitly or otherwise, he's agreed to this this kind of definition that this guy was proposing of martyrdom being people who are killed unjustly, which seems strange to me. It seems like a really threadbare definition, but I don't know. That was the definition they were operating on, okay? He's agreed to that for some reason. Now the guy's saying, okay, that should definitely apply to all slaves because they were enslaved, and as a result, if they were killed in captivity and therefore trying to liberate themselves. And because of that, then, they're martyrs. They all died as martyrs, right? This is his point. And Andrew says no. And the case he gives, the counterexample he gives to that is a black person killing a white slave master's innocent by his lights, in quotes, child, and then being killed. Now, clearly, that's just really contentious. That's contentious amongst abolitionists, historians, the ethicists that think about this kind of thing. Like, just this is not like it's not like pretty simple. Now, what would have been kind of interesting if he had said something like, well, I mean, clearly it's the case that, like, black people could have committed crimes against one another. Like, one slave could have raped a slave woman, right? And if, let's say, the husband of the slave woman killed that man defending his wife's honor, or maybe killed that man in self-defense because the man attacked him afterwards, I mean, was that a justified killing? Now, that would have proposed a serious issue for the guy, right? Because now he has to say, no, like, black slaves are allowed to, black women can be raped by black men. That would have been, like, really problem. And he would have put the ball firmly back in that guy's court. Andrew's so concerned with black versus white, and some slaves are decent, and biblical slavery is okay, that the fucking example he tried to pluck from this guy was just like, it was just ridiculous, given that the optics there were like, this guy's calling you a racist, and you're calling him a racist. And guess what the first thing you say in response to him saying, all us black people were killed unjustly? Now, some of y'all killed justly. some of y'all were killed justly. That's what they're going to hear. And then he doubles down.
Yeah,
he doubles down in it, saying, not only were you killed justly, some of you were treated decently.
Listening to what's happened. He literally said,
but listen to what I'm saying. You're not listening. Now you're still in your frenzied state. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, I am.
That's a perfect example of you can make that nuanced point without seeming like without losing the optics battle.
Okay.
Without losing the crowd, you can actually do that.
Okay, my point was
you're
correct.
not focused.
What I said was correct. That's my point.
You see, Ade?
Okay.
Like this.
Think about the difference. Think about the difference, Andrew. Hold on. Think about the difference between saying, because I think one of the points you made was like there were slaves that were treated fairly or decently.
More decently compared to the other slaves. Yes.
Yeah, no. I understand that's what your point is, but
I said that explicitly.
No. You stop. I know you said that explicitly, but you also at some point just said there were slaves that were treated, decently. And then you clarified that too. What I mean is relatively. No. It was left alone, and you had to clarify that you meant relatively. And I'm saying that's a good example. I think you can make the same point. Maybe not in that room because they're so hostile and so motivated. But imagine you said not all slaves were treated as inhumanely, or something like that.
No, they were just.
There were some slaves that were treated less inhumanely than others.
I would love to be anybody in here go in there and argue that point for as long as I did. Now you wouldn't do it. You'd say for all these reasons. Cite
That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna tell you what this all boils down to. Andrew is basically saying to everybody, before you give me one criticism, find two positive things to say. He's obviously crying out for y'all to say that he did a good job in some area. Andrew, you did a great job for 5 hours.
I agree with some of what you said, Andrew, and some of I don't agree with other stuff you said.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying the uncharitable nature, because Timothy's already taken issue with this, and I understand that, and it's an emotional thing for him too. But the thing is,
I promise you, this one isn't emotional.
Okay, that's fine. You can say that.
Everything he said was retarded, but I still think what you were doing was just like. I know you're gonna latch on to the energy talk, but he didn't defend it. Like, tell me what the energy is.
I'm telling you, Timothy, that the way you're coming about it is you're not coming about it in good faith towards me. Okay? And I'm
like, how so though? Like, can you?
I don't. Just your.
Can I just interact with what you said?
You're subtle. It's like a subtle, it's like a subtle motivation to just characterize this.
I don't think that's there, but here, this case, and I've known him before. I think he has got that. But in this one, no, dude.
I can't hear it from you, Daniel. I'm sorry.
I don't know how you can, like, with a straight face accuse people of quote unquote framing, and they try to give you a justification for every single thing they're saying, explanations. I'm even giving you I gave you an instance there where I'm saying, like, here's the way where you could have made the point you wanted to make in a way that wasn't a quote unquote bad point. Like it didn't like lose the kind of like a popularity vote for you, right? And then you're saying like, oh, that's framing, okay. And then I ask you guys, and it's all vibes. So, I'm scared. No, man, it's like vibes. You get a bad vibe, dude. And I go, can you explain why? And you're like, no, but you're not a frame lord, but I am.
Gosh, okay. I said this all started, Timothy, with me saying that look, my points were correct at bottom. Okay, and I'll defend them. Now,
irrelevant though.
No, that was the point. That was the only thing I said though. It was in complete isolation. I don't care about optics or any of that. That was my point. That's what I said. And you wanted to challenge that. And you wanted to say, well, no, they weren't. And I'm like, well, no, they were. The point about the slaves being decent, it is correct, or being treated decent compared to others. That is absolutely the case.
I mean, I think all of that stuff. I don't think the way you're using correct, number one, I just disagree with. And then also this point about agreement, Sailor, and it's like if Andrew goes into the debate and goes like, "Hi, my name's Andrew." I mean, do you agree with that, Bob? Do you agree that his name is Andrew?
Okay,
was that correct?
You didn't let me.
The point is as it's relevant to deciding a debate.
Okay, well, you're not
letting. We can't start grading all the times you said something.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. Sasha came in. I said I qualified that in some way before Sasha spoke. Yeah, I get it. Get the optics and all this stupidity about her speaking for me and this is my spokesperson. That's not what I said. That's not how I presented it. I said I would cede I would cede my time over.
Yeah, who said you should? She said you should.
Freaking Charles and freaking Cool Man. That's what
that's what I fucking mean, bro. Like, you're trying to show me how I'm bad vibes or whatever. What the fuck? I don't give a shit about these dickheads.
No, listen, I'm telling you that the points that you brought up
that in reality, upon examination, if you understand what's going on, you wouldn't be saying, yeah, he did something, he messed up there and was saying stuff that was racist or what. No, that's not at all what happened. I made it very clear that Sasha, in some way, Sasha was not going to necessarily be somebody I could rely on in that conversation.
That's not the point. The point is, okay, but said, I want her to speak in my time. Like,
during my time.
If she went in there, and if you went, okay, guys, I've got a bit of a loose cannon, but I want them to speak in my time, and she said,
yeah, that would be weird. That's not what happened, though. That's not what guys. She got mad, and okay, listen. She got mad and responded. Now, I'm not justifying that, but it is the case. But at least there's something you can understand. More than just saying, hey, it's just somebody going, no.
Like, why are you so bad at this? Like,
because I don't think you're listening to what I'm telling you.
The point is, you cannot absolve yourself by saying there was a disclaimer in and around.
Yeah, I can actually. I can.
No, I think it doesn't. Okay, but then it definitely doesn't contact.
That's only
it doesn't contact
the
what I'm
optics
saying.
Point. Okay, Timothy, that's only going to count for the optics point. Okay. Apart from that, which is what I'm talking about.
What else is there though? I don't get
the reality of what I said. I'm not responsible.
Calling people
I'm not responsible. Stop. I'm not responsible for what Sasha says. Okay?
You are. I'm telling you why you are.
No, I'm not. No,
you literally are.
I have time. I can have somebody speak, and if they say something stupid that looks bad, that is not my fault.
Yes, but I'm telling you it is. So I don't. What do you want?
Okay, well that's fine. I disagree with that. I could take. We could argue about that until the cows come home. But I do not agree that if I cede up some time for somebody to speak, and then during the course of them speaking, they say something foolish. I agree. She said it fairly short out the gate.
That's you, friend, but.
Yeah, like, are you fucking like that's like one of the most inane things about.
Why would it be my fault?
No one wants to hear respectfully, obviously, Sasha. No one wants to hear from Sasha in that debate. They don't know who she is. I think it was actually a humorous point.
They don't want to hear from her.
No, but listen. The only reason she has the mic there is because you're saying the time that's being allotted to me, I want to give to her. That is literally saying I want her to represent my side of the argument.
No,
it's in that time she calls someone an ape. She calls someone an ape, right? And they believe, right, that reveals her to be a racist.
Okay.
And you asked for a racist to speak on your behalf.
I understand
to vindicate
that's
you
not
of the accusation of racism.
Okay,
what
that's
can you
not
get
what I'm
about
saying.
that?
Look, Sasha obviously would have something very meaningful to say about all of that. Okay, there would be a lot that Sasha could say that would be meaningful. The point is I wanted her to have a chance to say it. Now, I did qualify, and I said it was a gamble or whatever I said, some kind of thing I said. I can't remember exactly. I don't want to misquote myself. But it is the case that I said something to qualify it. Now, she gets up there, does what she does. Don't blame me. I did say that she could do that. Now, she would say something on the topic where we're talking about, is it the case that black people can be racist and all of this stuff about the slavery points and all this stuff. At the time that I wanted her to come in was to a specific point that I wanted her to speak on, and it would have been good. But it wasn't. She wasn't able to control herself. So that happened. But that's not me being accountable. It's like not me being like, okay, you are the one who said it. Look, you can say that I should.
But you can be accountable in different ways.
If I get this here, does it still look like bad energy?
When someone says, but Andrew, when someone says you're accountable, you don't think what they mean is you said it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You obviously think that you're accountable in some indirect different sense.
Yes, I think the oomph that's being put into it is like I'm the one that is accountable for what she says in that way, in the way that it's like I said it.
Obviously,
but I'm not endorsing what she said. I don't think it was good. I repudiate what she said. I said as much.
It's like if I have a dog that's prone to biting people, and I take off the leash, and then my dog goes and bites someone. You're like, well, I wasn't the one who bit that kid.
If I warn people, I say, look, this dog might bite you. This dog might bite you. Then people need to take the necessary precautions to prepare themselves. If they don't, that's fine. Look, if it's not the case, look. It's not the case that I don't think that's quite analogous. I'd have to fix that up a little bit. But the point is I'm saying it isn't something like that they didn't have any understanding of what was potentially ready to take place. Now, I don't think, I've already seeded the optics.
Andrew, when you say something
concede, why can't you just concede so that like that whole day could use a redo? Like just be like, yeah.
No, I can see
concede to the optics point. The point
You
of
think
when you
it's
say
substantive, but like you don't realize
hold up,
that
hold up.
actually.
it's not
When you
substantive.
say when you tell when
See,
you
look, that's why you conceded.
Don't make me yell. I can't raise my voice, please. When you say to that crowd, "Hey, this is Sasha. She's smart, but she's she says some edgy stuff."
Yeah.
You did put a disclaimer like that.
Yeah.
What they have in mind when you say that is not going to be, what she's prone to do is like calling black people apes. Like that's not going to be what they have. That's not going to be what they have in mind when you call her edgy.
I got you. And didn't you? I actually just realized. Didn't you end up calling them mates or something too? Didn't that happen at some point? Or what did you say to them?
I plead the fifth.
When it got to the point, Bob, where you were like so frustrated, what was the outbreak? Because you said something, but I can't remember exactly what it was. These people are so
MJ
human.
even called them retards.
Actually, Bob, I think you might have said they were so human, or I think you might have said
I didn't call them.
Okay, you might have said they were barely sentient. You said something. I could be wrong, but we'll have to listen to the audio.
I said something like that, but that was directed towards the Joel person.
But why is that? The reason it's like relevant here though is just because ultimately, in fact, I think the dog analogy was favorable because it's not just that you took her off the leash, so to speak. It's kind of that like you literally put her in, you put her around children, while exclaiming the disclaimer.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, you took a dog. The point there is that implicitly she's speaking on your behalf.
Yeah.
Because you're saying she's going to forward my. So if she just to be clear, it's not even. Obviously, I think she says it to everyone. I don't think it's like specifically to black people. But
of course, anybody knows.
Yeah, I'm saying she, by their lights, has revealed herself to be a racist.
I get it.
So it's almost like you're saying the person who's going to defend me now, the witness I bring to the stand, Your Honor, is a racist.
Yeah, I got it.
Right now, that obviously reflects poorly on you, regardless of whether.
I got that.
Okay, fine. Okay, sorry. You seem like you were disagreeing.
Please quit fighting for the optics, okay? Because to me, that's not all that matters. To me, what matters
is that way. It was.
No, it isn't, because if anybody's in that community that has half a brain and can understand what's being said, and there are some people that are, and I don't want to talk about that right now. But there are some.
I guarantee every single person that thought you did well is a fucking spastic. Show me them. I guarantee we'll go through the list of them.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? That's a weird.
Because all the smart people I've spoken to that were witnesses, they're thinking.
No, all the smart people should understand the points I said were correct.
No. What Andrew means is, if anyone has half a brain, they will intellectually assent to the merit of his argument.
No, that's not what we're disputing.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he means.
Just stop.
That's what he means.
No, he doesn't, Bob.
That is what I mean.
Just stop. What he just said is that he received all these well wishers and people that said he actually did well, and he said some of them were BHI, and I just said let's find each one of those people.
That's not what I guarantee you.
That's what I just said. So if I misheard you, and that's what I responded to, just to be clear, when you responded to me, this is the point you're responding to.
No,
and I just said I guarantee you all of those people are spastics.
That's what I just said. You didn't make the BHI point just now. I said, listen, I have a reason for. Look, if there's people in there, even a few, they can understand what I was saying in the intellectual merit, as Bob put it, which is correctly what I was pointing out.
I don't think it has anything. I think you're very confused about what it means for something to be a good point, a correct point. I think even this idea about optics, like if you lose, if 5 debate judges say you lost,
I'm about to debate this with you, Mark, because you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
I'm saying if 5 debate judges say you lost, and you maintain, if you had got the opportunity, you would have made your point clearer and correct. Did you does that mean, I don't know, what does that mean? Does that mean you were
again, I'm just going to go over the points again. Yes, the Sasha thing, I think that wasn't something that was the best for optics. Agreed. I don't think I am ultimately the one that's accountable for what she says. I think she has a lot of good stuff.
Why are you repeating this?
If people don't understand her character and
why are you repeating this?
Because I'm not. Can I just get it out and then you can say whatever you want? Is that okay?
Why?
Because I want to. Is that all right?
Hey, can we go a little easy on Andrew, please? For God's sake.
Okay. So, secondly, I just want to say that it is the case
the point I said about decency relative to other slaves is a fact. I don't care about any of the other stuff. If somebody,
I don't know if that's a fact.
yeah, so I'll just give you the.
What do you mean by decent?
I'll just give you
decent seems to like
compared to other slaves. Like Bob.
So better than. Does decent mean better than?
Bob to understand the inverse of that.
Does decent mean better than?
Yes. This is so
stupid. I swear to God, look. The problem is if you want to be super anal about what it means to be correct, that like you fail. You capitulate epically.
Like you're
but
really.
What we're supposed to accept is that there's a kernel of truth in every single thing.
It's not a kernel of truth.
I don't know. Should we be as precise? Should we be as precise as you? Should we be as precise? Should we be as precise as you are desperate for the crowd to be? I mean,
you're not. Okay, I'm just. It's unreal what you're doing.
I mean, what am I doing? I don't know. You said, look, Bob. Here you go. Look, I'll give it to you. I'll explain it to you, Bob. If somebody says this statement, okay, yes, I think some slaves were treated decently.
I wasn't saying it like that.
They want you to do a lot. Wait. They want you to do. Here's what you said. Like Sonny's quoted it. It's in my DMs. If he's lying, we'll listen back to the replay, and then we definitely will.
Yeah, we can listen back to the replay.
Yeah, we'll cross-examine him, no problem. But I've got that in my replay. I think he even said like Black American slaves. Some Black American slaves were treated decently. And usually Sonny quotes pretty well. He could be wrong, of course, right? I could be wrong, no problem. I'll show you the quote if you don't believe me. But he said that, and I think he did say something problematic like that because we were all in the chat laughing our asses off. So clearly, like, it was something kind of egregious. Hold on, just wait. Now he wants us to do a lot of the heavy lifting there, which is this is a relative analysis, blah 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 blah. Okay, clearly, like these
terms. It doesn't have to be relative analysis. Right on.
Yeah.
It could be a better lifestyle for a slave than it would have been had they not been a slave.
That's also true. You're also talking about relative. Wait, but you're also talking about relatively.
I'm talking about relative to existing.
Like you're saying, like it's not a good lifestyle. Like you're saying it's not a good lifestyle. Like it's not a decent lifestyle, isn't it?
No.
It's not a decent lifestyle being owned by other humans.
No. Compared to being free.
Yeah, look, you see, no, but hold on, but here's my point.
See,
my point is there's a lot of work you want people to do.
That's not a lot of work.
Now when they run the magnifying glass over where it is used, then it's just uncharitable. Like now be fair, Bob.
That's not
be fair, Bob.
At all.
Like why should charity go in that direction? I'm making a point that he performed poorly, and he's trying to justify it.
I'm not talking about the opt-in.
And it seems like it should be scrutinized then.
That's so stupid.
Like, I don't think we should just accept okay, well now you've had time to think about your answer.
Skeptical of everything that I'm telling you.
I'm not trying to be skeptical. I'm saying you did it. Look, you did shit.
I mean,
that was terrible. This is fucking horror show. Okay.
You're just not being fair, dude, at all.
How though? You keep saying that, but like when we try to go through it, you just like spaz out.
You just be like, okay, that's that opinion, and boom, bada bing.
On that comment, I don't think it requires a lot of heavy lifting to understand what Andrew meant.
You don't think it requires a lot of heavy lifting for a white guy who's being accused of being a racist?
For a white.
Says, I think black American. I think some black. Wait. I think some black American slaves had a decent life.
No. If you're in a room, listen. If you're in a room with a bunch of
which matter.
If you're in a room full of belligerent BHI people, and you're a white guy, and you're saying these things, in that context, I agree. It does require heavy lifting. Like you can't just say that mic drop.
I think in pretty much most contexts it does, though. I think even in an academic forum.
I don't agree.
People be like,
I'm just saying in that kind of context, I don't think you can just mic drop and expect them to just rationally accept what you're saying if what you're saying has some rational basis.
Just to be clear, this is on the back of saying that you think some of them were killed justly.
Oh, that's the next point, right? You're just
no. But
you're just trying to.
I'm just telling you a sentence like that. In a vacuum wouldn't require much heavy lifting to understand proper
individual points, and anybody can understand what I was saying.
What Andrew is trying to tell you now is that, hey, remove the context I was in and just analyze what I'm saying rationally. How much heavy lifting is required if you, I, and Andrew were in a room just discussing slavery, and he just said.
I mean, I'm answering.
And he just said something like,
"I get the win."
Yeah.
I'm saying still a lot.
I don't think so. Maybe you do, but I'm just saying I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't know. We can go around the room.
I think even when he said it in that room, I immediately understood what he meant.
I didn't. If someone said calmly,
that's crazy. I don't know.
Like, are you trolling or something? Someone says, "I think black American slaves were treated decently." You
you understand immediately what they're saying.
No, if he said some American slaves were treated decently, I immediately know with like a 97% confidence that what he means is, compared to other slaves, some slaves were treated well.
What's the point of
if
making
you
that
just
point?
say,
I don't think that's normally how people would infer.
Like, who makes that kind of point?
Just to be clear, on the back of saying
You left it to couple with something else, which I
on the back of look, you always want these fucking champions, and one has emerged. So
it's not. I want
to. But it's allowed.
Other people are going to reason through this too. They're already not going to agree with what you're saying.
But
what's going to help? Okay, wait.
There's a huge difference
by just saying that, and then allow me to speak.
There's a huge. No, I will. I'm just saying.
No,
there's
I'm
a
talking to
huge
Andrew. I'm saying,
difference.
do you want to just make that point one more time more clearly? That other people are going to agree with you, and then I can go. Because I didn't see why that was relevant to say. If I was going to respond to Bob, presumably I was going to fail.
Reiterating the point.
Cool. So if his point,
people are going to see it. People aren't going to agree. People, it's hard work. And I'm saying no. People are not going to agree. And I think the point you're making is being extremely uncharitable to what I'm saying. But that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. No, it's me. Thanks.
Wait.
I'm
sorry.
So just to. It was me that was meant to speak.
No, I'm
going to respond to
and Bob.
Okay. Before you go, Timothy, I'll just add what changes the equation for me completely is that there's a giant distinction between saying African slaves were treated decently and some African slaves were treated decently.
Yeah,
it completely changes the emphasis.
I get it. Why fucking you fucking think I don't fucking understand what you're saying? Okay, I don't think that when you use the word like decently, I don't think that's what's being said there. I think it's equal. I think it's fair to say that they're saying, hey, some people held in captivity and held in bondage were treated all right. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
that's what decently means to me. And I think most fucking normal people, like competent speakers of the language, would think, yeah, a racist person would say something like that. A racist person might have a tough time denying that people that were fucking held captive and in breeding farms and stuff were not treated decently by any kind of standard.
That's fine. That might be your reading. I'm not saying it's invalid.
However, some black people, i.e., slaves who were kept in the big house or whatever else, they were treated decently. It wasn't that bad. That's what I think most people. That's how I think most people would interpret it. And then if you want now, it seems like what you want to say is like. No. Just completely relatively. Like, you can literally say that, like, the best slave was treated abjectly immorally. But relative to the slave on the breeding farm, the aforementioned breeding farm, okay, he was treated better than that guy. I don't think you really get there by just going like, nah, come on, I mean like decently compared to other people. Because the word decently kind of just implies all right, like implies that in and of itself it's kind of good. Like, I don't know, it seems to connote that for me. Maybe I'm using English differently to you guys. So I think like, yeah, you'd have to ask, especially when someone wants to fucking autistically and pedantically say, like, correctness is all I care about, correct. What do we mean correct then? Because if we mean correct by the way I'm interpreting it, then I think it's false. Like, I think it's false that they were treated decently. In that, right? Now, all this like relative, comparative, better than, worse than, contrast with X and Y and others, it's like, yeah, maybe some of those statements, if we formulate them correctly or precisely, maybe I'll say yes to that, no to that, yes to that, no to that. But the problem is like, what you want to do is say like, you want to do this kind of like, almost like this mathematical operation on the conversation you had that you like, most people think you perform poorly in, and say like, if we just reduce it to symbols, I was correct. Well, all right, then if we're going to do that arduous process, then we have to be very precise then, don't we? We can't just say, nah, decent relatively, come on, man. Man, it's vibes, man. You get the vibes. Like, no, like, obviously you can't do that if you want to be anal. Or, if you want to do the vibes thing, let's just do the vibe check. And it was just like an epic blunder. That's it. I don't know. Like,
wow, epic blunder. I love it. So listen,
can Bob go away? Remember, it's me and Bob. Bob, do you get that or not?
Yeah.
Like, do you get how decently there is a bit of a confusing term? How it definitely can denote all rightness, or like it's good, it's good, it's bad. Okay, cool. And you get that how it's like, if he wants people to interpret him really precisely, then it's fair to run the ruler over what he's saying too.
If it's like, okay, I this was like an imprecise statement, but come on, man, be charitable. It's like, if we're gonna be charitable, we're gonna do extra work. Let's proper, like, you know, get our hands dirty and do the real work, which is formulate it as precisely as possible, so as there not to be any ambiguity or confusion. Is that fair too?
It's gonna, of course.
Okay, shake hands.
Okay, cool. Shake hands. So let me just go ahead and say something. You're gonna go ahead and bring up something that I said. You said, oh well, this is on the backs of him saying, you know, this stuff, and slaves can be, you know, they can be accountable for doing what they need to get free or whatever. You need to take it on the other stuff that I said, which is slavery bad, slavery bad, slavery bad. Over and over I said that. And not only that, I didn't just say some slaves were treated decently compared to others. Some slaves were treated decently, which on its own, I think you can understand. But compared to others, you certainly can understand, which I did say. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying when you understand what it is I said, if you look at bottom, it is the case it's true. Some were taught to read, some because of the moral convictions of the slave owners. Hold on. That's not what I'm talking about. I want to know what he wanted to make it seem like any slave could just kill people to get free. No, some slaves didn't have this psychological damage to such the degree that it would be like, oh, I can just kill anybody and do anything to get free.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
Chattel slavery was.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Some people.
The slavery that happened in America is one of the worst slavery that.
Yes, I agree with that, Sayla.
And you're saying that some people should be happy that they got taught how to read.
Yes. What are you talking? I didn't say that either.
You might as well be.
What I'm saying.
You might as well be.
You are that's just you just
then
being.
What's the point of making that point?
The point is that he wanted to say that anybody that's enslaved can do whatever they can do to get free. I don't think that's a biblical principle, and I don't think it's right. I don't think that's right. Yeah, it's not right. It's just not right. You don't get to do whatever you want to get free. And yes, he meant whatever. He said
that's crazy. So the slave masters can do anything that they want to you and your children, and you're not supposed to resist. That's the epitome of what they're talking about.
He said, if anybody's standing in my way to my freedom, I can.
Has a racist tint.
Hey, Sayla. He said, if anybody.
No, go stand in front of the
listening to what I'm saying. He said,
if anybody the Boston Tea Party and talk about how you don't want people to do the Boston Tea Party. It's so crazy.
What are you doing right now, Sayla?
Like Sayla, do you think you can just like shoot the 1-year-old in the crib? Do you think that's okay?
Just dumb.
What's dumb?
You can't do anything that you want to get free. Okay?
Listen,
and he made it explicit. He didn't qualify it. No, don't be charitable to him. Say, oh, well, he just meant it. No, I explicitly got him to say that you can do anything you want.
I agree.
Yeah, but that's another one of these points where it's like, he's a retard, like he said something false.
I'm not saying that people
should
do whatever that they want.
Don't minimize it when it serves your case, Timothy.
I say that people will
I'm saying he's a fucking retard.
Yeah, and what I said was correct.
Have I said, wait, Andrew, have I said you're a retard? Have I said you're a moron?
You said it was an epic failure.
Subhuman. Have I said any of those things about you?
You said intelligent people aren't going to think I made the case, and anything I said was correct.
Yeah, what do you mean?
The points I said were good.
What does that mean?
Some of the points were good.
No, but you're saying that the points I'm saying are correct, and it's not something you should be like, oh, well, this is something that is.
No, you just said I minimize. Firstly, you said I minimize.
Yes, you're minimizing what he's doing.
I said how many times he is like, you know, has like a subhuman level intellect, is like an actual moron, pretty confident. I know you didn't say that. I'm saying that. You're saying I'm minimizing.
It's
like saying this. Like, I expect better of you, right? I tell you this like frantic, manic approach you take to these discussions with people, where you try to like address every single micro point, and there's like these epic gaps with people that you try to sub in for you and all this kind of stuff. I'm saying like that led to a double knockout. You both got knocked out. And you're saying like, oh, you're trying to minimize. No, he got knocked out. He got knocked out without a question. We're not even talking. His performance, he got knocked out in the first round. And somehow the fight went to round 12 and you still got knocked out.
Okay. Well, in some
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, fine.
So you don't say I'm minimizing what he's doing. And to be honest, because you're so intransigent and you take absolutely no criticism, constructive or otherwise, I'll grant you, half of this hasn't been constructive or 90% of this hasn't been constructive. No, but this is, you see what's happening now is what happened then. It's not like, you just don't, like, the point I just made about the decency stuff, that's an epic, like, that's an L.
That's not. I disagree.
Yeah, because you're not, that's why you'll lose again.
No.
You'll likely lose again. You'll lose another debate.
Listen, I'll take on criticism that I think is actually being constructive. And people tell me something. Daniel just said something in the chat.
What does that mean?
Daniel said something in the chat, and I said, "Yep, I'll take that. That's fair." And it
What
wasn't
does
positive.
decency mean? What does decency mean? If I say this meal is decent, what do you think I'm talking? What do you think I'm meaning?
That you liked it, and I think there were some slaves that were treated very well compared to probably how they would have been treated.
No. Look, don't tell me about comparison. Like, that's a trivial case. Like, rape is better than rape is one rape. Listen.
You're missing
one
what
rape
I'm saying.
One rape is better than 1,000 rapes.
Not what I'm
rape
saying.
Decent? Is rape? Am I treating a woman decently?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so tell me about fucking relative then.
That's not what I'm saying.
You're having a debate with someone. Where they're accusing you of being a racist. You've just moved from saying
you're doing all this stuff. You're trying to connect points.
Absolutely, and offered an absolutely horrible counterexample.
There's other
undermine his point that all of them were killed unjustly. And then you move to, as a rebuttal, bear in mind, some slaves were treated decently though.
Yeah, you're commenting on a discussion you didn't hear. You're connecting points and
trying. I didn't hear that part.
Hold on. Listen, here's what you're doing. It's like I come in there, he says you're a racist. I say, yeah, no, you're a racist. We're going to try to prove it, and then you jump straight to these points where you think it looks bad, and you think, okay, well, this is showing how this is not good for your case.
Brother, I brought you into that room, did I not? I heard the first exchange. And then remember that then Coolman said you have to let someone else speak and then you two will get your time after. Right?
Yeah,
I remember the whole way. And the opening was this. You said you're a racist. I'm not a racist. You said you're a racist. Someone has the recording.
No, I said by your own admission you're a racist.
He says no. He pulled the Shamos move. I know you're familiar with that one, and you thought that was a legitimate defense.
He is a racist. Yeah, I already showed you the Shamos.
Yeah, I know, brother. That's fine. I'm just saying. Okay, he pulled the Shamos move, didn't he? He said, "Oh, I just meant I'm a racist by your standards of the word racist. Yeah, by my standards, I'm not a racist." Which kind of, by the way, incidentally, kind of undermines the other point you were making in the discussion we had, but that's kind of besides the point. Your whole point was that they couldn't even acknowledge there was any other usage of the word racist, so clearly that's false. But
that's what I said. That's why I said you lost the debate. That's why.
But your point was that they wouldn't even acknowledge it. That was your point.
That was the point. I actually brought that up. I said, but he actually called himself a racist, so he undermined himself. He undermined his whole freaking point. I said that.
No, I'm saying, in the other debate we were having,
yes,
us two, yeah, you were saying these people,
yes,
these people understand there was another usage. He does understand that, right?
I agree with that. That shows that he actually betrayed or belied the fact that he actually knew what it is that people meant when they said this person's racist, because he called himself racist after he said anti-white remarks. I said, I said, that's racist. He said, I am a racist. And I'm like,
but then, I said, your point that like the source of great frustration creating the room all this is because they wouldn't even acknowledge there was
I'm not talking about one person
making a
mistake and revealing. No, listen, I'm not talking about the one person making a mistake and revealing that
his name was in the title.
I'm not talking about. Yes, I said he's a racist.
Okay, brother. Okay, no problem.
I said he was a racist.
I take your correction. No problem. It's fine. That you weren't leveling that criticism towards him.
No, I'm saying he
was in the title for other reasons.
Timothy.
That's fine. Yeah, okay.
Timothy, listen. I'm saying he was a racist. Okay.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, bro.
I'm saying he revealed that he was a racist and understood the term the way I was using it.
Yeah.
And that's how I was using it.
Yeah.
You're a racist.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. That was just like I shouldn't have brought that point up. To be honest, it's confusing things. But I'll take your point of correction. No problem, man. Anyway. So I was there for the opening throws, the opening exchanges. I was there. I was there for the martyrdom point. I was there for your response to the martyrdom point. I was there for the point about decency. And I'm just saying, at best, you asked for charity, here's your charity. It was incredibly sloppy. And given the circumstances and given what your goals were, probably negligent of you to phrase it like that. For you to respond kind of as impassionedly as you did with that, right? With that phrasing. I think it was like, negligent of you, or what did I say? What was the first time? Sloppy. Yes, it was very sloppy. It's a very sloppy use of language.
I think what you want to say is, Timothy, you as Donald Trump and you, Andrew, were Hillary
Okay, well, let me just say this because I think this point's being lost.
I think that's what I want to say.
When I say that, but Timothy, when somebody says, listen, I hope you understand this. If somebody says a movie is good, okay, that means in any context, whenever you say somebody did well, that was good, I liked this, that was decent, any of that stuff, it is always going to be in relation to what the norm is, or whatever the general norm is compared to their environment, or in their environment, their community, their nation, whatever. It's just going to be something that you're comparing, like your experience of what indecent is.
If there are no external value properties, then the spectators
fish, Piper, fish. Right. But so here's the point. I'm saying that if anybody who's not...
What are your thoughts on that as a statement?
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. I get interrupted all the time.
Go on. Yes, fair.
Okay. The decency, I'm saying that if I say this person was treated decently, forget the fact that I'm saying relatively. That is inherent with what I'm saying, because it is the case that if somebody is free and their life is not as good generally as this slave's life is in this specific case, then it would be the case that he is definitely being treated decently. So it's not, you compare, you need to listen to what I'm saying, that there's a base. I hope somebody can understand what I'm saying. There is a base of what it means to live decent in America. Slave or not, there's going to be a base, okay? Or we'll just say non-slave at the time, okay? There's going to be a base. So let's say, yes, they still have teeth problems because they don't have advanced dentistry. They still have all these other issues. Okay, cool. But we still say comparative to what that time was, like what life could be.
But when you think that you're talking about being treated decently by fucking cosmic forces or by like the laws of nature or something. They're talking about
I'm saying
by another human. And if another human possesses me and has the ability to trade me like fucking Pokemon cards, right, and buy and sell me.
Yes, exactly.
And that isn't treating me decently.
Okay.
So you can't appeal to the fact that there were some fucking Irish people or something. There was some servants or something. Bro, you know what, man? It's like he's just talking to you.
No, I feel the same way.
I lose. You win. I get bad vibes. I don't
started this whole thing. You wanted to get me. I didn't want to have this discussion.
You got it. Yeah, no, you got it though.
Stop. I didn't want to. You wanted.
I'm done.
So now you're just going to tap out after doing this thing.
Yeah, I can lose. Look, see me. I can just lose. I don't care. If you tell me I lose, if someone starts rooting tomorrow, you lost that debate against Andrew, you actually conceded, I'll say, yep, 100%.
No, it's very frustrating because, dude, you started this whole thing. You say these outlandish statements by my lights. I want to defend certain points. I can take some of the criticism, but I want to make a point.
You're not even conscious at this point. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I am conscious. I was getting ready to give you an example.
This is not the heavy lifting, by the way.
Let me give you an example, and you'll understand it. If it's the case that the slave owner,
I'm done.
Well, can I say what I'm going to say?
Yeah. Sorry.
If the slave owner switches places with the slave, and lets the slave sleep in the big house and he sleeps in the little house, he's treated decently. Okay? And I don't have to qualify that. If there is cases where that happens, and if there is cases where because of the moral conviction, because the person feels bad about the slave, feels bad about what he's doing, he gives him a better lifestyle than himself, or treats him at least on par with what he's living like. That is decent. That's decent human treatment. And I'm saying that is something that you don't need to do a lot of work to figure out.
Are you just saying if you freeze him, just out of interest?
They did free him, by the way. They taught him to read and freed them. That happened.
So then, obviously, he's not fucking a slave anymore, is he?
Yeah. No, but he was a slave. No, but that's the
whole point. They're talking about people. The whole point was people in captivity. If you free the person, if you fight for the person, if you fucking jump in a time machine today, go back in time and grab a slave and bring them into 2025. Obviously, you treated them pretty fucking decently, didn't you? You treated them okay, didn't you?
Yeah, okay.
That's obviously not what we're talking about. We're talking about the people who are maintaining the practice. Those people, even if they're like teaching their slaves to read, are not treating them decently.
They can be borderline.
Because they own them. That's the whole point.
Okay.
Andrew, I think what it is.
They can build up moral conviction and feel like that it is the case they should free them, but in that interim point, while they're still enslaved, they can treat them with compassion. I'm saying that did happen. So you're saying it must be either free or slave, and everything that's slave is terrible, and everything that's free.
There is no compassion in any action unless you yourself don't have the ability or the power to do it. There is no compassion in owning a human being and not releasing them. I don't get it.
No, you're telling me somebody who doesn't treat compassion. Wait. You're saying somebody who is intending on freeing somebody or getting convicted towards freeing somebody.
Yeah, but obviously, I'm not going to regard that. I'm not going to regard that. Like, I just think of that person as the person who's freeing the slave. As in, if it's just like,
the
only day we can get the paper signed is on Tuesday. Like, I'm not going to be a fucking idiot about it and go like, it's Monday morning, he still hasn't freed a slave, he's not a decent person. And if the person is actively, think about all the abolitionists and stuff like that, people who are purchasing slaves to free them, whatever. It's like, obviously, I think those people are decent people, and I think their intention is to treat those people decently. The point is, like, clearly that wasn't what was under discussion. And this is my point. You are fucking seemingly, for reasons unbeknownst to me, because you're a highly articulate individual, and I do think you're smart. I do think you understand things. Like, I don't think there's many things I understand you can't understand. If anything, maybe it's the other way around. So the fact that it's just like, it's so horrible the way you interact in these kinds of discussions, and you're so bad at articulating yourself. You expect so much. Like, you expect essentially the most extreme form of charity from these inhospitable environments, or these hostile environments. It's like bizarre to me, bro. Like, no, I don't think people should do all the inferential work that you're proposing or you're insisting upon them. Like, I don't think they should be doing that. I think if you're fighting for your life against the allegation of being a racist, I think it is a massive blunder to go in with a statement like, yeah, I think some blacks were killed justly. Black slaves were killed justly. Some black slaves were treated decently. I think that's like an insane L on your part. And the fact that you need to like differentiate between optics and correct points and decently can be used in all of these different senses is just like evidence of you just being incompetent when it comes to these kinds of discussions. You just shouldn't discuss them. If your goal is to if you don't want people to think you're a racist, you should literally stop. If you're not prepared to take any advice, you should literally just stop. And I actually do have an investment. The investment is people going, your mate's a racist. There is an investment I have.
Okay, that's
because it gets progressively more difficult to defend the stupid shit you say or the stupid shit like the way. And then now also the jokes don't seem like jokes anymore. It doesn't seem like you're memeing anymore when you go into rooms and go like, oh, some slave masters had it more difficult than slaves. Some slaves were killed justly. Some slaves were treated decently.
Yeah.
Like, okay. It seems like when you make a chicken and watermelon joke, you're being serious.
Okay, that's fine. I hear you, okay? But look, I think that you are, and maybe there's just going to be no way to
clear, I don't think you are. Sorry, on the record, I don't think you are, right? I just think it's like weird. It's a weird combination of like, just like naivety about these kinds of things.
Engage me on, if you don't do, like, if you're going to come in.
Because you need to fucking take it seriously, bro. Like, I don't know, like, it's embarrassing, isn't it? It's fucking embarrassing, bro.
You took it serious, and you came in here and took it
serious.
Yeah,
I'm serious now. What I'm saying is like,
no, and I didn't want to have the conversation because I knew it was probably going to turn into this. And because I don't.
Why do you do it though? Why do you go into
because
I embarrass yourself?
No. I'm not talking about that. I wanted this conversation. I'm saying I didn't want to have this conversation, and you wanted to have it, and you kept saying seriously, and I don't want to have it because I don't think you're going to see this as objectively as I think I am seeing it. And if you think that I'm being motivated because I'm actually racist, you're wrong. I'm thinking what he's doing.
I just literally just said the opposite.
Okay, I'm telling you what he's doing.
It's like this weird fucking autism.
But Timothy, you said it doesn't seem like a joke, okay? And I'm saying you're saying it's getting progressively harder to defend it. And I'm saying that shouldn't be your feeling about it. You should know who I am and know what they're saying is disgusting. And if I don't represent myself perfectly, yeah, fine.
What you're saying was disgusting.
No, look. Timothy, if it's the case...
Are you that confused? You don't see, like... You know people can do the same move for them. Like, we can just, like... Let's just be extremely charitable and let's just do so much work to...
It's not that charitable.
Work for the things that they're saying. And, let's be sympathetic to their plight. And, hurt people. And we can make these kind of dumb rationalizations for all inappropriate things people say. God knows you've done it. God knows you've done it for almost years now when it comes to Shamos, or at least over a year for Shamos.
No,
the point is, how about being a mature, reflective,
see, that's why I don't like it.
Adult,
on the Shamos point, you know that's not true.
Let me not say these things that can be so easily misinterpreted. How about I don't do that? How about I don't give them all this fodder? Like, at what point do you take... You're so big on accountability. Why don't you...
You don't care about... You don't want to engage with these people. You don't even want to talk to them. You don't care. Why does it matter?
But if you care, would you care that they think you're a racist?
Who cares?
Do you care that they think you're a racist?
Who cares? You don't
care.
You don't care. Yeah, I'll deal with it the way I deal with it. But you don't care.
But do you care?
Yes, and I'll deal with it the way I deal with it. Cool, then for my sake, you can tell me this. For my sake, you can tell me this, but you don't care about these people.
Yeah. I care about people thinking that I'm like a hypocrite.
Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. That's cool. But
my power is a racist. I do care about that. Yeah, I do.
I just call them a bunch of. You don't. Hold on. Wait a second. You're calling them a bunch of.
I don't care about them. I'm saying smart people.
Exactly. And who cares that they say it? And who cares that they say it?
I said smart people think this.
Smart people will have a discussion then.
I think Ade's smart. I think Ade literally said it. Ade said he thinks you're racist.
And he doesn't think I'm like that.
He thinks you're racist. He just said it.
Yeah, but he doesn't mean it in a malicious way.
That's not relevant.
Okay, it is relevant. Because by that light, then everybody's a racist.
And then okay, that's fine. Like I told you my reasons. You can reject them. You cannot think they're good. That's fine.
No, I'm listening to you, but I think that you're fighting for
your reasons.
Stupid.
Okay, but let's focus for a minute.
You threw in Shamos. That's the kind of thing I'm saying. We're being disingenuous. Shamos is a completely different case.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. You do care what they think, and you've conceded multiple times that you lost this like optics war. Okay, that means you failed by your life. That means that by your standard you failed.
No.
At the very least, you should be very receptive to the criticism you're receiving. If we all agree that you lost the optics for these reasons.
That optics.
Okay, for these reasons. So then you should be amenable to all the critiques.
You're not hearing everything I'm saying. Okay, listen. I'm receptive to the optic points that you're making. Yes. I don't think everything optically looked bad. He said some absolutely terrible things that were optically horrible, even for the people on his side. Okay? He's dishonest. He says all kinds of stuff about white people. Infer that you have to trust white people. That's a racist comment. It's not qualified. It's absolutely disgusting. And he was saying stuff like that optically didn't look good. And there were people that were his acolytes that even acknowledged that, that wasn't right what he did. You actually did. I appreciate what you said. People were saying that in the chat, in following rooms, to me, there were acolytes of his. They were. People I've never seen before. They said that. Okay? Now, that's one thing. The other thing is the other point that I made, that there are people that have intellectual stature that I'm hoping heard the conversation. I'm hoping they did. Right. And were able to maybe morselize it or did they trust it among that community and break it down into pieces and let people understand, hey, this isn't right. You guys shouldn't talk about white people like this.
Yeah, who are you hoping?
Anybody.
You said there's intellectual people.
I said I'm hoping that there are intellectual people in the room, people that are listening, that would break it down into morsel-sized pieces that the adherents there would listen to and be like, yeah, okay, I trust this person. And actually, if he's saying that maybe this is right, then maybe this is right. And I'll stop saying stupid stuff like black people can't be racist and invalidating the crime and the hatred towards white people. That's what I'm saying. It's not right. And this, the stuff that was going on in there, I wasn't trying to hurt them. I wasn't trying to be mean to them. And I do understand slavery is terrible. I said it over and over again. Slavery bad. What do I need to say? Slavery bad. But what I said is that, look, if you were to take a slave and say that they lived as good as a slave owner did, would that be decent treatment? I mean, I think that's decent treatment. I don't think that's that hard to say. I'm not saying that was the norm. I get it. By and large, the overwhelming thing that's going on there was egregious. I acknowledge that. But I'm just saying the way he's coming about it is just like every excuse he can find to be violent towards white people, not only then, but even now. It's disgusting. And that's the thing I'm fighting against. I'm not saying that what was done towards him is right. I'm not saying that the black people were treated right. I'm saying that was wrong, terrible, bad. But it is not the same as saying, look, it is, but it's not the same as saying that this is okay what he's doing. It is absolute. The stuff that these guys were saying in the chat, the stuff they were saying during the conversation on stage was disgusting. It was disgusting. It wasn't just ill-informed. It was gross, deeply gross. Yeah. It's like you no consideration for what you're saying. These are other humans. You're saying they're terrible people. You're saying these people can't be trusted. I would give my life maybe for someone of color. But he's sitting there telling me that I can't even be trusted. I'm a liar. He's treating me like garbage. That's not right, dude. I don't know what to say. It's not right.
All right, enough now. All right. Go on. I'm done.
Are you done, Timothy? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, not much.
Yeah.
Andrew, is it that insane that?
And just because it's like just so you don't feel like it. I agree. I mean, they probably are all racists. I mean, but I have to be consistent. Like, you did kind of lose there, but like, I hear what you're saying.
No, and I appreciate your criticism, man. Again, I'm not trying to be offensive to people. Okay, I'm not trying to hurt people. So
I don't think you're. Just because no one ever said. I don't think anyone.
Well, I just want to be clear because it's
poorly thinks
these
you're trying to hurt people will be racist.
Yeah,
but you're not. You're not like. It seems like you're not appreciative of like a combination of the like kind of manic approach you take in like debating honey badger and stuff, and then talking about really sensitive issues. I think you're smart enough. I think I'm confident that you're like smart enough and mature enough and receptive enough to hear me say that like that almost constitutes negligence to treat a debate about these kinds of topics in rooms full of people that like are somewhat aggrieved with respect to this kind of history, or suffer the kind of trauma of this kind of a history, this kind of a past, right? I think it's kind of almost negligent, right, to treat a conversation of that kind of sensitivity. Granted, some people will agree, some people think it's good to be inflammatory and antagonistic and stuff, but I'm just saying, I think you're like more reasonable than that. I think it's like almost like kind of negligent to almost treat it like you're talking to a honey badger. I think you also need to exercise a little bit of discretion going forward, where you're just like, I probably shouldn't talk to these kinds of people. Like, they're not capable of having the kind of discussion where they can observe subtlety and nuance and stuff, and they can understand the points that I'm going to make. Like, I think you need, like, genuinely, I feel like you need to do that just generally, not just with conversations about race, but you need to start being a little bit more selective with who you talk to and what you talk to these people about. Because it's just like legit, bro. As a friend, it's just like a bad look. It just like looks bad. And I get it's like fun for you.
No,
but it's like ultimately it just does look bad.
Well, listen, I wouldn't qualify for it to just say it's fun. There is some element of it that can be fun. That was not a fun conversation. That was not fun. And my motivation there is like, look, I think the guy's wrong. He's attacked me. He's made me look bad and tried to attack my reputation. That's part of the problem because I know what he's saying is false. He's also saying stuff that's absolutely vitriolic towards white people. And the way this racist doctrine of BHI mixed with this stuff about slavery and systemic racism, the way all that works together is it's a toxic potion that makes people feel like, you know what, these people actually would kill us if they could. They would kill us. And I am absolutely the opposite towards them. And that's why it's like, it's disgusting to see that kind of stuff go on. And when I'm in there, it's like, look, you saying that, well, I just wouldn't have the conversation. Who's having the conversation? Somebody needs to have the conversation. I don't want this stuff to go unchecked. I can't see that stuff happening and not say something. I can't watch that happen and not say something. I'm going to say something.
But then let's just be reasonable. Yeah? Let's be mature adults about it. Clearly what you did there wasn't a good approach. I think clearly the people that agreed with you, I think will probably already have been people that were sympathetic to the points you're making, versus I think there's a lot of people that use that think that your performance there almost like serviced their distrust of white people and so on and so forth. I think it confirmed a lot of their criticisms of white people. Whether or not that's due to their own ignorance or otherwise is kind of irrelevant.
It's very
hard to show you that approach isn't good. It isn't necessarily to say that the approach isn't good.
I hear you.
I think we agree, shake hands, no problem.
Yes, absolutely. And it's all up. I just say this.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think this is on record. I don't think you're a racist. I don't think that's evidence of you being a racist or anything like that. I just think it's like I said, and I am charitable in these cases, right? Where I think it is this kind of naivety. Like you think you can just like appeal to like logic and reason, what you've learned. It's like obviously it's just not going to be the case that like people like have the capacity to be able to think abstractly in these like super kind of like on these super emotional topics and things they're really sensitive about.
That's fair, and I agree with that. I'll just say this. Last thing I'll say, I know that you wouldn't, and I get it, and you might say for these very reasons or whatever, you're just not interested, and you don't have the same desire, or crusade, or passion, or whatever to do what I'm doing. That's fine. But I'm saying, like, if you guys were to sit there and talk with him for 2 hours or 3 hours and just deal with it, it's very hard. When you have multiple people that are chiming in, that everybody's saying stuff, it's like, just shut up. I just want the other people to shut up because most of them are on his side saying stuff that's absolutely ridiculous and very vitriolic towards them. Absolute, just pure racism on stage. Pure racism. And then when you have some of the mods kind of agreeing with it, it's very difficult. It feels the environment is rough. And I'm saying, yeah, my mistake for doing it, maybe you might say, but I'm not going to not stop talking to them. I'm going to find a different method. That's fine. But I'll just say this. If you were there, I think I'm just trying to be fair to myself on that if you were in that kind of conversation, it's very difficult. I think MJ only talked to him for a little bit, and MJ's just like, imagine his energy. I mean, I don't know what MJ would have looked like after 2 hours. You talk about him being crippled; you can only see his eyeball. I mean, he might have been like a sliced potato by the end of it because of the way he would have felt. It's so difficult to freaking engage with that when you have multiple people just literally are seething towards you. They're seething towards you, and it's like and their logic is horrific. It's horrendous.
Wait, Andrew,
it's just like
Andrew, well, you keep making this comment of like they would be violent on us. They had the.
They were saying that they would. What
so
are you talking
Andrew,
about?
but is this fundamentally interesting, Andrew? Like,
what do you mean about? I'm not talking about interesting. This isn't about
Timothy is being very kind to you, but I think you're making like insane blunders. In that, if someone is if you're making a statement like, if Black people had the opportunity, if they had the societal power to harm me, they would. So do you understand the insanity of a statement?
I didn't say if Black people. That's a misrepresentation.
Well, but that's the implication here, right?
No, it's not. No, I don't do the blanket statements like he did. I said the people in this room, these people in this room, not people broadly Black people. I didn't say. Don't say that.
Okay, but
don't say that.
Okay, so knowing that the people in a particular group, like subset of Black people, would want to
Black
harm
supremacists. Yes.
Sure. Okay, Andrew. But isn't our country very clearly run by white supremacists?
I'm not talking about systemic racism right now. White supremacists. No. What are you talking about? No. Our country's not clearly run by white supremacists. That's a stupid thing to say.
You think the people who hold power in our nation see races equally and see the white and Black race equally?
Not ran by white supremacists. That's just a weird thing to say. No, that's not what we have.
Wait, do you think the people that hold power in America, like the main judicial branch, like federal judges, the executive, Donald J. Trump, the vice president, do you think these people see the Black and white race as the same thing? Do you think they would be completely okay with their daughters marrying Black men as if it was a white woman? Are we delusional?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Andrew, I think you do know because I think you know how you would feel.
No, actually, I don't know. I don't think they.
I think you know how you would feel about Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, I'm not
having Barron Trump marry a Black woman.
Yeah, cool. Exactly. Just because somebody marries somebody that's of the similar color doesn't mean that they're racist. Okay, I don't know. I'm not going to make an inference based on that. Will I say that there's residual from all of this, Jim Crow, all this stuff that's happened in the past? Yes, certainly. But it is not the case that I'm going to infer that the people in power now are racist. I'm not going to slander them in that way.
Sure. Okay, but these consequences of Jim Crow, I think, should allow you, Andrew, to be morally okay with like anger and violence towards white.
Angry about what's happened, but you don't correct that by two rights don't make a wrong. Simply put.
Sure, but you can understand where the anger comes from. So why get so surprised at the anger or even angry at it?
I'm not surprised about it. But the thing that's shocking to me is that people are actually going to act like that we don't have a use of racism that has been in play and in dictionaries broadly understood for a very long time. That's the thing that bothers me.
Sure. You don't like that. Yeah, sure. A lot of people are concerned with the new structural definition of racism.
Yeah, because it's just
language updates, Andrew. This is more precise. It's not. This is why I always use the word interesting, because it is not interesting to discuss white racism. So we might as well update the language and just have racism be equivalent to racism against like people of color. Because white racism is this academic, non-emotional topic of like, well, technically, if you don't hire a white man at your sandwich shop, you just instituted racism against a white man. That's white racism. Sure, it's not interesting because there aren't many instances of it, Andrew. It's not happening in our country. It's the lower probability thing. It's not interesting.
That's not the point. If we have usages in circulation and somebody sees something that they find to be an injustice towards a white person, and somebody says, hey, that was racist, and instead of the person saying, yeah, that was terrible, that shouldn't have happened, they're going to be like, well, no. They can't be racist. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why do you do that? You know what's being meant.
Sure,
it's being meant that the person killed the person based on the color of their skin.
No one serious on the left disagrees with you here, Andrew.
But I'm telling you, It is. Yeah, I don't. When you say no one's serious, I mean, I guess I would agree with that.
Because it's a semantics point. People,
yeah,
there's a subset of the left, Andrew, that you have a big problem with that have changed the definition of racism to POC racism. That's just like such a niche thing to be mad about, dude. Let them change it. It doesn't matter. It's actually a kind of a better definition because most instances of racism in America are POC racism.
No, I'm going to use. Look, I am going to utilize the convention among the communities who employ the convention, and I'm saying the conventions. There's two conventions that are being used. One is systemic. One is interpersonal. Okay. And I'm saying I'm going to use both. Both are valid. Both are legitimate. Both are fair. Okay? And when I see something happen, I'm not going to do this in unequal weights and measures. This is not to say that there has not been oppression towards people of color or various minorities. There certainly has.
No. Not there certainly has. The vast majority of existing oppression in America today is towards people of color. Andrew, do you agree with that point?
The vast majority
if I could measure oppression, like being murdered is -1 million, being not hired at a job is -4,000, and we agree on numbers, that if you add up the numbers, controlling for population, against POC versus against white, which do you think are going to have more?
So you mean by way of the fact that a majority of the United States is white, you mean controlling the oppression? Yeah, the oppression is going to be overall more towards people of color than it is towards people who are white. But actually, that's interesting because if you think so, you have white people, but there's a ton of white people. So obviously, white people, just on averages, are going to be doing more towards people of color or oppressing them. That's true. Now, we talk about per capita. I mean, if somebody wants to import the Fed stats, you can do that and say, well, look, they're doing more crime per capita, so technically they're oppressing us. If there's a bigger contingent, it would be very bad. But no, that's not the case, right? So yeah, I agree that just based on sheer numbers, white people are doing more. Yes, they're doing more oppression, absolutely, towards people of color. Oppression, yep, I agree. Yeah, I agree. But that's not to say that we can't call out racism on individual basis. That's not to say that we can't say that when a person does something like what Joel did, I'm not going to say he's not a racist. I mean, he's just prejudiced. No, I want it to have the punch of racism.
But wouldn't an academic like you, Andrew, and you admitted this earlier, like someone who claims to have engaged with these topics a lot and know about them and want to debate them in a public forum.
I don't know about engaging with them a lot. I don't have a public discussion with 250 people in the room a lot. That doesn't happen very often.
Sure, you know what I mean. This topic, you talk about.
I
talk about race relations.
Thought about it quite a bit. Yeah, I think it's wrong.
Yes.
It's wrong. Yeah.
So, but why are you? Back to this question. Why are you surprised at his anger? If you actually understand this topic,
you're going back to a point I already answered. It's not that I'm necessarily surprised. I'm just offended.
You use the word disgusting. Doesn't disgusting?
Yeah, it is disgusting. That's not disgusting. Disgusting doesn't connote surprise. Okay, you can be disgusted. What?
Yeah, sure. I agree. Actually, it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
You said okay. So even at the same, a very tangential point holds for disgusting. Like, why are you using such intense language when it's very understandable? And you understand that.
Understandable. Look, understanding that someone is outraged is different than saying it's understandable to say white people can't be trusted. They are demons, and we need to get away from them. No, we don't even talk to them. Get away from them. That's not acceptable. If we're going to have a multicultural United States and people are going to have to live in harmony and work together and vote for common interests, we can't have that kind of mentality.
I agree, Andrew. As an Egyptian brown man, I agree. However, I am not surprised that a Black American is making that statement because of the history of this country.
It's still,
and I feel like you should hold the same perspective.
Dude,
it is not disgusting.
Okay, stop. He has not been enslaved. Okay, he's not been enslaved. It's not happening to him. He is not enslaved.
That's not how society.
You can have ancestry. If you want to say there's some trauma gene or something, I don't agree with that. But I do agree that you can say, hey, my ancestors went through horrific oppression. Yes, but you don't look at me and blame me. You don't look at me and blame me for what my great-great-great-grandfather potentially did. I don't even know my ancestry. You are discriminating against me based on a terrible inference. It is not correct. You don't get to say that because there's been historical oppression by people of my skin color, therefore I'm guilty. You don't get to do that. Doesn't work like that. That is an improper inference. Now, if you want to say that I'm part of a culture that's benefited from it, cool. I didn't even freaking know that. Okay? Now I've come to understand it, and in a very real sense, they're benefiting too. To whatever degree there's some stuff that's been passed down that is just generally good for society, they're benefiting too. If you want to talk about individual wealth that's been passed down, generational wealth that's been, taken off the backs of minorities, okay, yeah, maybe. I don't know all the different ways that's affected me. I don't know all the stuff that's come from that towards me. I don't know. But what isn't right is you coming up to me and saying you think I'm a demon and you think I can't be trusted when I'm sitting here wanting to help you and work with you. What are you doing?
Sure. And we're going to just go in a circle here. I don't personally think that white people are demons, but I'm not surprised that certain Americans would make that statement.
Well, I appreciate the ambiguity of your conclusive. Yeah, I appreciate your ambivalence, right? Well, I'm not exactly saying I don't exactly agree. Yeah, white people aren't demons. Okay,
dude, Andrew, your population group, your profile picture. When I see as a brown man someone that looks like you, your profile picture, I very quickly understand these are the people that currently hold power, societal wealth, capital, means of production. Why are you intimidated as the powerful group in America?
I'm outraged.
Why are you using why are you outraged?
Because this isn't harmony. This isn't peace.
Sure,
this isn't love.
But you have harmony. You probably don't live in a neighborhood with high rates of violence. Like you don't have a chance of applying for a job and just getting turned down.
Look, I'm not you. It's not Operation Me. Okay, that's not what it's about. I'm saying there are people out there who are being oppressed. They're being absolutely discriminated against, and it's just it is based on the fact that there's been horrific oppression, and based on the fact that there's still systemic oppression towards certain groups in the United States. They think it's acceptable to retaliate towards us, like two wrongs make a right. It doesn't work like that. And all I'm saying is I understand being outraged, but let's work together. It's not going to make things better. You're not going to make things better. It's not going to fix anything. Just coming at me and saying, kill Whitey. It doesn't fix anything. What are you doing? You're going to make people absolutely blow up. What are you doing? That's not going to fix anything.
Yeah, I think this is a lack of empathy. I don't know.
It's a lack of empathy. What do you want me to do? You want me to say, yeah, kill me then? Just wait on me, kill me.
No, Andrew. I don't want
you to just give out a bunch of money? Do you think people need to pay money for things I didn't do? Is that what you think?
I think people need to pay money. Yes, you don't need to pay money.
Who is that? Who pays it?
It's going to be a mix of the federal government.
Yeah, who pays the federal government? Where does that money come from?
The biggest private corporations.
Where does the money come from? No, the government is us. The government's supposed to be us.
Yeah, the Warren Buffetts, the Bill Gates, the Elon Musks, they hold a lot of this capital.
Make people pay for it. Yeah, make them pay for it. Even if it's not demonstrable that they clearly benefited from some oppression in the past.
Of course it's demonstrable.
In some way that's different than everybody.
What?
If it's not, you're saying to make them pay, even if it's not clearly demonstrable that their wealth was accumulated in some way, like that they benefited in some way that's not available to everybody.
Of course, Andrew. Let's take the example of Bill Gates, William Gates.
Yeah.
He went to multiple private schools worth like $30,000, $40,000 a year. He had access to some of the first developing technology in the 1900s, so he could start to tinker with it. Like, do you think those opportunities were available to every person of every income level, of every ethnicity?
No, maybe not.
Of course not, dude.
Yeah,
and then if you actually run this algorithm, you see that property owning white men had a very small subset of features were the ones with the highest probability you could run this kind of algorithm of acquiring wealth over the last 200, 300 years in the U.S. So, yes, you could very, very clearly say they benefited from a system that did not allow other people to acquire this wealth. That's like quite factual.
Okay, cool. So somebody benefited from something that was available to them that wasn't to other people.
Not somebody, the white man.
The white man. Hey, wait. Are you telling me that there's no black people that benefited from slavery? Is that what you're going to tell me?
No. What does a statement like that even mean?
It's just the point is you're just trying to make it seem like
the fact that you make those arguments, Andrew.
No, I'm only telling you that there are people in this country of all colors, shades, tints, whatever, that are benefiting from what happened. And there are some people that are of color that have been in certain particularly unique places of benefit. It is the case. Now, is that the predominant case? No, because we're majority white. I get that. It's the case that most stuff that's happened in the past has been oppressive by white people, and it's wrong. And the stuff that came down from that, people of all types benefited in some way. Now, there's some people in particular, hold on, but white people in particular, you could say benefited because we're the ones that are in power, in structure, that are in all these institutions and governments, all the academia, whatever. That's the case, sure. But the people, by and large now, the average white person that I know is not in favor of people being oppressed. They don't want to see black people get oppressed. They don't want to see that. They want to see the opposite.
Sure, Andrew, but the main point you're missing is that the average white Americans
benefited from slavery. That's what I want to know. What black
people, just generally speaking, in whatever way you think that this country was built on the back of black people, is it the case that black people live in this country and are benefiting from that?
Wow.
I'm blaming Ray for the now what is this day 5 of race relations content?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna say this last thing. Look, yeah, I hear you, Charles, and that's fine. If you don't think that there's been in whatever way that people want to point to, and they point to various things to say that this country has been built on the backs of black people, then insofar as you live in this country with the freedoms and the resources that we have, that on the books are supposed to be available to everybody, even if they aren't in practice actually done that way, it is still the case that there is benefit from that.
Andrew, that is not how people use the word benefit. Like,
okay, well, that's fine. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about like a modification of benefit in the same way that racism has been modified. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying just benefit broadly. And it is okay, so last thing, look, I'll let you say, you guys can say whatever you want. I just want to say this, that this is the last thing I was going to say. Look, it is the case that we need to be working together. What was that woman's name? Platinum, Charles? That's somebody who I agree with. I can stand behind what Platinum said on that platform 100%. She was black, person of color, and she was telling people, hey, look, stop this. Knock this off. Stop talking about you weren't enslaved. Quit trying to chalk your problems up to the white man. And all of this stuff that she was saying, I absolutely agree with her because that's the mindset of unity. That made me feel like I want to work with people like that. I want to be in harmony. But when you have somebody say kill Whitey and you aren't to be trusted, that makes me want that does not instill this kind of idea of like, oh, compassion. No, that makes me fired up. I have empathy for what's happened, but that makes it eclipsed by the fact that they are expressing pure vitriol in my face. That's what I'm talking about. That's
okay, but good brother Andrew. Oh, my goodness, where to begin here? First, let's begin with black people benefited from slavery. They most assuredly did not, because labor has value, and when you're a worker, the thing of value that you have, if you're not a trust fund baby, is your labor. I mean, that's why I go to work. That's why you go to work. That's why the people that go to work go to work. Now, imagine these black people that you're talking about were denied the value of their labor for generations. So they most certainly did not benefit at all from slavery. In fact, they came out of slavery with the nation owing them for the deprivation devaluation of the value of their labor. And that has never been rectified, sir. And that had generational repercussions that still follow us down to this day. That's the first thing I wanted to say. And good brother Andrew, the second thing that I wanted to say, what Sister Platinum was saying, I mean, I think just about everybody agrees with that. But the perspectives of what you say, kill Whitey, Brother Andrew, that's like less than 1% of the black people. That's like less than half of 1%. That's like less than half of 1/3 of 1% of black people. Like the people that you're talking about, these Hebrew Israelite camps, they're like almost no black people do that and believe that. No, you understand what I mean? So it's like for such a small percentage of people, I think that you're overblowing it a little bit. We got friends groups all over the place. You got anarchists. You got the Ku Klux Klan, for example. Most white people are not down with the KKK. What percentage of white people do you think in 2025 are members of the Invisible Empire? Does the Invisible Empire even exist anymore? Or is it just a few, rednecks drinking Old Milwaukee with Confederate flags on their pickup trucks having gatherings? I mean, but they have no power whatsoever, right? So that would be like me getting overblown about seeing a Klan documentary and them saying, let's kill all the black folks. Well, okay. I mean, if that's what y'all want to do, but if you come this way, I'm gonna send you to meet your maker. So I would advise against that. But yeah, I think we're majoring in the minors here. I think that the focus should be on what the good brother said earlier. Forgot who it was. I think it was Brother Himothy, giving you the advice not to engage in these type of discussions with certain people. When you identify that these individuals that you're trying to engage with, they have an inherent distrust of you. They believe that you're evil just because of the color of your skin. They're not the best people to engage in a discussion of this topic with. They're just not the best candidates, my good brother. You understand what I mean? So it's just like, and then I'll say this about myself, I'm a reparationist. So I know there's certain groups of political folks, especially political right-wingers, they don't agree with reparations, and they be seething at me for even bringing it up. Those are the people that I'm not talking to about the topic. I mean, I'll debate them about it, but as far as having a discussion, no, I'm not doing that. I need to be trying to convince people that are convincible. And when you're dealing with people, Brother Andrew, that believe that just because you're white, that you're wicked, that because you're white, they say you're Esau and your destruction is predicted in the Bible and the Old Testament prophets. Brother, you don't even have a starting point to begin a conversation with somebody like that. So who can have that conversation? Well, let's take Charles Johnson, for example. And I have this conversation with them all the time because they think that I'm one of them. Because they say, okay, so he's a black guy, so he's Israel. So I get invited into the conversation, and I can try to be corrective on those doctrinal and philosophical errors that they had. But you, Brother Andrew, I think your time is better spent engaging with people where at least you can get to the starting point in the conversation, that your skin color is not preventing you from having the discussion. Thank you for.
I appreciate that, Charles. Thank you. That's fair. I can definitely take it forward. How do you think we actually mitigate it, though? I mean, is there anything? I appreciate your unique ability to speak to it, and that's awesome. I mean, is there a way to curtail that kind of thinking? I mean, is there a way to
expand the race relations content for another 5 days?
Yeah. Is there a way to actually curtail that, though, and actually overcome it to where the numbers will start decreasing rather than increasing? I mean, I think that the Black Hebrew Israelism is a horrible doctrine. I think it's absolutely horrible. The doctrines that they espouse, I should say, this race-related salvation, race-based salvation is just absolutely terrible, and it's such a dark idea. It's like Calvinism, but it's got the race element to it. It's just horrific. And that is something that I definitely have interest in continuing to combat. The just general anti-white sentiment. It may not be directly kill whitey, but the whole idea is that it increases the tensions and certainly spurs violence to occur. It does happen. I have no doubt in my mind that some of the folks that were in that room would physically hurt us if they could. If they knew that where I was, or at the time of speaking, if it was in some kind of public arena, that I would be physically attacked. I have no doubt about that. Because the stuff that's happening there, it's just so much tension.
Well, Andrew, didn't you hear his point that he said this is a vast minority of black? I hate you, Ray. I hate you, Ray. I hate you, Ray.
I did hear. But yeah, so all I'm going to say is I hear what you're saying, Charles. I wonder, is there a way, is there a silver bullet? Because a lot of people don't even want to engage folks like that. And I understand why. It's not comfortable. It's not fun. That was not a fun dialogue with him. I was absolutely, like Timothy said, all over the place because I couldn't believe all the stuff that he was saying. It was nonsensical. And I'm just like, if everybody just sits back and nobody puts anything in check, you let it go, it's not illegal. The rhetoric continues, the growth continues, the families continue, they get bigger, they do this. How do you stop something like that? That is such a horrific ideology.
Yeah, let me just give you one way for you to do it, good brother Andrew, and that's they say that they believe in the Bible. Have a Bible conversation with them. Just one quick example. They say that you're Esau, you're the white man, and we hate you. And then just take them to Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 7, where Moses tells the Israelites, you shall not hate an Edomite, for he is your brother. See how it goes? So now, in the minds of people that are listening, yeah, you just refuted that point because he says that he hates the white man, the white man is Esau. Well, the Bible says you should not hate the Edomite. So that's a commandment from Moses. So why you all don't follow that? And that's taking an apologetics posture toward their doctrine. And you can do that and stay out of the race discussions completely and just keep it about the doctrine and their errors in interpreting the Bible. And since you yourself being a Christian and you yourself, I don't know if you think of yourself as an apologist, but you certainly engage in apologetics. That's the best way for you to do it, Brother Andrew, is to keep it about the scriptures and refuting their fallacious arguments and their fallacious positions and interpretations on the scripture. That way, you gain credibility even with black people that are listening. Because they're like, yeah, you know what? He said that, but then that white guy came with their scripture. They didn't have an answer for that. It's the only way you can win, good brother. When you let these folks get you on a race conversation, they have the advantage and they're going to press it, and you can't allow yourself to get caught up like that, good brother. That's just my...
Very good.
Andrew, let me just say one thing real quick.
Okay, I just want to...
I hate you, Daniel.
I was hoping Charles...
Andrew,
I want to hear a sermon from Charles one day. That's all I can say. But anyway, go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah.
Somebody's singing Rob in this room.
I think it's important to remember that, like, the number of Hebrew Israelites of this variety, this fringe variety, their numbers are equal to people that think that there's going to be, like, a UFO invasion. I mean, these people are just, they're fucking crazy, dude. And there's a very, very small number of them, and you should engage with them with that understanding that they're just crazies, dude.
Yeah. Well,
it's peculiar that you don't recognize that, man.
Well, I do care about them. Just to be clear, I don't want to demean them or devalue them. I find the doctrine absolutely horrendous, but I don't want to devalue them. And so anyway. I hear what you're saying, Charles, and I appreciate that very much. I hear what you're saying, Daniel. I get it; it's a minority. It's not so much. I mean, before I thought there was a larger contingent in the United States. I mean, I thought there was like 400 million of them. That was for you, Timothy. I thought there was like 400 million of them. They're going to take over and they're going to invade anytime. No, there was a little bit of an over.
Sorry, random. We did some research. We did some more research today. And apparently, the number is closer to what I don't know. It's weird. You have to look into it, but apparently, I don't know. There's like a Manhattan Institute or something that says the number's closer to like 2 million or something. Which is, I think it's like something like 4. I can't remember. It's like 10% or something, or sorry, 5% of the 4% of the population. Sorry, of the population of Black America. Well, not that they're BHI in this like Power Ranger, Timberland Booth sense, but in they basically identify with like that kind of ancestry. So they actually related to the Israelites or yeah.
But there's a diversity, there's a spectrum of belief within even that. You look at Hebrew Israelite movement, there's a spectrum of belief. And so you're talking to the most radical element within it, which is an extraordinary minority. But Timothy is right that the numbers do reflect what he says. But remember that there's a spectrum in there.
I understand. I just know that if you're part of the crowd, you might be susceptible to it. I'm not saying I don't think that necessarily. Well, it's like me. Look. I'm tempted to go to Catholicism. You know, I mean, look, people can switch and do things and end up with a whole new set of commitments. And I don't know. Of course, you know, if I was an atheist, it's less likely to happen. But if I'm a Christian, then the stage is set for me to potentially take on, you know, Catholicism or even Christian nationalism, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. So that kind of idea, it's like, I hear what you're saying. And actually, I mean, that's really good faith. I appreciate you telling me that. That's actually cool to tell me the numbers. But I thought you were getting ready to say, you thought that you were going to make fun. You were like, yeah, it's like 4% of the entire United States.
The 1 billion population of the United States.
Oh, fish. Yeah, because my numbers were a little off, you guys, when we went over the numbers. It was pretty funny. But when I said how many people I thought were in the United States, yeah, it was a little bit off. Well, I said either like 5 or 7 million or 5 million.
What? Way off, Andrew. Holy shit.
How many do you
think? So many people are in my state.
Don't look it up. How many?
No, he's saying no,
like 300.
No, he's saying he said 700 million or 500 million.
Oh.
Sorry. 500 million or 700 million. Yeah. That's what I meant.
Did you hear my answer? You'll be crowded as fuck.
Yeah, I think your answer is actually really close.
You think you have 700 million?
No. The answer is
no. It wouldn't be.
Oh no. Oh, crowded.
Not even close.
We have a lot of.
You have no idea how much of like America is not even populated.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that point, but I'm sure we have. Well, I know we have a lot of open range, like just miles and miles.
Just think of the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah. All right. So Piper's been really agitated. Doesn't like all this race nonsense, as Piper would put it.
Oh, but what do you like to speak about?
Yeah, what is it, Piper? What is it?
Yeah, I know, right?
Do share.
I think Piper always wants to.
What? Fucking talking to Agamemnon.
I think Piper wants to talk about stuff.
I mean, actually, I would vastly prefer listening to like Bob or someone screaming at Agamemnon. Then listening. Just to be clear, then listening to 5 consecutive days of like empty-headed race.
So just to be clear. So what you're saying, Piper, is that listening to Agamemnon is decent. Is that what you're saying?
Is decent?
Yeah.
Comparison. I'll make the move. Look, I'll make the move that Andrew did. I'll say relatively.
Yeah. I love it. What do you like though? Like, what's the thing that you like?
Yeah, like what interests you, Piper?
I mean, I just
I like long walks on the beach.
She's here to talk on She's here to talk on the theater.
She likes skating. She likes skating with PhD philosophy.
Yeah, that's true.
In New Jersey skate parks.
Nice.
The content I come on here to like. The content I always come on here for is like
people like screaming at each other about theism. That's why I like to have one in the background.
We were screaming at each other just about theism.
Yeah, but about something that like annoys me when people get it wrong.
Alright, let's not rehash. Also, Andrew.
Some did get it wrong in this case.
But you know,
Wait,
but can I say one thing quickly, Piper? Sorry. Yeah, Justin Wilson started a God Talk room, and he pinged me into it. It's like him and that guy David Wee.
I'm not sure that one could pay me to go in there, but but like, okay, this is the thing for me, right? If people are gonna like, I enjoy content where people are screaming at each other in an unproductive manner, but when it's about stuff that's, of consequence, then like, then I get emotionally invested and then it annoys me to listen to it. So
there's an ongoing screaming debate between Catholics and Protestants. You should go find those rooms.
Those might. I listen to those in Discord sometimes, and I need to care a little bit. Otherwise, it just gets boring. So, like, that's why the theism and atheism stuff is, like, perfect for me. I care a little bit, but not enough to get emotionally invested.
It's like the medium orange.
Yeah, I ran a friend out of the room, by the way.
I was going to ask, Walter?
Yeah, because basically, like, I started arguing with Andrew about the BHI stuff, and then him and Caleb wanted to talk about EAN or abortion or something. And then they went and started their own room because I guess they thought it was like toxic or something.
I mean, that's also a bad topic. So
it's a disgusting topic.
E.g., him and
Andrew, did you make him never want to come back?
I don't know. Earlier there was like another thing that we'll speak about in private that he kind of complained about in the chat. He was like, if these rooms are like this. But the thing is, you know what, Andrew? Because I sent you that message, right? I don't think people are sincere when they say that. Because like a lot of times people do this whole thing like, oh, I'm not interested in gossip and I'm not interested in hashing out these personal grievances and issues. But then they hang around and then we see them the next day. And then we see them the next day. I think the reality is
that just means we tempted him and corrupted him.
Yeah, that's not because he said that. Yeah. But then like an hour later, he was still in the room. So I doubt. I think it's one of these things where it's like they want to be seen with their towels in their hands. Like that's what they care about. Like they want everybody to know. Listen, okay, I'm above all of this, but nevertheless, can you pass me the popcorn?
Andrew's like, I know, it's so funny. What'd you say, Buster?
I said, Andrew's like, I got some Twizzlers. Have some.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, it's too funny. People in the chat, I can see when a match is getting ready, like people are getting ready to really have it, or it's really heated. You just see people in the chat putting popcorn up. I'm like, oh my gosh. But I get it. But I'll just say, you want to know a debate that was insane is Narges hosted a debate between Cynic and Nizam, and that was one of the craziest debates. I was like, oh my gosh. They're both yelling at each other, saying stuff that was complete non sequiturs that didn't have anything to do. It was just it was so bad. Oh my gosh. Nothing against Cynic. I mean, a little bit against Cynic.
I was the only one who got burnt in that debate.
I know, and then they turn on you, and like
both of them turn on me. It was so.
You're like, why are you attacking the moderator?
Why did they turn on you?
Each one of them wanted me to side one of them.
Yeah, they're like, we're right.
It's a neutral moderator.
What side? They're both like
bipolar. But then they united in attacking you for not picking one of them.
Which side?
Enemy of my enemy, my friend, basically.
They're both fucking schizophrenics.
And then, like, why heard like, what about Marty in that too?
No, but like Nizam is chaotic. Nizam is chaotic good, whereas Mikhail is chaotic.
Nizam was a piece of shit. He was like, bro,
Nizam was. Yeah, he is. Nizam was debating Cynic on B theory, without ever having read up on these.
Yeah, and then Cynic was like, "You're a fucking N-word because you don't even be here."
Bro, Cynic,
He's an atheist.
Unironically, was in a random room with him. And bro, I don't know what there's this new way of insulting people where people say this. I don't know if it's insulting or like funny. I don't know what to make of it. But like we were discussing some random shit. He was like, "Oh, atheism entails solipsism." I was like, "How so?" And he was like, "B theory." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And then like I don't know. I was grilling him on his just like use of buzzword stupidity.
He's always talking about B theory.
Nothing like legit said, "Yeah, but you're black." Like what?
Yeah, but you're black.
He was like, "Yeah, but you're black." I was like, "What does that even mean?"
He told me, so far as you're a Neoplatonist, you're an atheist. Why don't you go back to your atheist?
Oh my god! Oh yeah. He started challenging artists. He's like, "You're not even a." He's like, they turn on the monitor.
Don't talk. You're not even a theist.
Yeah,
you believe in Neoplatonism.
They like wanted her to step down as moderator. They're like, "You're not even fit as a moderator." It's so funny, dude. It's so funny. He's like, you're not a Muslim or a moderator.
How's the beard so badly that
you're like, what? I'm just trying to moderate your debate. Why can't I do? And they're just like, no, you're not fit for this. You're not even a Muslim. It's just so funny.
That's true, man. He wasn't lying.
I mean,
yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you're so liberal, narcissist. You might as well just, I mean, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
There's like no implication. There's like zero doctrinal commitment. You're like, yeah, I mean, there's a God, but I mean,
you know,
what is the truth of Christianity to you? Because like, if you're like a perennialist, presumably it's not just the fact that God exists. There's like other truths.
Yeah. So in the Trinity, like so far as the three entities, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, are divinely simple, I have no problem with that.
But then, are they divinely simple?
Yeah, it can be divinely.
They share, they hold one essence.
I mean, you're talking about divine simplicity. It can apply to a Trinitarian concept of God. I mean, certainly, right?
Yeah.
That's been.
I guess Catholics.
Well, it's Catholic dogma.
They believe in that.
It is.
Yeah. So that seems strange, huh?
I'm a divine simplicist.
Albedo, explain how does it work?
What, how dogmas work?
No,
it's a doctrine. Doctrine of the triune. Yeah, the problem is that
Jesus isn't.
Yeah,
Jesus
the problem
isn't
would be
the Father. The Father isn't Jesus.
Yeah, so that's where the logical problem would begin with personhood.
It's a view on mereology. It's just God is one entity that can't be divided.
Yeah, free of composition.
But Jesus isn't the.
Yes, that's where the problem begins with personhood.
Persons are not objects.
Objects, okay.
But they're still contingent, right? Like Jesus would be contingent upon Father Dios.
Yeah, that's their position. That's right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. Like, it's like I don't know what the problem is exactly, maybe, but
yeah.
It seems kind of implausible that any of this like complicated stuff would be true. Then I guess you could say the same thing about like quantum mechanics and stuff. So I don't know. Seems kind of bullshit though.
Timothy says he has an intuition that atheism is true.
It's intuitive, huh?
No, you should appreciate that.
I do. It's just so funny.
Why should he appreciate that?
We've all got these intuitions that like,
I think everybody
regrets.
Yeah, I think everybody's got intuitions. So I mean, at the base of their belief systems, anyway.
I don't know, but the thing is, the infinite regress stuff, like, unironically, like, I know there's like some super deep point that Ethan will make to show me why like this intuition is completely flawed. But like, while we're talking amongst lesser beings, as it were, it seems to me though like the intuition that I have is kind of preserved or maintained by this like God belief, because like you guys just like I believe for every day, for every moment, preceding moment. Okay, this is the kind of idea I have. So obviously consistent with different cosmological models, whatever. Cool. So it's not like inherently inconsistent or contradictory or empirically false or something. Okay, you have the same thing. It's just like there's like one moment where there's no quote unquote universe, and then like the rest of these moments are preceded by God moments. You know, it's like when we get to T0, it's just, you know, we get to we get to T0, it's like G0, and then G1, and then G2, and then G3, and then G4. Like, you have the same intuition I have about an infinite regress. It's just, there's just like this God timeline that you have.
No, I don't deny that there's something analogous there, for sure.
Think of the alternative for the atheist. So sorry to cut you off, but just think of the alternative. The alternative without the God is just there's a first moment in time and nothing. You don't think that's kind of unintuitive?
First moment without God.
So like, so you know how you have the first moment of the universe, yeah? You have like God creates first moment of the universe. You have that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine that like
not necessarily a God.
Imagine that like a so imagine that like wait, just imagine that like a universal timeline. Yeah?
Yeah.
So universe T0, that's like the universe begins, okay?
T0, yeah.
But you believe that the moment before T0, we're using temporal language regardless of what your theory of time is, just for the sake of argument, for ease of exposition, or like let's say
TM, please.
So you understand that all questions are going to make sense.
TM, sorry.
That's not CM.
I'm about to get Sasha on your hands.
That's not CM.
It is CM. CM, don't get kicked, okay, my brother?
I'm saying like you shit yesterday for that. It wasn't me, you know. But I'm not looking at my phone. But so you think there is a timeline? There's T0, and then you know all the moments that follow. Yeah. And T0 is like the creation act.
Yeah.
Okay. And like in a way that we can make sense. Of, sorry. The preceding moment was a God moment, and the moment that preceded that was a God moment, and the moment that preceded it was a God moment. And you know, the God is just chilling with the OGs, you know, the Holy Spirit and Jesus and all that stuff. You know, just doing whatever they're doing, playing cards or whatever for eternity. In each preceding moment, right? So you know, G1, G2, G3, G4, G5, G6, G7. That's just like card games in space with God in heaven. Sorry. Yeah. That makes sense?
Well, I understand that that's the concept. Yeah, that's not how we're. Yeah, so I mean, look, I wouldn't want to accept the moment stuff because it's not. You know, I mean, it's hard to think of how there's an action by God without there being there's at least logical procession, and if there's no moments, then in what way is that?
I'm just thinking like a frame, almost like a frame of existence, if you like. Like it's just like. And it seems like we can just add all of these frames of existence up. Like, it's just true that like God has a mind, right? And you believe God's mindless, isn't it?
No, what?
You think so? I don't know. Everyone's got wacky views.
God has a mind, bro.
He's got a mind. Okay, lovely. Yeah. So does he have thoughts?
Thoughts is a good question. I don't know that I like that term. I don't think it's normal to say.
Does he have intentions?
Not in the way we think. Okay, so it'd be more like that bubble. It'd be more like it would just be awareness of all true facts. And
does he have intentions? I think that's a good question.
Good question. I was gonna ask that. I think he has to because he creates and stuff.
Yeah, the intention to create.
Are they mental states?
It's.
You're gonna want that, Andrew. You're gonna really want it.
No, I mean I don't want to speak on that because I don't know.
Can I give you a reason to think you do?
No. I think Dyer's intentions. I think that's true, but in the way they relate to his, you know, the being of God. I'm not sure to say it. He doesn't have it's not like I don't know. I don't think.
Can I say just
go ahead?
If I was what mental picture do you have when you think of stuff like intention?
Me?
No, it's to Andrew. I know you want to say something similar, so I'm not gonna speak about. I'm gonna go around it. I just want to get a quick idea or something.
No, you're the one leading it. I don't think Andrew wants to give this thing up.
It's going to be. It's like
what's the mental picture you have in your mind of intention?
An intention is just a desire coupled with maybe.
Have you got like a picture in your mind?
Maybe a plan. Yeah.
Do you know what I legitimately see when I think of intentions? I think of an arrow, but that's because like I read the SCP introduction on it to Debate Sully one time. I won, by the way. Absolutely destroyed him. It was epic. I got kicked out of his. He threatened to kick me out of his server after. I'll ask him. But it talks about, because it's like, I think that's the like where the that's like the etymology of the term or something. Basically, it's like a directedness, pointedness, like like your mind's pointed at something. Yeah. So they talk about like So they talk about like desires and beliefs as like inexistent objects in your mind that your mind's pointed towards. So sorry, the arrow is pointed towards. So the arrow of your mind, if it's pointed towards this thing, that is what's like defined as an intentional state. So like belief, desire, these kinds of things.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And you think God has that, right?
Yeah, I just don't know that it looks the same way because I don't think the thoughts look the same way necessarily. I don't know that the intentions look the same way, but he definitely has something that flows from. Like, there's something he's going to do as a result of his character, who he is. So we'll do.
Yeah, and so it's not out of the realms of possibility to think that there is infinitely many of those kinds of states we can attribute to God.
Exactly.
That there exists a sequence of.
Right. So that's where.
And for each one, there's one that precedes.
Right.
Not necessarily temporally, but just even in order of priority or something.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. That's the same fucking intuition I have. It's just like, I don't have God. I just use moments. I substitute those with moments.
Yeah, I agree that that's a problem. But see, here's the thing, though. I think that's a problem. So the difference is that I would want to, and I haven't worked all that out conceptually, but I would definitely want to undermine that, because I don't believe that you could have an infinite regress. So I think that there is something to undermine that intuition. There is something to undermine the conclusion that you would draw there that it is going to be an infinite regress, because I think infinite regresses are extremely counterintuitive. I don't think the idea of us arriving here makes sense without saying that there was a start, and our existence can have a start, but there's got to be some explanation why it is that God time didn't have a start, and that's something that I think needs to be explored more, and I just haven't done it. I haven't gotten into that. I don't know. It'd be interesting if MJ was able to come up, but that's something I don't know. It's an interesting thought, but I would want to avoid that, because again, I just think that's very counterintuitive to say that we are here now with an infinite past behind us. But I agree, if you're a theist, the same thing's going to apply there, because you have an infinite God, logical procession in God's mind, or just changes in God's mind, and I think that that's a problem. And actually, the person that brought that up,
It is excessive acts. It's a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem for me, because I think you don't think it's a problem. You're just going to say, hey, it's analogous, and now we don't have a charge against you. I'm saying both are a problem. I want both to be undermined.
Why?
Because, dude, you don't get the feeling that an infinite regress is extremely counterintuitive?
No, I think one thing that's interesting is it's like, you understand what Malpass is saying, right?
Well, sum it up.
Yeah, so the intuitions you have are about, like, if you look backwards and if you believe what's required for you to arrive at this moment in time is for you to have begun at this moment in time, gone back to some starting point that doesn't exist, and then when you reach the starting point that doesn't exist, turn back and then make the forward journey back to this moment in time, that's counterintuitive. Lots of problems arise from that kind of endeavor. But if you view it as there is no such thing as a starting point, that there is just a process that's always been going, then there's absolutely nothing, there's nothing wrong, because ultimately what you think this present moment is the finish line. There's nothing wrong with saying, if I'm at this moment, an infinite amount of time has elapsed. or infinitely many moments or an infinite series has been completed. There's like nothing wrong with that conceptually. And if the question is, does that quote unquote feel intuitive? But by that you mean, do we have the same understanding of that as we do the kind of linear progression from a finite starting point? Well, no, but that's primarily because we have a starting point. We're human beings. That ourselves are not infinite.
Hey, Piper,
Don't really have infinite scope in either direction. Like we don't have an infinite scope in either direction. So obviously, if you mean intuitive in that way, of course not for the reasons I just described. But if you mean in the sense of like just being able to understand, like it being free of kind of contradiction or inconsistency or confusion, it's like if the Malpass way is pretty simple. It's just if you don't start and you have an end, then to end is for an infinite time to have elapsed.
Okay, but you agree though, and maybe we get there's some other people on the stage. Maybe it'd be interesting. We can get them in on it too. Good to see you, Debo, Carlitos. Debo.
Say it again. He laughed.
Yeah, you didn't like that. Gabad Debo. But no, here's the thing. I'm just saying, like, here's the thing I'm asking you. You get the idea that, as William Lane Craig puts it, traversing the infinite, right? That it does not make sense to say that you have a series of successive days, or day yesterday, the day before, the day before, the day before. You keep going back. If that's the case, then if that's an infinite stream, then it wouldn't be the case that you would be here. You wouldn't be here. It would already have occurred. There's no reason why we're here now and that we hadn't occurred sooner, or that everything hadn't occurred sooner. Like, does that?
There is an answer to that, by the way.
Well, I'm not talking about the responses and all that stuff. I'm just saying, is it the case that you understand the intuition there? Does that jive with your intuition?
No, I'm saying that because of the way that you're thinking about it, it obviously seems unintuitive. But there's an analogy that works against you that's going to have the same problem.
That's fine. I'm just saying. Well, that's fine. We'll hear it, Cloud. All I'm asking right now is, do you understand the intuition? Because I've heard a lot of the responses to this stuff. I don't think none of them have been persuasive. And I'd be fine to grant it if it was, and just say, look, it's fine. It doesn't undermine theism. It would undermine certain arguments or modify them. But it isn't something that is that big of a cost. So I don't think that's the motivation. It's just, I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to give any kind of response to this. And it's like, I've heard Sully kind of give answers to this. They've never been persuasive to me. Any of the stuff I've ever heard has never been persuasive. And there are just some people that just don't agree intuitively on this. They just can't. We're just going to have a divide on it. And it's like, if the guy's giving you $5, but he has to borrow from the previous guy, the guy that owes him, and he has to borrow from the previous guy, or you have a bunch of, extension cords plugged in to one another. But you have to have one plugged into the source for you to get power at the end of the very last cord. If you never find the source, you never get power at the end of the cord. And that's the point. You have 1,000 billion gazillion, an infinite many of these cords.
Just always have the source.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. There never is a source, because the source would be the beginning. There is no source.
No. What we're saying is there was just always the electricity.
I understand what's being said, but I'm just trying to explain that that's the reason that's not going to hit with people is because it's like today is contingent upon a previous day, and that is contingent upon a previous day, and that's contingent upon a previous day. And it's like, but we are here now. And you're saying that the amount of days that have occurred prior to today are infinite, not finite, infinite. What'd you say?
I said, so what? So long as there's electricity, like Albedo said.
Yep. I need to get my cell phone.
Okay.
Get my cell phone.
Okay. So, yeah, got my Facebook. But it's just an infinite amount of days, which is impossible, right, has elapsed. They've concluded from the morning, from dusk till dawn, right? They've concluded an infinite amount of times, and now we're here. And that doesn't work. I mean, I don't know. To me, that doesn't work. I'm just saying that's counterintuitive. That doesn't work. Maybe our professional philosopher Carlitos can weigh in on it, or David, or whoever. But to me, it doesn't work. And welcome back, Gabad Debo.
Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. Well, I did definitely mispronounce your name the first time.
I think it's just Badibo.
Oh, Badibo. How you doing?
I don't know. I could be completely wrong.
I actually think you're right because I've got a coworker whose name is Mr. Bargay, and there's a G in front of his name.
They're usually silent, I feel like, in African names. But,
yeah.
Are you there, Badibo? Are you able to speak? And Odea, why do you keep changing your name and changing your profile and like sneaking in and doing all that stuff? What is all that about?
Andrew, can you please pretend that Odea isn't CM? Just for a moment.
Yes,
we'll suspend our belief. Can you bring him up? He's not.
But you're gonna love this stuff that he says. He's like, I'm the he's like
I've heard it.
Hold on.
What do you
he's like,
Odea, what do you
Look at the drugs have done to him. Doesn't even remember who he is anymore.
I've heard it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
How drunk is he? Oh,
hello.
Hello, Badibo.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. You've got a lot of background.
Badibo. I'm sorry that you guys cannot pronounce my name very well. My name is Gbadebo. Badibo. Just 3 syllables.
Badibo.
3 syllables there. Badibo. Badibo. It means in meaning bring back the crown. Yes. Bring back the crown. The G is silent.
Bring back the crown.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. David, thank you very much. Mr. Andrew, thank you very much. The rest of you, I say a very big thank you to you. I know by your time here, it says by your time over there, it should be in the evening. Am I right?
What?
Midnight.
It's early morning.
Oh, yeah, it's early morning. It's early in the morning. I thought you guys. Okay. I thought midnight. Yes, I'm very, very too sure of that. By my time here, it says 8:18 a.m. I'm in Nigeria, Lagos precisely.
Yes.
So.
Badibo, is that Badibo? Is that haircut?
Badibo. Can you pronounce ba?
Ibo.
Say ba.
Yeah, ba.
Badibo.
Is it Badibo?
Yeah. Yes. In any way, you guys are really trying. You guys are really trying. That's my name.
Hair color.
Yes, that's my name. I'm an Ifa devotee.
Is that your natural hair color?
Yes. No, I'm an Ifa devotee. I'm not a Christian. I am not a Muslim. I'm a traditional person. I'm an Ifa devotee.
Timothy, can you
as a traditional person, I'm a king.
Timothy. Okay. You're a king.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me very well?
This is going to be funny as
What are you saying? Someone
translate.
It's tough. I want to really tell you what.
Welcome, Your Royal Highness.
Yeah, welcome. Odea, look, there's been a lot of suspicion about you. I don't agree with any of it, but you're said to be CM.
And I want to come up and defend Nargis or something like that. And then he said something to the person previously that was here. He's like, let's face it. You and I both know I'm the only one that understands the multiverse and physics well enough to come up and comment on it. Sam, why do you say stuff?
That's not CM, dude.
Oh, I mean Odea.
No, exactly. CM said that in a different room. That's what I heard.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right.
Yeah.
That wasn't
He's a dad dramaturg.
As always.
D the Snake Stomper. It's good to have you, brother, back. I'm glad to see you.
I don't drink water. I just what do you call it?
I
survive off vodka.
Oh, Venus. I'm so glad you're here. I so desperately want you to talk to CM. Okay. I couldn't believe I saw Nargis and CM in a room. I was like, Nargis, how are you able to
Yeah, patience is a virtue.
Live with yourself is what you're.
Well,
I killed myself a million times at the metaphorical.
And civic.
Shut up.
with the medical what? What'd you say? You kill yourself what?
With a blunt knife.
Oh, the blunt knife. Yeah. Well, let me just tell you. Odea has said things like, "quote Atheism doesn't have a burden," unquote. He says things like, "God cannot implant into the earth anything that would show that he existed over time. That's impossible," unquote.
That's precondition.
No, a precondition. I don't even know what that means. Like that response, it's a precondition. Like, what does that even mean?
No, because like, so you guys are saying like if there was a deist God who would set up the conditions so that like whatever 14 billion years later humans saw something that convinced them of that God left a message.
Which is what we said. Right, which is what
exactly,
we said.
Right?
And
you guys said that exactly. You guys said that he can't do it, right?
You said that you said he can't do it.
Because we're talking about a deist.
See him changing his pro.
No, you guys know why I'm here with this. What the fuck? I'm banned.
Odea, Odea, I don't think you're banned from here. Cloud's been very magnetic.
No, exactly. I think
my brother. It is a deistic God we were talking about, and that is God, and God is able to do that. So why did you say no?
No. So again, it comes down to like your definition. So because if you're defining God, again, he's not
personal. He's not interacting. He just makes a universe in which
he just makes
not interacting. There are deists who
right?
There are deists who have concluded God exists based on what they live, the experience of this life.
I know. I can't disprove a deist God. I know.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't disprove this God. I'm saying
you're saying that God couldn't. I mean, that the deist God wouldn't leave, wouldn't set up the conditions so that humans would find this sign.
I didn't say he wouldn't. I said he could, right? And you said no.
Well, I mean that he could. Yeah, that he could.
Are you drunk?
Whatever.
Are you drunk?
The point is, again, they're not conditioned. In this case, your concept of a deist God is not setting up conditions or whatever. He's setting like preconditions. Meaning, like he's setting up.
Okay.
This is not the traditional conception of a deist God.
What are you talking about?
Do you understand?
It's not traditional conception. People believe in God and they're deists.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with whether a deist God would leave clues or whatever.
The point is that people can come to.
And you guys are saying he could leave clues before he starts the universe. He could leave clues before he starts the universe, and you thought at that point, you guys, it was you guys claiming victory or whatever.
What do you mean claiming victory? We're not like doing victory. Look, we asked you a question.
That's all you care about,
dude. We asked you a question, and you said he could not do that. You said no. A deistic God, which was
yes. This doesn't sound like a deist God, one that does preconditions.
A deistic God can.
But does
no, hold on.
Preconditions.
Yes,
this is not a traditional conception of a deist God.
Look, people can conclude deism. There's a guy
that traditional conception of a deist God.
By the way, I just wanted to say something real quick. Has anybody seen Jack Burton? I haven't seen him in a long time. That's actually kind of a concern.
I saw him a few days ago.
Okay. So Jack Burton is a deist, okay? And he has reasons for believing that. So what are you talking about?
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
The point is you said a deistic God couldn't do that, and that's not a classical conception that a deistic God would put stuff in the universe that would make people think that he exists later. Well, people obviously have concluded that he exists.
No,
and they think he's a deistic
God. The traditional conception of a deist God doesn't include any pre.
Why do people believe? Okay, hold on.
if there's evidence in this actual
the traditional conception of a deist god is like the Aristotelian prime mover, or whatever, like whoever knocked over the first domino or gave the first bang. Has nothing. It says nothing about whether he or she or it or whatever did it with any intention of leaving clues in the future.
You're just
not included in the conception of a fucking deist
you're presupposing. You're presupposing that when people look at the universe around them, that concluding that a deistic God exists is unreasonable, and you just presuppose that. Yes.
I'm not presupposing that. What do you mean?
Then it is possible. Then it is possible.
Even I say that I can't disprove a deistic God.
You're so stupid right now, Dave. You're not even tracking.
Because the universe is identical, whether there's a deistic God or there isn't.
Dude,
the universe is identical.
Is it possible? Is it possible that you're wrong about your conclusion about God, and that a deist who has concluded that God exists is actually, in fact, correct? Is that possible?
This is possible.
Is it possible?
Could be possible, but is it
okay?
relevant?
Cool. Then it's possible. Then what I said is possible.
But is it relevant? Absolutely not.
It's not relevant to you,
dude. You're being dishonest, CM.
Again, it's not being dishonest.
Dude, why did you have to change your name? Why did you have to change your?
Because he gets banned and he can't get on stage.
Well, isn't that interesting? Before that happened, CM, do you not remember the conversation that we had before that happened? Do you remember the conversation that we had about how you come into these rooms and you use terms that you're not fully aware of, and you reason with philosophers?
I am fully aware of them.
Well, no, you're not. When you can't finish your sentences, it doesn't mean that you're aware of what you're talking.
Again, I don't even really want to talk to dude because he's just been doing this. And
I gave you a warning before you lost your profile for speaking. How I told you not to be speaking in these rooms.
No, dude's right. You come up on stage properly, talk about things you don't. Listen,
this is kind of for fun. It's not like a serious thing to me.
DM,
I know I'm not gonna. Really,
DM, can you listen? Are you able to listen, or are you?
I know I'm not gonna convince anybody.
Are you able to listen, or are you just gonna talk? Are you able to listen?
Of course, of course.
Okay.
What I was saying is, I know I'm not gonna really convince anybody of anything.
Oh, I don't know why you think that. I mean, if you think you're like
not in this room.
Oh, okay, because we're all stupid, right, or hardened, or what?
I'm not saying everybody because I don't know everybody in this room, but certainly a good chunk of the people that I do know, it's almost pointless.
Why? Because you don't make good arguments, or what?
No, again, your inability to understand my argument has zero bearing on whether my argument is correct or not.
You are a numbskull. Okay, listen. Is it the case that people who think... hold on. Just answer my question. It'll follow. Okay?
No.
Is it the case...
Can we talk about other stuff?
No, you answer me. You answer me. Is it the
Let's talk about the infinite past.
No. Is it the case that a deist could be correct? Is it the case that a deist could be correct about God existing? The deistic God.
You're just saying, is it possible that a deist God could exist? Yes. Of course.
Okay.
Nobody would say otherwise.
Then CM.
Otherwise, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Then CM. The people who have concluded that the deistic God exists, and they think that there's evidence to show that, they would be correct about their conclusion. Huh?
No, they wouldn't be correct about their conclusion.
If the deistic
they
God
could be mistaken. They're just convinced. You just said it. They're convinced that a deistic God exists.
This is unbelievable.
At best, how are they convinced?
Are you listening?
It's intelligent design or fine-tuning arguments. It's always a version of something like that.
Damn, you're not even...
I feel bad for people that fall for intelligent design arguments.
Dude, why do people like Pro Lyrical and people like Abe say that CM is brilliant?
What is going on here? Is it just because they want a champion for atheism and they think
pretty much, yeah. It's their religion, of atheism, so they support one another.
That's right, dude.
They
It's
know
like
how to think.
it's like they think he's got a PhD in math. Because he has a PhD in math.
No, it's not because of that.
Somebody that's
It's not
educated.
because of that. Because before they even knew
Yeah,
that,
you don't
they
know
heard
what
me
you're talking
speak.
about, bro. You just
They
literally
heard me
lost track of
speak
what we
and
were talking
were
about.
already
You just
impressed
lost track
in
of
the sense that they knew what.
Damn,
It sounded like, it sounded.
Can
It
you
was
stop
coming
talking? Can you
from
stop
an
talking?
unorthodox voice.
Can you stop
But
talking?
they realized what I was saying was
Damn.
fucking factually correct.
CM,
Every single fucking thing I said.
CM, are you?
It wasn't a coincidence, bro.
CM, can you stay on point?
And they're not the only two.
Can you quit just? Damn, can you quit constantly talking? Stop.
There's a reason
Can you stop? Can you stop? Is it the case that the deistic God could exist? Yes or no?
How many times are you gonna ask that?
Just answer it again, and we're gonna do this one more time.
Yes. Anybody
Okay, stop.
who
Don't say anything else.
would
Don't say
say
anything else.
otherwise has no idea what they're talking about.
Okay, thanks, CM. If we're in the universe, and that if we are in the universe, this actual universe right now, and it is in fact the case that that deistic God is the one that exists, then the people who have concluded that deism is true would be correct, right?
Yeah, they got
okay. So
all these things.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So what follows from that? CM? Thank you for is that a deistic God? What follows from that is that a deistic God could set up the universe in such a way that people would later discover that He exists through the world. Right?
Not really later discovered. They're more
CM, you believe in it? I'm not even commenting. That would be later.
Again, they're more working backwards from their conclusion. They're convinced that a deist God exists, so they're looking for patterns that point to like His existence.
Okay, CM.
And they could be mistaken. They could be seeing patterns.
They wouldn't be mistaken.
But CM, you're never mistaken, right? Is that what
they could still be mistaken about the patterns they see.
CM, but CM, the deistic God, that if they brought, is it the case that you're wrong, that the evidence that they're looking at is actually the evidence that God wanted them to see, intended for them to see it, and conclude that they exist, that He exists? Is that possible?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's all you need. That's all you need. Nope, done. That's it. That's
okay, granting you all these hypotheticals.
So then that means you
know
were
what
wrong.
a truth table is?
So Odea, that means you were
Do you
wrong.
know what a truth table is? And when something is a tautology.
Odea,
do you know when something is a tautology?
Odea, stop.
When literally its truth table is nothing but one.
Stop. What are you talking about?
Exactly. You don't know what a truth table is.
I asked you if it was
never taken a class.
If people here know what a truth table is, you just throw terms out willy-nilly whenever you feel it. When you lose an argument, you're like, wait a second, truth table.
Apparently not Andrew, because he doesn't understand that if I grant him all this shit, it becomes a tautology.
Then why do you deny it?
No, that's not even true either. What it becomes is a vacuous conditional, you fucking idiot.
Okay, let's show Sam some kindness, because maybe he can adapt and actually have a real argument.
Fucking...
See, what's it called when the antecedent is false and the consequence is true? What do you call it?
Can we talk about infinite past? Because that's actually kind of interesting. I want to hear people's thoughts.
There's a guy here named General MJ. Now, I think you should answer what Cloud's asking, because remember, you can run philosophical circles around everybody on the stage put together. So I think you should answer Cloud's question.
It's in its field. It's a fucking logic question. What's it called when the antecedent is false and the consequence is true?
I have to think about it. I don't do logic.
This is basic logic.
Yeah, exactly. So again, all the concepts for sure. If you define everything, I guarantee you, I'll give you the correct answer. Now, do I remember the fucking names of every single little thing?
the antecedent. What was it? What was your question?
I said, what is it called when the antecedent is false and the consequence is true? Let me ask you this: are there any conditions in which? Wait, stop. Stop. When, if any, are conditionals false when the antecedent is false?
Do you mean the conclusion?
There's no conclusion in a conditional.
And he just told you the answer. So you're only talking about the proposition.
Yes, if
and
that.
You're saying, right.
Medium portion.
But are you including the
medium portion?
If
you're talking about a P implies Q, are you only talking about the Q?
The if portion.
Are you only talking about the P or?
I'm talking about the whole thing. P implies Q.
P implies Q. Dude, we can talk about it in P implies Q language 100% more rigorous.
When is that?
Now, tell me.
Stop. Don't.
For example, P implies Q is equivalent to not Q implies not P.
No. You got that wrong. P implies Q is equivalent to P or not Q.
It's called a No, it's called a
no, you're right. I thought you were saying something else.
Of course I'm right, bro. I fucking studied this shit.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question I fucking asked you.
No, alright. I said if you frame your question correctly, I can answer it.
I did ask. Oh my god, dude. When is that conditional false?
No, I told you frame it in terms of P's and Q's.
Yes, it is a P and Q.
Frame it in terms of P implies Q's. And in terms of propositions.
You're an idiot.
I can literally do a one fucking sentence calculation back at the envelope and tell you the correct answer. It's like a fucking baby algebra exercise.
Baby algebra.
Listen, if the P is false, then what is that? What is that called? If P is false.
If your premises is false, then you're fucked.
It's not a premise. It's P. You wanted me to frame it in terms of P and Q. Yeah, if P and Q.
If your P is false, then you can prove anything because your P is false.
Right. Well, and what do they call that?
If you're basing anything on P, then it's going to be false. I mean, your conclusion is going to be false automatically.
Wait, what?
It's like saying.
What are you saying? Conclusion.
It's like saying 2 plus 2 equals 5.
Why do you
keep
saying
2 equals 5?
Where are you getting conclusion from?
If 2 plus 2 equals 5, you can fucking.
Stop talking. Where are you getting conclusion from? From a conditional.
No, because you said you're talking about
There's
the
no
P.
conclusions.
You're talking about the P. Like I said, if you want to write out.
P implies Q. Is there a conclusion in there?
Q is a conclusion.
Oh my god, no. The statement itself becomes what?
Are you saying like Q or R? Are you saying the R is a conclusion?
What do you mean? If you say P implies Q or R, your conclusion is Q or R.
No.
This is what implies.
No.
He's asking the truth value of the statement.
I'm talking about the truth value of the statement.
In which the antecedent is false. And the truth value of the statement is what?
Symbolic.
Dude, what is wrong with you?
Propositional logic.
Answer every single
basic propositional logic. I took 4 hours on a fucking weekend and I know more than you.
Again. I love it, yo. People that think they saw a YouTube video.
Yeah, and I still know more than you.
I think they know more than me who took fucking mathematical logic from one of the greatest Greek logicians.
Yeah, it's sad that you
But you didn't learn the language aspect. You learned the mathematical aspect, but you obviously.
No, I learned the language aspect too.
Well, you wouldn't be able to answer that question if that was.
I read about since then. I read seriously close. It's at least hundreds and hundreds of books since then.
I don't remember the
reason why you should
hundreds of
between
books.
memorization.
Since then you've read hundreds and hundreds of books.
I want to explain to him why an implication is not a conclusion, because it has the same truth table as P or not Q. Now, doesn't it, CM? And does that have a fucking conclusion in it? Where is he?
Let's see.
Okay.
Did he leave?
No, bring him up.
I don't know, bro. When did I say the implication is a conclusion?
Oh my god, dude. You said the Q is a conclusion.
No, in the statement, P implies Q. P is the premise, Q is the conclusion.
No, it's not. No,
What do you mean,
it's
no,
not.
it's not?
In material
P is
implication.
the assumption, Q is the conclusion.
No,
Like, do you need real world examples?
It is not a conclusion. It is a proposition with the function of an implication between them.
P and Q themselves are propositions, yes.
Yes, and the function is...
And the implied function...
what is the operator? Yes. Yes, is implication. That's not
exactly.
a conclusion.
That's what I just finished saying. That's what I just finished saying.
Right, and there isn't a conclusion.
No, the conclusion is if, again, you do the truth values you do the truth table, again, assuming you do, again, on one axis, whether P is true or false and Q is true or false, on the other axis, same shit, and you work out the arithmetic, and you get a table of zeros and ones, and that's basically the conclusion. The truth table of the proposition will tell you the conclusion and whether the conclusion is true or false. For example, if you do a truth table that's sufficiently trivial that you get nothing but ones in every single case, no matter what P is and no matter what Q is, everything is you get a one in the Boolean algebra. That's called a tautology.
Bro. Nobody's asking you these questions.
So
You're just like trying to. Are you like preaching math right now?
Not exactly.
Well, the
not,
logic,
bro.
Nobody cares about any of that. I said it's not to be conclusion. Yeah, I'm quizzing you.
Let's
to
talk
show
about
you.
fucking.
Stop talking.
Let's talk about the infinite path.
Stop talking. I'm quizzing you to show, if not yourself, because I don't suspect I can show you jack shit, other people that you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you do with math, but even in related fields like logic, you don't even know basic logic.
I literally told you I could do any fucking propositional fucking argument or statement you want to make. Write it down if you actually know how to write it down, and I will calculate it on the back of a fucking napkin.
Can we watch? MC, can we watch you throw that football over them mountains? Do you want to throw a football over
No, bro. Let's talk about time. Something actually interesting.
What is time, CM?
Instead of fucking
CM, what is time?
Again, always. It depends who you ask. I mean, philosophers, physicists. There's different definitions.
Well, you wanted to talk about time, so what is time?
Yeah. Again, if I put my
word, it's not an easy question.
Then we're talking about mainly the second law of thermodynamics. We're talking about the arrow of time and entropy. That's what time is in physics. If you're talking about philosophy, depending on the field of philosophy, you're talking about some chain or link of cause and events, cause and effects, and fucking
But then, even then, there's some smuggled in assumptions that. But again, it depends on what branch of knowledge or whatever you're talking about. Which one do you want to talk about?
What do you think? What do you commit to? What is it?
No, mostly the physics. I'm a fucking physicist. I study physics religiously.
You're a physicist. You're a physicist.
I study physics the way you guys study fucking the Bible or whatever.
You're a physicist.
It doesn't make you a physicist.
No, I know. My PhD is in mathematical physics, but
why'd you just say you're a physicist?
I'm saying, in terms of my life's philosophy, I try to be as much. Not only do I understand a shit ton of physics, even stuff that's not even related to my field. It's just because I've had a lifelong passion for physics. I actually got into physics before I got into math. I got into math because I was doing physics. And physics was just a bunch of applied math, except at the very end, we would, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we'd go to the laboratory and we'd do a few experiments and shit and just verify the fucking week's worth of math and all these derivations that we did. We would just verify them in the lab. Snell's law, all this shit. And so that basically, that's when I realized, again, physics is just like applied math. It's just math with an extra step, a very important extra step, observation and experimentation. So yeah, I kind of took the easy route. Mathematics was way easier in the sense of all you gotta do is do the maths, build a model or whatever. But there's no in math, there's no testing. When you don't have to do that final step of eventually devising an experiment and getting your your experimental physics colleagues to run it for you to determine the validity of your claim or prediction. But other than that, the rest was kind of like the same. So I was just, and not only that, I was more gifted at math than the physics. So eventually, yeah, I just changed my major to math, to pure math, because I was just like, whatever. Like, I could keep myself as educated as I wanted to in terms of all the experiments coming out of physics. But in terms of doing what I liked, shit, my fucking phone's gonna die.
Sam, what do you think about the word humble?
Dude, I'm very humble. When I'm around my professors, when I'm around these 70-year-old Russian guys who only drink like the most expensive wine and fucking invite me to their home, take me out to dinner and shit, when I'm around them, like, again, if you take where I am and you take the gap between me and like the average, say, calculus student,
it's just blow them out.
However large you think that gap is,
you're
the
like
gap between me and my professors
you
is
end up
even
saying,
bigger.
The gap is very humble. You check how humble you are, and while doing it, you're like, take the average. This person, I'm just way above them, and you.
No, exactly. As much as you think I am above them, my professors are way more above me. This is the whole point. What I'm saying is, well, obviously they've been doing what I'm doing for about 30 and 40 more years.
Why do you say things like atheism doesn't have a birth? Why do you say?
Okay, so all I can do is hope to be to be on their level in 30 or 40 years.
It doesn't. Yeah, but Sam, why do you say things like atheism doesn't have a burden? That God couldn't make deism.
In the traditional traditional arguments. I already explained this to you, so let's not go back to this.
Piper took you directly to the woodshed. Okay?
No. Piper's argument was literally, it makes for better clubhouse fucking debates.
No, that's
you have to keep shouting at each other.
Not what Piper's argument.
That was the essence of his argument. I literally, when I told, I think, Matthew and Ali like I was laughing. I was like, yo, wait till you hear what you were saying, Piper's supposed defense of it or whatever. I was like, wait till you hear the fucking the so-called defense. That at the end of the day, it's just because it makes for better clubhouse rooms.
No, you don't know anything about
they're more argumentative. Again, you guys are not interested in the truth. You guys are interested in having these fucking clubhouse debates.
Dude, you just don't know. You don't know anything about philosophy of religion. It's not a big deal. You're not
I literally put philosophy of religion.
So you're a mathematician. Then you would have understood religion. You would have understood that atheism is the implication that the entailment that no God does not exist, right?
No, it's not. I've tried explaining this to like.
How?
So many times.
Just because you're good at one thing doesn't mean you're good at another. That's your problem. You think that because you're good at one thing, you're going to be good at another thing?
No, again, if you
want to have... Well, stop stepping outside of your stop and stop.
If you want to have
anything about philosophy of religion.
Fun rooms, fun Andrew.
Odea.
Yeah.
Odea. You don't know anything about
philosophy of religion.
I'm
almost thinking that most people here in this room are just sticking around to be entertained by the wild things that you.
Yeah, thanks for.
That is
We're not going to talk about the infinite past. We're not going to talk about the infinite past.
Okay.
Change the title to CM as a retard.
You are so off, bro.
Yeah, CM is the past.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. We're not going to talk about
CM is the past infinite. Is the past infinite. CM is the past infinite. CM is the past.
We're not going to talk about that. Change the title.
CM. I just asked you about it. Are you listening? Are you drunk?
Change the title. No. Because all we've been talking about.
CM is the past infinite. CM.
How? This is the reason so many people remember me 4 years later.
What are you gonna change it?
Dude, I made
CM as a retard. Yes.
Possibly
because you're speaking on a topic that you don't know anything about, bro.
Listening.
You're assuming I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
Title, Chief.
I wouldn't be talking about it.
Within the
I
domain
wouldn't
of
be
philosophy
talking
of
about it
religion.
if I didn't know.
If you don't know that within the domain of philosophy of religion, that atheism is.
Know anything about it? Okay, hey, CM, listen. Is the past infinite?
I'll make it clear when it's my opinion.
Is the past infinite? Is the past infinite?
Well, again, depends on so many factors.
No. It either is or it isn't. Yes or no?
Exactly. I'm on this, just like modern space science hasn't answered that question. I'm as humble as the scientists who make the claims that we don't have the answer to that question. So I don't fucking know. I don't know.
You know about geometry. You know about
there's
math,
theories
right?
of the Big Bang.
You don't know about philosophy of religion.
Daniel, Daniel, he's like me, like my fellow astrophysicist. We remain humble about this.
And we don't know the answer. Yes, we don't claim to know the answer.
Yeah, hey, CM.
Unlike you guys who claim to have divine revelation.
Is it legal?
Now he just DM me and he asked me if you could stop bullying CM.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate it.
Come in here and we'll talk to him instead. Hey, CM.
Whatever. My phone's gonna die any second now. So.
Okay, CM, that's fine.
Ask as many questions as
you don't have a position. You don't even have a position on it. So, CM, is it the case that if somebody says there is no God, that they are an atheist?
Of course. I mean, they're what we call like a strong or a Gnostic atheist. Yeah.
A strong or agnostic.
There we go. Now we're making progress.
No A. With a G, starting with a G. Gnostic atheist. They're a strong atheist.
What the fuck does knowledge have to do with any of this?
Well, he's saying you're
different theories of knowledge.
Because they're making a positive claim that God doesn't exist. They're making a positive knowledge claim that God doesn't exist.
No, they're saying they believe that God does not exist, right? They believe there is no God. You get that?
Well, of course. Again,
there you go. Where's the knowledge?
More intimately
now we're talking.
One implies the other. The other one doesn't imply the first. If you know something, it also follows that if you know that it's raining outside, it also follows that you believe that it's raining outside. So if you know something, it follows that you also believe.
Okay, that's fine.
It doesn't work the other way around.
Damn, why aren't you an agnostic?
If you believe something, it doesn't mean that you know it.
Damn, why aren't you an agnostic?
I am an agnostic. I'm an agnostic atheist. For like the millionth time.
All you gotta do is believe.
So you lack belief that there is a God, right? So you're much like the agnostic theist.
I don't like belief. I'm unconvinced.
Are you like an agnostic theist?
I'm not convinced by any argument ever put forward.
Are you much like an agnostic theist who says they lack belief in God and yet they have faith?
No wonder people think this shit is fucking.
Hello? Do you not understand what's being said to you? Are you much like the agnostic theist who lacks belief that there's a God? Yes or no?
Agnostic theist?
An agnostic theist, right? Are you much like them? How do we disambiguate?
No, I'm not a theist in any sense of the word.
The agnostic theist lacks belief that there's a God. They do have faith. They're a fideist, right? They have faith that God exists.
Yeah, I don't have any of that.
You are also right under your own, rubric, an agnostic theist as well. Dum dum.
No, by no means.
Okay, what's the symmetry breaker?
How
are you different? How are you different from an agnostic theist? How are you? Yeah. And so, and that also,
God.
Yeah.
As there is for fucking.
And also, that's also consistent with that's also consistent with an agnostic theist. It's also consistent with an agnostic theist, right? Hello?
We're trying to play word games now.
No, it's not a word game. You are playing a word game. Look, the agnostic theist.
This is like what you
lacks belief. Stop speaking. The agnostic theist lacks belief that there's a God.
Stop speaking again, dude.
Hello? Does the agnostic theist?
Let's talk about the actual fucking topic. I'm done talking.
See, because you know that you have no response to it.
No, because I've done it too many fucking times, bro.
Look at the title.
Well, I know these are the
This is the topic. This is the topic.
Yeah.
All right, now, so again,
Odea, what is an agnostic theist?
Wait. The fuck, nobody knows Odea.
What is an agnostic theist?
I'm not answering a fucking question till you put CM back.
No, but look, you know what? If you like, we'll go 360 degrees right back.
Oh, shit, Celsius here?
Just change the title.
Celsius was talking about theoretical physics earlier.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh my god, what a coward. Hey, you are, bro.
Hey. He was talking about humidity, and he's like, let's go back to CM being in the title. That's the only way out.
No.
Very humble. Very humble.
Give me all the freak. I'm not the one fucking doing it.
Okay. What is an agnostic?
You want to make rules about me and talk
about agnostic? What is an agnostic?
And give me all the free.
Hello.
Cloud.
Hello, short circuit. Hello, short circuit.
You might get.
Define to me an agnostic theist. What is an agnostic theist? And how does it differ from an agnostic atheist?
Okay, do your own homework, bro.
You're just being a fraud now, dude. You're making yourself a liar. Your definition of blows. It sucks.
This time,
wait a second.
Describe it. What is the definition of an agnostic? What is an agnostic theist?
Yo, bring up Carlos or something.
Hello.
You might
what is an agnostic theist? What is this?
I don't even care anymore.
What is it?
I thought you guys said Celsi was here.
Do you see do you see how you're being used though? Like weaponized, basically, like legitimize any stupidity. It's kind of bad. It's kind of tarnishing your reputation.
What's going on?
No, but like, come on, bro. At some point,
you guys. No, hey, CM.
Hey, I sent you a DM from my man.
CM sent you a DM.
The one that everybody here is obsessed with. Cause like I'm like the only real scientist.
A centimeter.
A centimeter.
A centimeter.
If you're really engaged,
a centimeter.
I love to talk to you.
Yeah, you gotta stop.
Celsi, are you there?
DM, you're like Celsi. And then you're like, everybody said Celsi.
Celsi, are you there?
He said Celsi. And then earlier he said, I want to come up because I'm the only one that, let's face it, I'm the only one that understands it.
Yeah, she was talking about the string landscape and the Calabi-Yau manifolds, and the only fucking person here who knows what Calabi-Yau manifold is me. And maybe Celsi, we can find out really fast.
Celsi. I like that.
That's the problem.
Oh my gosh.
No, I told you.
Isn't it Celsi?
Again, well, they didn't bring me up on stage earlier because they're fucking
Answer the question.
They're so obsessed with me. They
Leslie is she's the one who's teaching Japanese.
Can we allow Celsi?
Yeah, that's it.
No, Celsi, are you?
That was it.
Are you doing a PhD in physics or something like that?
No, I do not do PhD in physics, but I'm interested in physics. I have my own studies as a hobby.
So, in general, there's